on, Conscious Crew? It is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Round 2, fight! Before we even get into it, go ahead and thumbs up this video until it is absolutely stuck. Thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up a video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their arses into the sanctuary because the Kang is indeed hanging and YouTube is playing on our top when it comes to notifications. Also, shout out to all of the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your MySpace, your Facebook, your Snapchat, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the like. Just let them whores know that we're allowed live and in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Wednesday. And I think what is Valentine's? It is such a star-lit night. I hope you guys are having a wonderful hump day nonetheless. Let me speak to some of the members coming into the sanctuary. What's going on, Mary? Hey, Jackie. Hey, Phyllis. Hey, Rumors. Hey, T the Goddess. What's going on, Caitlin, Tanya, Lady D. Hey, Ashley. Hey, hello, beautiful people. What's going on, Sharon? Hi, Corn Silk. Hey, Latera. What's going on? Iron Gardner, Teresa, Lynn, Michelle, Wendy, Yellow Boy. What's going on, boo? Teresa, Star, Ashley. Hey, you are. Hey, everybody. What's going on, Tyra? Hey. So, you guys know what we're here to get into. It's going to be another open panel. I will be dropping the link, girl. The saga does continue. You guys know our policy here on the platform, girl. When you come to join these panels, be prepared to pop your shit, stand in your truth, be your honest, transparent self. You will be challenged if people don't agree. There will be pushback. There will be passion. You know, our panels are encompassing of the whole human range of emotions. Okay? But we are a loving, passionate family. So what's happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens on these panels stays on these panels, honey. All right. You guys know yesterday we came through and spoke about the Monique versus her oldest estranged son, Shalon Jackson, who spoke out as an alleged response to Monique's recent Club Shay Shay interview. He had quite a bit to say about his mom. Short recap that she is not interested in being his mother. She doesn't posture herself for reconciliation. There's no way that she's really waiting on him because she hasn't reflected anything in her behavior that would allude to the fact that she is remotely interested in being not only his mother, but also being a grandmother to his daughter. He spoke about the fact that he just essentially want her to keep his name and situation out of her mouth, that the ship has sailed, that he's not interested in reconciliation, and he doesn't believe that Mo is interested in reconciliation. And he also said that he was triggered by the fact that they only acknowledged 3 sons, which are the children that Monique and Sin have together. Now, of course, Monique and Daddy responded to that in IG Live, and they essentially explained their point of view that Sin was initially an uncle and a family friend to Shalon because Sin and Monique are childhood friends. He began as a friend of the family, etc. Sin has been in Monique's life before. any of her children were even born. And, you know, he's been her advocate and her support even through her first marriage, etc. So that was the context of Shalon and Sydney's relationship up until recent. Sin explained that because he knows and has a relationship to Shalon's dad, that he had preferred Shalon to not refer to him as dad, because he felt like Shalon only has one father, and that's okay, and that it doesn't take anything away from the relationship that him and Shalon does have. But out of respect for Shalon's father, he did not feel comfortable taking on the title of dad. They went on to also basically explain that Shalon is a complicated person who they haven't been able to mend with, because they alluded to him having temper issues. Sydney stated that he basically had to address Shalon's temperament, not only towards Monique, but his temperament toward all of the women in his life. He also referenced Shalon having mental illness. And this is something that also complicates, I guess, Shalon's ability to be stable and to offer, or to be capable of having hard conversation and etc. Girl. They also spoke about how they gave Shalon $10,000 for a car, on a down payment for a car, and Sydney pretty much was just like, it's okay to tell, you know, whatever your experience is, but why, you know, paint us to be the bad guys when you know that we've also tried. You also know that we've also supported you and been there for you. Why carve out only the negative parts of the story, but say everything, you know, say the whole thing, etc. Girl. Then Monique had dropped receipts, girl, because remember, she said, look, I know you hoes don't fuck with fat black women because y'all fat phobic and colorist and anti-black as fuck. I already know that y'all don't really fuck with me. So at this point, I'm practically immune to y'all never believing me. Y'all always quick to believe somebody else, regardless of the consistency in my receipts and me always, you know, coming out on top, that you guys always consistently never have my back. So I'm gonna let y'all get it all out. I'm gonna let y'all drag. I'm gonna let y'all poke. I'm gonna let y'all trash me, and the truth will prevail as always. So then she dropped some text messages, girl. All right. Now we're going to get into the text messages. I haven't really looked at the text messages, so I'll be seeing the text messages for the first time. And then we're going to get into Shalon's part 2 response, because he responded to Sydney and Monique's initial IG live and responded to the text messages that Monique had shared. All right. And then we're going to get into the fans and their thoughts, etc. And then I get my commentary, and then we'll drop the link. So let me go ahead and move on over to Monique's Instagram page. And thumbs up if you're in the building, and please share this live stream out. I'm sitting in this raggedy damn computer chair in my damn vanity room. I want to get me another chair, because this one about a damn decade old. But she rolling in the deep. All right, here we go. All right, so this is Monique's Instagram page, and the caption is, "Hey, my sweet babies, here are the receipts from a mother who allegedly does not love her son. We are sharing this with you, Shalon, and the community. Some will completely get it, others won't. We love us for real." All right, so these are text messages stemming back from 2020 of December, and you can see Monique in the green, and you can see Shalon in the gray. All right, so Monique texts, "Okay, baby." Then December the 5th, she says, "Hey, baby, just checking on you." He doesn't reply to her. She hits him back up on December 23rd, about a week or two later, and says, "Hey, baby, just checking on you." He then responds in the middle of the new year of January 15th and says, "Hey, man, good morning. Monique then says, hey, baby, did you mean to send this to me? LOL, man. Heart emoji. He then says, hey, Ma, good morning. My phone auto-corrected, Ma, and put man, LOL. She responds and says, LOL, that damn autocorrect. Then there's communications on January the 25th of 2021. So this is the next year. And Monique, hold on. Yeah, okay. So this is 2021. So she texts and says on January 25th, hey now, I see you. I guess he sends her a pic. I'm not sure what that is. She then texts him again on February the 2nd of 2021 and says, hey baby, you good? I will call you tomorrow. I am gone to bed. LOL. Your mama getting older. He texts back and says, LOL, love y'all. February the 8th of 2021, she says, hey sweetness, I hit you later tonight. He says, okay. February the 12th of 2021, we see a text message that says, hey, baby, I'm going to call you when you get back home. We out with. Not sure what the rest of that says. Then he texts her back on February the 18th. Hold on. Something is like. Oh, okay. The text messages are kind of. Oh no, they ain't chronological order. Okay. He texts her on February 18th of 2021 and says, hey mommy, I wanted send stuff, some flowers and stuff just cause. Can you help me pick some stuff out because I have no idea what I'm doing? LOL. Laughing emoji. She says, hey baby, of course I will. Give me a couple of hours to call. February 22nd. Okay, a few days later, he says, hey ma, have ever heard of hyperhidrosis? It's an excessive sweating disorder. She texts back and says, hey, my baby, no, I've never heard of that. I will research it. A few days later, she texts back and says, hey, my baby, sorry I missed your call. Can we talk tomorrow? Call me when you go on break if you can. Love you. Okay, he sends a nice picture of himself to her. She says, yes, you look handsome. Okay. Then March 17th of 2021, she says, you better say that shit. Let me know when your break starts. Then she texts again, hey, my baby, how are you today? He texts and says, I'm okay, been overwhelmed these past couple of days, working through it by talking with Nicole. I don't know who Nicole is. I don't know whether that's his girlfriend or a therapist. I'm not a friend, a cousin. I don't know. This hasn't been the best sales week so far, our business partner. And I've been feeling more anxious about it than usual. Nicole has been helping me chill out, though sometimes she's the reason for the stress. Okay, it sounds like a female friend, girlfriend, etc. She texts on March 26th of 2021 and says, hey, my baby, let's talk when you get off. He says, can I call you in 30 minutes? She says, hey, my baby, can you give me an hour? Heart emoji. He says, that's cool, with the cool emoji. March 27th of 2021, she says, hey, my baby, you up? Then on, I can see that there's a green here right above. So she sent another text, so maybe that's the same text. I don't know if he responded or whatever. But on April the 6th of 2021, she says, hey, my baby, please know you still sleep. However, when you wake up, I want you to have an awesome day. April 6th, the same day, about an hour later, he says, yes, ma'am. How y'all doing this morning? She says, amazing. He says, my appointment with the DMV is on May the 7th, so I can start this process for my license. I have 3 derogatory strikes on my credit. I will clear up 2 of them at the end of the week, just telling you my to-do list, LOL. She says, I know you will get it done. Let's go. Okay, April the 8th. There seems to be a picture sent here, I can tell. And then text messages resume. Monique says, Jamaica, how y'all doing? I don't know whether she said she was going somewhere. He probably asked her where. She might have said Jamaica, I guess. He then replies and says, we're doing good, cooking a late dinner. Salmon, salad, and rice. The doctor's appointment went well. We met one of the midwives. She says, oh, wonderful, my baby. Did y'all hear my baby's heartbeat again? Remember Jamaica? He says, yes, ma'am. Of course, I remember Mr. Jamaica. How is he doing? Okay, so this is a person. And the baby's heartbeat is strong. We forgot to ask for the BPM. She then says, he is doing good. Still look the same. Just got older. It's been 15 years since I've seen him. Is Nicole getting big? Okay, so Nicole is the girlfriend. He says, our next appointment is on June 11th for our ultrasound. All right. Emojis. Okay, now y'all see how I feel when I get this technology shit. Super cheese. LOL. Hey, my sweetness. Okay, this Monique in the blue. I think she might have got a new phone or something, and she's just like sending emojis and doing stuff. She says on June 16th, 2021, hey, my sweetness. Hope y'all having an amazing day. We're on our way to get some raw food. Yummy. Then there's a text message here that's kind of cut out that says, done my interview, heart emoji. He says, okay, October the 15th, 2021. That's your mama. Okay, so I guess maybe whatever she did is airing on the internet or on TV, etc. He texts her the next day and says, hey, mom, are you awake? Then on the 17th, he texts her and says, hey, mommy, how are your eyes feeling? She texts him the next day and says, hey, sweet baby, I haven't forgot. I'm just trying to get myself together. The same day, she texts, hey, sweet baby, I will call you after we speak with Tamika and Thomas and her father. We talked to them at 7 p.m. this evening. We got y'all back, you and Nicole. All right. Then and then there's this text message. Remember today, and this is Uncle Sid. Okay, so this is her referring, to Sydney as Uncle Sid. That's their family agreement, I guess. If you don't change your immature ways, remember today. Oh, this is Sid, actually. Remember today, and this is Uncle Sid. If you don't change your immature ways, you're going to lose, my man. We can't be mad at you, but we're definitely sad for you. How do you go from putting your mother on hold when generations of family are able to see Sanae on Nicole's side, but you gave no instructions to Tuffy or your mother as to when they would or could be able to see Sanae until after Tuffy brought this fact to your attention? Interestingly, you're a man now, but you were a little boy just days ago as you needed me to walk you through getting a car, the items for the baby you wouldn't even have if your mother, Tuffy, and I didn't care enough to do that for you and Sanai. You needed to be rescued from your apartment weeks ago by Tuffy, but you cussed her out days ago. What's wrong? So, seems to be some discrepancy on the baby and him not, I guess, prioritizing them being able to see the child. And then apparently he's like wilding out and he's like going ballistic on the people around him. This person named Tuffy, who apparently helped him when it came to some rent issues or some housing issues that he blew up on. And then he's just kind of being like inconsiderate of everyone, etc. So Sydney is kind of giving him a thorough kick in the ass, if you will. What's going on, Lumberjack? So there's that. Now, at face value, these text messages are, I mean, they definitely demonstrate a normal relationship between a mama and her son. They seem to have, consistently kept up with each other throughout the year. As you see, the dates go from December 2020 all throughout 2021, etc. They're on the phone, they're texting, they're good morning, there's, love and light being exchanged. They're making time to communicate. They've apparently helped him to get a car, send him money. They're supportive of the granddaughter coming into the picture, etc. Everything seems to be normal. Seems to be a normal working relationship. And then there's whatever's happening around this time that Sid is calling out Mr. Man. All right. So, Monique's context for posting these were to say, hey, I'm supposed to be Ursula. I'm supposed to be some absent ass mammy who don't give a fuck about my son, who doesn't care about my son, who's not trying for my son. Let y'all and him tell it, girl. I'm nowhere to be found. I'm the mother of Precious, etc. So, you know, she felt that showing y'all a section of their text thread and showing, you know, the consistency and the engagement and the support, you know, and the normalcy between her and Shalon is contrary to the narrative that he's pitching, that she doesn't try, that she doesn't posture herself as someone who gives a fuck, that she has done nothing to validate him or to make herself someone who seems interested. And I'm going to be honest, these text messages absolutely show the opposite. They show a mother who cares. They're financially being supportive. She's emotionally being supportive. She is making time for him despite having a busy schedule. She's texting, she's calling. They're supportive of the relationship, supportive of the granddaughter, etc. So, yeah. All right. Now, Shalon has responded to the IG Live as well as the text thread. So we're going to move on over to Shalon's TikTok and we're going to press play. Now you got to listen real good because he's going to talk, you know, he kind of speaks without breaking because he's reading. So you got to listen because he jam packs a lot of information into like a 9-minute situation. All right. So here we go.
So I find it unique that my video was in response to my mother and not her husband, but yet he still had the most to say, which isn't uncommon. I also find it unfortunate that my mother does not seem to speak on her own. The only two worlds that I know where daddy is used is for children speaking with their fathers and women acknowledging their pimps. Her husband starts off by literally doing the very thing that I said that they would do, which honestly kind of made me feel as though their response was ironic because they validate my original video. Either A, she has some newfound moment of clarity, or B, she retreats back to daddy. In her retreat back to him, though, he does not acknowledge what I did.
Okay. If she did expose the text messages to prove a point, she had a right to. She's being called out publicly, and she has a right to correct any narrative coming from anybody, especially another grown-ass adult, whether it be her son, her daughter, a family member, etc. When people are hammering things out in the court of public opinion, or publicly, like, that's a both-sided issue. So just like he hammering out his issues publicly, she hammering out their issues publicly, and they're having a frisbee match. All right, so it be's what it be.
But instead begins to create a new narrative of things that I did not say, which negates the effects of a response video. The two of you essentially created a new video rather than actually respond to what was actually said. You also brought up my father. My father, though, is not doing interviews talking about me. In quick regards to the three...
Because I think it's also mighty funny how y'all will believe all of the narrative spun about Monique and then simultaneously don't want her to correct, call out, chin check, provide any context, or validate herself. Sorry, that's not the way court actually works. Even in the court of law, you get an opportunity to defend your damn self and to take the damn stand. I find it really weird that y'all just really prefer this woman to sit back and let everybody control her narrative, whether it be Lee Daniels, whether it be Tyler Perry, whether it be Oxtail Winfrey, whether it be the industry, and she just is supposed to sit back, get flamed up, and then just let this shit spin. No, she has a right to speak her truth, just like Shalon has a right to speak his truth.
Under the context in which your husband was speaking, by your rationale, Mama,
she can bring him up if she wants to. This is a part of her life. Like, this is her child. This is her experience. Unfortunately, he doesn't get to control what parts of her life she decides to speak to. So if she's comfortable speaking about her relationship to her son, her being there being a period in her life where she had a child she dropped the ball on, so she can do that. That's her history too. It's not just his history. Just like you got a bunch of exes. You get to speak about your past relationships. They don't get to decide that you can't speak about them. They don't get to decide that you can't use that history in your book or in your memoir, or that you can't make references to your experiences with past situations. I don't. I like this. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all got me completely fucked up, baby. Because my motto is, this is exactly why we ought to treat people well, because, or we have to be mindful about our engagement when it comes to other people, because we put everybody in a position to be able to share their experience of us, for better and for worse. All right. But once two people are a part of each other's lives, they've become each other's history. And you don't get to you don't get to tell someone else to not share their part of the history. That's just as much as their experience as it is your experience. So Monique can choose to be quiet if she wants to, or she can choose to talk about any and everything she wants to in her life. Shalon can choose to be quiet, or he can choose to share and talk about any and every aspect of his life. This is their experience. They have the creative control to do what the fuck they want to do with it.
Should have easily had no problem saying 4 sons, especially since you say he knew me before I knew me. The two of you can sometimes come off as seekers of weak levels of empathy from others, while at the same time sidestepping any accountability that one may need to take. To attempt to address what I said to another man while also trying to make your wife victim number 1 has nothing to do with you. My father did not need you to speak for him. You're her daddy, not his. My mother has been speaking on our relationship for years. So to imply that only one side of a story was told when there are several articles and interviews throughout the internet discussing my strained relationship with her, filled with quotes from your wife speaking directly about me, while also...
Now, this is what's interesting to me is, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, can somebody send me some links? Because, Shalon is saying that, his mom has spoken in several interviews throughout the years about their strained relationship. But in the interviews that I've heard where Monique has referenced her strained relationship to her son, she hasn't slammed him. She was like just slamming herself. So has anybody ever heard Monique slam her son? Because every time I've heard Monique speak about the situation, she spoke about how, she abandoned him, how, her choosing work and trying to, have a great professional life so that she could support her family is something that really strained her relationship to her son. Like, has anybody ever heard Monique in her interviews bash her son or say anything derogatory about her son? Or, in all the interviews I've heard, she's made herself look like a shitbag. Okay, because Jabron says, I don't think he's referring to her slamming him, but her doing interviews about him. So, yeah, so I don't know, like, how, you can't really control this woman talking about her lived experiences. These are her lived experiences. I actually find it quite noble that Monique has been willing to once again spray herself with her own tea. She's been willing to, because not a lot of people are even that bold or comfortable to publicly, say some of the things that Monique has been comfortable sharing, whether it's about her ancestral SA, whether it's about her being a deadbeat mom, whether it's about like her shortcomings as a woman. Those are really not things you really hear, people being really articulate and vocal about. But I'm trying to understand, like, what exactly is the issue? Because if my parent was just out there basically saying exactly what I would say to their ass, like, you haven't been there, you did drop the ball, there are issues in a relationship, you did choose work over me, that's not really a negative thing. You know, I mean, like, she's speaking her truth. And the weird thing about it is that he's in agreement with that truth, because he's doing these videos reinforcing that fact that she was absent, da 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 da, boom, 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 boom. And these are all things that she's admitting to. So I don't, some part of it feels like he's trying to find, I don't understand. I don't understand what he's trying to. Let's just listen.
Providing vague context and downplaying the impact of an uninterested mother. I am 33 years old and have had ample opportunity to go to the media and tell some BS story for a BS amount of money, but instead I am on TikTok expressing my feelings for free. If the two of them were paying attention, I literally explained in my first video why I am responding using TikTok. And I should not have to repeat myself. My mother also states there are some people that are saying, oh, you should be ashamed of your mothering skills. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what I say. Let's let it play out. Because the same ones that were saying, oh, I was crazy, I was deranged, we watched it play out. So just like with my son, we're going to watch this play out. First of all, who the hell is we if it ain't you and I reconciling our relationship? Second of all, it's power in a word. Nobody is playing, but I can understand why you would use that word specifically. As you stated in the Club Shay Shay interview, you had the mentality of a 15-year-old child. You required a man to raise you, and you were acting like a little girl. These are your words. It doesn't matter what context I have them in. This is how you thought of yourself as a grown adult who was someone's mother. Last time I checked, Monique fans, a 15-year-old grown adult who acts like a child but is in search of their daddy, they don't typically make efficient parents. But hey, I could be wrong. On a more serious note, to sit there and allow your daddy to address my mental health in a weak attempt to pass my response off as a moment is disturbing and insulting to those of us who do have mental health issues. The way I presented myself was no different than my mother and her daddy presented themselves when addressing D.L. Hughley. And her precious sweet babies ate it up. D.L. is wrong because he's so loud. Mo and daddy are right because they're so calm. But I, for some reason, don't get the same energy. To simply try to call me crazy is dismissive and cowardice. Attacking somebody's mental status is a clear sign that you have zero to stand on. Furthermore,
now y'all already know that that's a part that I totally disagree with. I do not feel like he was being called crazy. I understand that's what he feels, but that ain't what happened. Sydney was referencing why there's not been able to be reconciliation between them and him, and reference his temper issues, his anger issues, and his mental health issues that I'm going to assume if that's going to be brought up, it's going to be brought up because that's something that he slacks on, is his mental health. And his mental health gets away from him. I don't know whether Shalon has been prescribed medication. I'm not sure whether he suffers from bipolarism or suffers from severe depression. I don't know whether he has been assigned any medication to take, but maybe like a lot of people, especially Black people, we don't like taking meds. And a lot of Black men specifically try to self-medicate through alcohol, smoking weed, etc., and not really keeping up with their mental health, even if they have a diagnosis. So if your mental health, if you do have a mental health challenge and you're not taking care of that, I don't care how triggering it seems or sounds. The truth is, these are things that can complicate your life and complicate the people around you. I have a cousin who is schizophrenic and suffers from severe bipolarism. There have been periods in her life where she's gone off her meds because she's come under the impression as a result of being on her meds that she was well, she was healed, she didn't need the meds, not realizing that she was only doing well because she was on her meds. And then she would go off them, and then she would lose her shit. And this would cause such a severe burden on the family because she would just be acting out, and she would have these psychotic episodes, and there would be all this shit in her brain about everybody, and she would be going ballistic, and it would just be one thing after the other. Her parents would have to like institutionalize her at times to get her back on track. It was a mess. And my cousin also had childhood trauma and a lot of trauma from her upbringing as well. And when she wasn't on her meds, all those things would become like unearthed out of her. And it would just, you know, it would just be a mess. And it stayed like this for years. Stuff like this is like still going on. So if that has been a reality and if that has been an issue, then rightfully so, you know, between the temper issues, between you not taking care of your mental health, and then us, because of the childhood trauma, having to be a family that's attempting to have hard conversation and repair some of this deep stuff, you do have to be severely stable in order to do very hard work. If you are fragile, attempting to do very difficult work in your life, very difficult shadow work and soul work, the work itself could implode upon you. You know, it could blow you to smithereens. The work is profound, and the level of emotional maturity and the level of mental fortitude that is required for you to stay the course. Y'all have seen Iyanla Vanzant. Y'all have seen people who don't got no damn mental health issues, who just got a bunch of fucking problems, and it's just very dysfunctional, who couldn't even survive Iyanla's process of healing, girl. Look at Shay from Love and Hip Hop, who completely freaked out, cussed Iyanla ass out, hauled ass, and aborted the damn process. Look at the girl who had gotten stolen by another woman at birth, and another woman had raised her, and Iyanla was attempting to, you know, to integrate her back into the life with her biological mother, who had missed all these years with her. And look at how that woman damn near was about to punch Iyanla in the face. Look at how many people have went ballistic. Look at Keisha Cole's sister, Neffy, who completely lost her shit on Iyanla. Difficult. Iyanla was so stressed out trying to get these people the healing they need that she ended up quitting Iyanla Vanzant and said, you know what? Fuck y'all. Fuck this. I can't do this no more. Between having to deal with y'all asses, coming to me about y'all bullshit, and then turning me into the villain, and then having to deal with the ignorant ass non-spiritual consumers and viewers who watching this shit, having the audacity to find flaw and issue in me and criticizing me and my teaching method. Oh, y'all can have it, boo. There ain't enough money, honey. Y'all can pay me to be with the shits, boo. Anybody who needs my services can contact me personally, and I can be a personal service to y'all. But in terms of doing this shit publicly and between these crazy hoes on the show and you crazy ass motherfuckers off the show in the comment section, goodbye, good riddance, girl. So we have seen literally, you know, people even through the Iyanla Vanzant series, people without mental issues, people who just got issues, you know, being able like finding the process of healing insufferable. So imagine having childhood issues. Imagine also having mental issues that you're not taking care of, and you're subjecting yourself to trying to repair very difficult things in your psyche and very difficult fractures in your relationships to the people in your life. And you don't have that under control, and you're not being diligent about that. Once again, the work itself can almost drive you mad. So if you're already fragile going into that work, if you're already really not up on your self-care, and you're not as well as you can be before you enter that level of soul journey, you enter into that level of healing, which is a grueling process. That's why the Bible calls it, let every man or woman work out his or her own soul salvation in fear and in trembling. Because like I said on yesterday, girl, this work will bring you to your fucking knees. The work itself will bring you to your knees. You know, every evolutionary step in my own consciousness, girl, throughout the years was damn near a rite of passage, girl. It was damn near apocalyptic. Okay, I completely understand why a lot of people don't do the work. I understand why a lot of people get intimidated regarding the work of personal growth and working toward forgiveness and father fractures and mother fractures and SA fractures and everything else, girl, because the work is, once again, it's profound, it's heavy. And while the process is really ugly, kind of like childbirth, girl, it's bloody, it's aggressive, it's intense, it's painful to open up the coffin of all of that shit you got buried and repressed down there. But the reason why some people faithfully endure the healing process is because it's so epically rewarding in its aftermath. But yes, the process is nasty. The process is a confrontation between you and your own humanity and your psychology and all of the narratives you fed yourself. It's a willingness and a attempt to let go of all of the ways in which you also are rewarded by holding on to the victim narratives, because we are rewarded. Anybody who's mad is also getting something out of being mad, just like people who are happy are getting something out of being happy. There is an equity on all of these emotional states, okay? People get something out of it. And letting go of that in order to stand in a new world and a new world order, if you will. It's a lot. It's a big undertaking. So I disagree that Sydney, I did not feel like Sydney had brought it up to be malicious. Sydney was just letting it be known, like, you saying we the problem, we saying you the problem, and this is why you're the problem. You know you have a temper issue. You know you have mental health issues that you don't, consistently stay on top of, and all those things infringe upon our ability to create stability together. Because everybody got to pull their load in a collaboration. Everybody got to. But if you got somebody suffering from addictions, if you got somebody who is impartial, if you got somebody who is, it offsets the entire ecosystem. So I don't feel like it was malicious. I don't feel like he was being called crazy. Unfortunately, in the Black community, when it comes to mental health, there has been too much of a jokety joke around mental health and eluding that people are crazy, etc. But that's a cultural stigma. And sometimes, because that's a cultural stigma, we will project that onto people who are not stigmatizing us. They're just calling out the reality. So if you have a mental health issue, or mental health problems, etc., like, those are simply the facts. If you project into that, then you project into that. But it did not sound to me that Sid was making him out to be crazy. He was just making him out to be irresponsible and saying, look, you got issues that you're not taking accountability for. That's also contributing to the problem. Don't put that shit all on us. You know damn well you got an anger issue. You know damn well you got mental health issues that you are not responsible about. And all those things get in the motherfucking way.
Kind of person still has a text message from their wife's son that is over 2 years old, still in their phone, saved just for the purpose of re-showing it to him. What I specifically remember about that message is that at the end of it, you said something along the line.
Yeah, and Monique is gonna, and thank God Monique does. Thank God these people do, because you got to realize Monique is a public figure. She knows what I know, that everybody in your life is going to come for your public reputation when they in your fucking feelings. That's just how it goes when you are a public figure. This is the way that people in your life will attempt to hurt you, is to reputationally injure you, etc. And she had already gone through this with Oprah, and Oprah doing shiesty shit and having her mama and her dad and all of these people come on to Oprah show, etc. Monique already done been through this with the industry, with Lee Daniels, Tyler Perry, Oprah, etc. So Monique knows the importance of preserving, girl, preserving. Okay, and I also encourage public figures yes, please chronicle your exchanges and your experiences, because people are weird. People get in their fucking feelings, and this is what people are going to come for when they in their fifis about you. So on a just in case day, when people want to decide it's mad day and motherfuckers want to try to go and warp, the truth, because God forbid, girl, some of the situations that I've been in, thank God I had shit on reserve, because that allowed me to not have people take my word for it. Take the facts word for it. Fuck my word. Because see, when it's a he say, she say situation, people can get real creative with that subjectivity. Here are the facts. Okay? Don't talk to me or take my word for it, girl. This ain't LeVar Burton. Okay? I welcome you to the Reading Rainbow. So, thank God, people have their fair share of data, because people do get out here, and sometimes people not being malicious when they're spinning narratives. Sometimes they're sincere. But the problem with that is that your personal truth and the truth can be two different things. So sometimes people are spinning their personal truth, which could be just all the shit in their head that's informed by their insecurities, that's informed by their traumas, that's informed with all of that, instead of it being with the truth. Like, you can have a friend, right, who, what's a great example of this? What's a great example of this? You can have a friend who dressed real tacky, girl. Like, this real tacky as hair, girl. Like, wig always fried, or hair always undone. Outfit is never fitting, girl. Just always look, disheveled, girl. Okay? It's always giving, girl, upside down. Now, this friend may have been socially awkward their whole life and been through their fair share of being judged by the way they look, by the way they dress, whatever the case may be. So they may have existing trauma there that you don't know about. But because you love your friend and you adhere to the mantra that your friend should care enough about you to tell you the truth, then you end up pulling this friend aside and just letting them know, hey, boo, like, I would love to teach you how to dress, because this will make your experience, when we go out in public, a lot better. You'll probably get a lot more receptivity from men or from women, etc., girl. So, I'm going to teach you how to do your hair. I'm going to teach you how to dress, girl, whatever the case may be. Now, if your friend already fractured as fuck and you don't really know that, your friend, as well-meaning and sincere as you were, as kind and as loving as your gesture may even be, for you to look out for somebody you love because you care about the experience they're having. You care about the way that they're treated in public. You want them to get maximum out of everything they are because you adore them. But your friend then goes home and starts to suffer in silence and starts to project all of their trauma onto you, and their trauma is telling them that you're bullying them. Their trauma has them looking at you like the bullies in their life. And so they're at home ripping themselves apart under this belief that you're calling them ugly, that you are calling them unattractive, that you disapprove of them, and they're now narrating it, everything that you gave them, everything that you said. They're narrating all of your love in the context of the trauma that they're made in the image of. This is what happens a lot of time. And now there's a big blow up and there's all this shit, and now you're having to defend yourself because your friend done took the shit all the wrong way, and it's just all up in flames, girl. Okay, so sometimes when people are so-called spinning the narrative, they're not necessarily intentionally lying. They're just telling are articulating their experience based upon their perception, and perception is reality, which can still be dangerous depending on what you perceive in, bitch. Okay. You know, because sometimes people perceive criminality that did not happen. They perceive intentions that never were. They perceive attitudes that never were. They perceive, you know, truths that are not. You know, you could be existing around people that you don't feel loved by, who love you to death, love you down boots, you know. But if you just have things going on within yourself, you may not be able to see things according to the way they in fact are. So I understand that this is once again like his perception of things, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what Monique and Sid did.
If you don't respond, I understand. I could care less about what your message was about. But for you to say in the message, if you don't respond, I understand. Why was it then that when you and I did speak after that message was sent, the first question out of your mouth is, hey man, how come you didn't respond to my text message? I found that to be very unique. But I did not need an explanation on how to speak to women or how to listen to women. That was not what that situation was about. My mother showed me how conceited she is in that situation that you were referring to. For a woman to villainize the actions of her son for being a man and a father to his new family, simply because she had not heard from him in 2 days, as though her phone was broken and she could not check on me. Because last time I checked, I was a new parent. I didn't get a new house. I didn't go on vacation. I didn't just get a new game system. I had a baby. And in those 2 days that you did not hear from me, I was handling my business as a man and a father. But I'll assume your phone and the phones of those around you were all broken, which I wanted to believe was the reason why you did not respond to a message from your son expressing his concern over some bumps that your grandchild had on her back. You would later make it your business to tell me that you got the message and chose not to respond because her other grandmother is a nurse. Damn the fact that she is also your blood. And shout out to Nana. My baby girl loves her some Nana. This statement.
Okay, so Shalon just called out Monique for pretty much not showing up and at least being emotionally supportive when he sent her pictures of his daughter having some bumps on her back. And according to him, Monique's justification for not responding or not sending a prayer or not calling and checking on the situation was because her other grandma is an actual nurse. Yeah, Monique, you're gonna have to do better than that, but this is your granddaughter, to Shalon's point. I mean, regardless of if the family is filled with a bunch of damn nurses and doctors, you would still want emotional support if something happened to you. You broke a leg, etc. I mean, here it is. We saw in the text Shalon asking you about if your eyes were feeling better. I mean, he could have easily justified not checking on you and just not extending natural compassion to you because you're a rich woman who, of course, has doctors on deck, you know, but, you know, like that was a terrible justification for not like following up with him about the bumps on your granddaughter's back, etc. And for him to know that there is a nurse and a doctor in the family, for him to still submit those images to you meant that he obviously wasn't looking for professional advice, but he was looking just to make you informed and to just make you a part of, you know, the day-to-day ins and outs of what's going on with your granddaughter. So at the very least, yeah, you could have like followed up with him with something.
money and then stating, "Don't let nobody introduce me to you," is not a competent statement to make because it wasn't a complete sentence, nor did the two things correlate with each other. And when did you have the time to introduce yourself to a son that you weren't interested in and didn't do the best job you could do? I'm starting to think that you're not hearing yourself. To address money, you gave me $10,000 for a down payment on a car. Yes, thank you again. Thank you. My girlfriend and I were already prepared to put our money together and get a car. You and your husband called us one day and stated that y'all were going to give us $5,000 for a down payment. We said, okay. You then called us back a day or two later and stated that you would be giving us $10,000 for a down payment on the car. You and him made the conscious choice to give us that money. We did not ask you for anything, but this is an example of a rich person doing something for you. And because this is, an example of a rich person doing something for you because they want to do it for you, but because it doesn't have the desired effect that they want it to have, you are inconsiderate and ungrateful. But let's take it a step further. I eventually would uncover that my mother had left me a UTMA worth 40.
Okay, so he just established that he did not ask for the money, that his mom had contributed to his car, etc. That this is something that Monique decided to do all of her own will, that he did not seek out her help, or he wasn't looking for her to like rescue him out of a situation, etc. And he feels that her instead of bringing that up from a manipulative standpoint, I don't believe they brought it up from a manipulative standpoint. As I stated on yesterday, most of our parents, when it comes to like us as the children, a lot of Black parents are very left brain when it comes to their love language for their kids. A lot of the love is in doing, not really nurturing, not in the saying, not in the vocal affirmational, but it's in the doing. Like, I put a roof over your head, closing your back, food on the goddamn table. Like, what the fuck you think I like? Of course I fucking love you. What do you think I'm slaving for? What do you think I'm suffering for? What do you think I'm tired for? What do you think I'm exhausting myself for? Like, can't you see the love all around you in the form of the goddamn macaroni, the love in the form of the goddamn couch, love in the form of the goddamn heating and central air? Can't you see all the love in the so I feel like because a lot of Black parents love language is in doing, that it's this is why a lot of Black parents constantly like their go-to when their children are trying to communicate to them that they feel abandoned, etc. It goes over Black parents' heads and they just go into defending themselves and calling out the stuff they did for you, because that stuff is synonymous in their minds to their love, because that's the way that they've been programmed, you know, as it relates to love, is provide. That the substance of your love is in your ability to provide material stability for your young people. My parents used to do the same shit. And everybody's parents that I know used to do the same shit. So I don't feel like it was per se they brought it up to be manipulative, but but nonetheless, their response might have still been out of context if what he means by "you don't love me," or "I don't feel love," or "I don't feel supported" is more emotional, spiritual, and mental based than it is material. But I don't know how much Shalon has properly articulated his experience to Monique and Sydney for them to like know what exactly he means by, you know, "you don't love me," or "you're not interested," or "you're not showing up for me." Because I also know that a lot of people who have problems and issues are also not the most like articulate people when it comes to identifying like what it is they actually need to be better and what it is they're really looking for out of the relationship that's come under injury, etc. So
$5,000. You never brought that account to my attention. You claim it was because you forgot that you even set it up in the first place, which validates my original point. Who forgets that they invested $45,000 into a child that at that time is the only child?
And that's a good point too. Loretta, who says, is it wrong for someone to help you although you didn't ask them to? Because that could easily be argued to be a love gesture, that I'm thinking of you. I want to do something nice for you. I see that you're trying to do something. I'm supporting what you're doing, and I'm willing to take up some of the slack, because I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you, and I hope that you see what I'm doing as an act of love, and that I see you. I'm paying attention. I'm aware. I'm not just going to be a talker. I'm going to be a doer. So it's interesting how his interpretation of them bringing it up was, from you're trying to manipulate me, etc. And that's why I said yesterday, girl, really, this thing between Monique and her son, the founding issue is there was abandonment. She acknowledges that. He acknowledges that. But the rest of it has just been a whole lot of miscommunication and just not understanding each other and not understanding each other's love language. It just seems like it's just a lot of misunderstanding. That they don't really know each other, and they don't know how to really get to know each other, or somebody don't know how to get to know somebody. I don't know whether it's a two-party issue or it's a one-party issue, because once again, all relationships are a collaboration. Even if one party is super on it, super self-aware, super etc., girl, it still can't work. Which is why, you hear a lot of women who, despite all they did to keep their marriage together, their marriage still became undone, because it's not all up to one person. Any situation that involves more than one person is a situation where everybody has to participate, everybody has to collaborate, everybody has to pick up their fucking slack. And you can be as healthy as you want to be in a 2-person situation, in a 3-person situation. You can be as top tier, emotionally aware, intelligent, successful, mature, and the whole shit is still implode because everybody has to pull their slack.
When I was homeless and I called you to help me figure out how to access the account, you said, Shalon, I don't even know what you're talking about. And if I did, why do you think I would help you? After finding out from the Georgia Department of Revenue that they had been sending me mail to 3 separate Georgia addresses, all of which I lived at with you at some point or another. For the life of me, I can't grasp how those letters managed to slip by so many people at 3 different locations. I did, however, eventually get access to the money and the brokerage account that you had set up for me with Morgan Stanley. To be fair, what you put together for me was amazing, especially had I let it sit for a year or 2, which made it bittersweet that you wouldn't have wanted to help or even educate me on how to manage what I had. My blowing through that money is all on me, and I have to take my accountability for that, and it's a lesson learned. Sydney stated that the last time that him...
Okay, so I don't understand. She pretty much created a type of trust account for him at some point. I don't know whether that was set up by Monique or set up by her employees or her accountant or somebody who was managing her affairs and, said this would be a great idea. And maybe she forgot about it, or I don't know, but it was like, on one hand, he was saying she told him that, why would I do anything for you? But then acknowledges what she did for him, and then says that he blew through the $45,000 that had been acquired regarding the trust. So, and then also blames her for not showing him how to manage that money. Okay, so she told me I ain't do nothing. Why would I do that for you? But clearly she actually did it because the money was a real thing. The trust fund was a real trust fund. So I don't understand. I'm not even gonna deal with that because I don't even know how to make sense of that. But the part that he says about like he blew through the money, but he takes responsibility for it, and she did not even extend herself to him to show him how to manage that money. Another that is a missed opportunity on Monique's part. She is the parent and she is a successful one, and she knows, like, if she's acknowledging that I haven't been around to parent, I'm going to assume that Monique is going to try to take up some of these future opportunities to, like, teach her son some things, to kind of like be there when the opportunity arises for her to be there. And I would think that it's common sense to, like, have a conversation with your son about that type of money, especially with him being a young person, and he don't know shit about money management. Like, a lot of Black people are not financially literate, literate. And her and the father's duties are to have these conversations and to instill the right values and perspectives in the offspring's lives. So I'm gonna say that Monique dropped the ball. Yeah, she should have just, like, it was a great thing to do, for one. I mean, how many people have any type of a trust fund left to them by their parents, for one. But for two, to bring that full circle, it definitely, it was an opportunity to, show him the ropes, talk to him about some things he could do, like, with that money, maybe encourage him to let it sit a little bit longer, encourage him to invest it. It would have just been an opportunity for them to collaborate. Maybe she got investments, and, he could have poured some of that money into, some of her shares in stocks and bonds, or properties, or whatever it was, etc. I don't know. So I get it.
Spoke, I wanted to call him Dad. The actual truth is that I wanted to call him Pop. Calling you Uncle Sidney, but my mother calls you Daddy and the boys call you Daddy. It was getting a little awkward. And yes, for a very short time, I did feel that way about you. But the more things change, the more they stay the same.
No, I don't. LaShonda says he can teach himself, grow up. Auntie Trisha says, or he could have made an appointment with a financial counselor for a free consultation. Yeah, but those are things that you don't know to do. Like, when you don't have a proper relationship to money, you don't understand the world of money. You think that money is just a currency. You don't understand that money is a mentality. Money is a consciousness. Money is an energy. Like, how many Black people know to, like, that it even comes into their reality to, let me go with go get a financial consultant. Like, you kind of have to be raised around people who do those type of things with money. But if you come from a culture and a community where people live from check to check, people spend their money on their immediate needs and desires. People don't have a long, they don't think the long way about money. They only think about the right now, present. Like, their attitude about money is in selfie mode rather than landscape mode. Then yeah, like, and this is why we have so many financially illiterate people in the community, because that's just not the way we relate to money. That's not what we think about when it comes to money. We come from families and generations of people who live from check to check, who spent their money in the right now, who did not, allow money to accumulate, etc. And so you ultimately end up as a byproduct of the way you're raised, which is why proper parenting is necessary. Like, these things are just not things you just gonna know. Like, these are not, like, we're not like ladybugs, or we're not like pigs or cows. Like, we don't have those type of instincts. Everything that we know is something that has to be programmed into us. You know, like a newborn baby doesn't have the opportunity to go prepare a bottle of milk for itself. Like a baby crocodile, you know, has instincts to go into the water. It has instincts, you know, in how to capture, you know, its own food, etc. You know, our disadvantage as a species is we have superior intellect regarding any other creature. However, we also have to be like programmed with information in order to like really thrive in our spaces. And Monique has acknowledged that her family is raggedy, and her family is his family. You know, there are pedophiles and rapists and abusers and just real raggediness in her family. So, you know, he wasn't coming up in a space where he saw a lot of stability. And once again, she's the parent, his dad is the parent. It's their job to teach him to, hey, you should pick up the phone and consult. You know, like, that's their place to do. That's the whole point of having parents. If your parents not going to teach you shit and your parents not going to instill shit in you, it really ain't no point of having parents. So, you know, they had a job to do, and they didn't always show up for that job. Now, parents don't have a rule book either, you know, so for all we know, Monique ass wasn't any more financially literate than he was. You know, maybe she was also living from check to check. Maybe she wasn't, you know, saving her own damn money. Maybe she was just working, making money, working and making money. Maybe she had a short form attitude about money as well, so she didn't have that feedback to give to him. You know, it's not necessarily, it doesn't mean that, you know, she was diabolical, but, you know, he is also saying that there was some type of a discrepancy with her saying, why would I do something like this for you? So, what I'm going to assume is that Monique definitely then had to have somebody else set this account up, and then she just fucking forgot about it. And then when he turned around and became aware of it because he was receiving mail from the IRS, and then he reached out to her like, hey, like, I you know, I have this UTMA in my name or whatever. It had fell by the wayside for her. She probably was just like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And maybe at that point, their relationship was in the trash. You know, they were not on good terms with one another. You know, maybe this was one of those points where she wasn't happy with him, he wasn't happy with her, so she just wasn't, you know, really feeling him like that, and she said some very nasty things. And and if Monique also said those things, she wrong as fuck, you know. She wrong as fuck, you know. Like, you just can't have that type of posture toward your child, and a child that you have already fractured, you know. And you can't say things like that. Like, why would I do anything for you is a very nasty thing to say. And as a parent, she should have more self-control and self-awareness than that, even if in that moment, with whatever they were going through, that she wasn't happy with him. That was also a missed moment on Monique's part when it comes to emotional intelligence. Everything that can be said shouldn't be said. And there was another way to handle that situation. She just honestly just could have said, hey, I'm not really sure what you're talking about. You may have to send me or show me what you are referring to, but I don't know like what you are talking of. But she used that moment to be petty, and she used that moment to be petty, you know, to be petty and out of order.
Oh, Black Jesus. I do just want to really quickly give a really, really big thank you to the support that I received throughout this. I didn't think that was something that was going to happen. I didn't make that video to have a tennis match with my mother. I do not plan on making any more videos. This is it. I've said what I wanted to say. To me, if you're not going to acknowledge, you've already shown me that you don't care enough to acknowledge what I did say. So I definitely don't have the expectation that you're going to acknowledge now what I'm saying. So it is what it is. But once again, I want to say thank you again, man. That day that before I posted that original video, I went to sleep with 25 followers that I probably could name all. I could probably name all 25 of those people. I think I have over like 12,000 followers now. That's really cool, man. I really appreciate that. But I just can't say thank you enough. I know I sound like a broken record, but I do appreciate the love, and best of luck to my mother in Sydney. And I hope that the Cat Williams tour is incredible. I really do. But when it comes to me, I am going to enjoy being a dad and being a man and just going through life, man. I don't want to be famous or notorious for being someone's neglected kid. I don't want that to be my story. And I only said what I said just to provide context, not to become anything. But y'all be safe, man. Peace.
Well, there were definitely some contradictions. Like when he said, like, when he responded to her earlier in the video saying, you know, you're saying we will see how this plays out. You know, who are you talking about? When, you know, it's a me and you situation. But the same thing can be argued on your behalf, Mr. Shalon. You are addressing your mother publicly as well. Like, so who is this video for? Who are these videos for? You know, you establish a we by going public too. Because obviously this is a conversation that you and her could have had privately. Because once again, it's not like Monique has been in the public slamming him. She ain't been in the public degrading him. She ain't been in the public disparaging him. So her speaking about their situation has been in the vein of her just talking about her life experience and her just being honest about where things are and her attempting to like learn and grow from the mistakes she made in being an over ambitious parent, you know, and her son ended up severely neglected as a result of her workload. So I can understand if, you know, the interviews that Monique have done has been like, you know, like sliding him and just putting him down and has been talking bad about him, because the way this is all unfolding, you would think that that's what Monique has done. You would think that Monique is out here publicly dragging him, and that's not what she's been doing. So as I said yesterday, I got to stick to what I said. Obviously, Shalon is not really over things. He found himself triggered by some things that she said in the Shay Shay interview. He found himself triggered apparently by some things that her and Daddy said regarding only acknowledging 3 sons, which they were specifically acknowledging Sid's children with Monique. But obviously he still wanted to be heard and wanted to be seen, and he wanted his mother to know he disapproves. Like that. So it's not sincere on his part that he's over it, because when you are truly over it, you don't even care if the other party knows you're over it, because you are over them. You don't care if they know you're mad. You don't care if they know you are unhappy with them, etc. Because when you have laid some shit to rest, girl, it is to rest, and you are just on living your life. You know, that soul tie, that emotional umbilical cord has been completely severed. So for him to have the narrative that I don't care, but then acknowledging all the things that triggered him, yeah, there is like a contradiction between what he's saying and also doing. So it's giving me that Shalon definitely, deep down, beyond all of his like defensiveness, he wants a relationship to his mother. I believe that he feels hopeless and doesn't know how to go about that because he just feels like they've been unsuccessful at getting on the same page over the years, and it just forces him to throw in the towel. But even though the situation seemed hopeless, it has not necessarily changed his desire. But because he's also mad, and at this point, he feels like Monique is showing him who she is, so he doesn't want to continue to be vulnerable and open himself up to her and deal with that desire to want a connection. So he is going to convince himself that he's okay with not having his mother in his life, and that ship has sailed and da da da. But if it had sailed, he would be far across the Atlantic Ocean by now. He wouldn't even be looking at the clips of Monique in the interview. He wouldn't even be turning it on. He wouldn't even be looking at the interview, because it's not like somebody has a GUN in his head and is forcing him to sit in front of a TV and endure these things. Like, you intentionally sat and listened to these clips or listened to this interview. You sat through it, and you intentionally looked, and you intentionally made choices to bear witness to what she was doing. But you're saying, on the other hand, she's completely irrelevant. She's dead to you. You know, so it's just, it's Shalon at very best. He's being defensive, and it's not given what he think that it's given. And I wish that Nicole or Tuffy or, you know, somebody in his life would love him enough to say, hey, I know you are mad and you are exhausted, you know, with the situation with your mom. But the reality is, you responding to her and you watching that interview is communicating that there are things left undone and things left unsaid that you are not admitting to yourself. You're saying that you're over her, but really it's given that there's some hope in you still. And you knew that by going live that you were throwing a lifeline out there. You were getting her to see you once again, something that you have wanted. Of course, as someone who got abandonment issues, you want to be seen. If you really were over it, you wouldn't need her to know that you are over it. That over it would be reflected in all of your actions. It'd be reflected in all of your behavior. You're not over it. You wanted to go on a public platform where you knew you could be seen, where you knew you could be heard, where you knew obviously your mother would see this, and she did. I need you to explore that a little bit more. I need you to go into that a little bit more, because there's a lot of data in that you are not seeing and acknowledging. The big question is, why would you do that? Why, if you are over it, then why did you need her to see you again? That's the part of this that you need to wrestle with. That's the part of this thing that you need to come face to face with and confront that and have a conversation with yourself about that and explore a little bit of that, and then see what that leaves you with. Because you may realize that you do want something that you don't want to accept, because the thing that you want puts you in a position to be vulnerable. And you're vulnerable because you know you don't get to control whether she participates in that relationship or not. And you don't want to trust her. You don't want to trust her. You don't want to put yourself in a position to have to trust her. And admitting that you want a relationship and then extending that honesty to her puts her in a position you feel to control you emotionally, because it's going to hurt you if she doesn't. And you don't want to be hurt no more. And those are all understandable things. But the problem with us not coming face to face with our real truth, or I should say the truth, because there's our truth and then there's the truth. Our truth is the shit we tell ourselves. The truth is the shit that actually is, no matter what we done told our damn self. I don't love him, I don't love him, I don't love him, I don't love him, I don't love him. The fact is, you do, bitch. There's our truth and then there's the truth. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Truth is, you do care. There's our truth and then there's the truth. And life is hard. Being vulnerable is not easy. Trying to trust people that have already let you down is not easy. Because your heart is at stake. But the thing that we miss out on when we don't get in touch with our real truth is we can't, first and foremost, we can't move cohesively. We will always be a walking contradiction when we're not in touch with what's truly going on with ourselves. We'll always be talking and acting out of both sides of our necks. But then for two, not coming full circle with our truth also prohibits possibility. Because your fear and your scars may be informing you about a possibility that truly is there, but your fears are telling you it's not. Your fears are trying to talk you out of rolling the dice. And while there may be, once again, concerns and shit at stake as a result of being vulnerable, rolling the dice, which is you getting your feelings hurt. But the reward and benefit of rolling the dice is you can also end up getting your needs met. You can also end up getting what you want. You can also end up getting what you hope for. You can also, everything can go right and be well as a result of being hopeful. And it's okay to be hopeful. You know? So, you know, Shalon has said he's not going to make any more videos. I'm not sure how much stake to put into that, because he says he don't care, but then he made the first video and then he said he was complete and done in the first video only to make a second video. So I know he's more invested than what he is wanting to believe he is. This is not about context, as he said. This is not about none of that. This is about you still love your mother and you still want your mother. And that's also perfectly okay. I really hope that Monique and Sin and Shalon really sit down and go to counseling together and acknowledge that they all love each other. A lot of bad things have happened. A lot of things have been said. A lot of hurt has been done. But nonetheless, this is a family that still nonetheless wants to be a family and wants to have a relationship, even if that has to look different than what's currently in their minds, even if that has to look different than the fantasies that they have in their minds, because it's clear to me that Sid, Monique, and Shalon love each other. In all of this, I have not gotten that Sid and Monique hate Shalon, and I just, despite the things that Shalon has said, I have not gotten, because his actions reflect something different, that he hates his mother. I see a bunch of people who just don't know how to necessarily give each other what they're asking each other for. So I'm wishing the best. I'm gonna drop the link and let you guys come up and share your thoughts. Moderators, please rotate the link. Don't correct how I'm pronouncing his name because I'm going to be true to my tongue. So if my tongue says Shalon, Shalon, it is. Sometimes it is Shalon. Okay. Me and my tongue are in a holy matrimony with each other. Okay, because the gag is, you know who the fuck I'm talking about. That's the irony of all you English majors, who be in the chat, is you know exactly who the fuck a person is still talking about. Shalom. Shalom. Grow up and get over it. Now I'm going to drop the link. Moderators will take that link. I am a professor, sexy NASA. They call me the hood Buddha. Amongst my tribe, honey. I'm the ghetto Jesus. This is why I'm an empath. This is the work I do offline. This is who I am in my family structures. I am that go-to person. I'm always absorbing everybody else's problems. Now y'all see why, y'all are able to see then like what I be talking about when I just be sharing like my journey of being empathic as hell, and it's interesting. We got people in the background. Intersex, you might want to cam down, boo. I think your camera is on by accident. I see your ceiling, but I will wait to bring you up until you cam down. Rumors in T, The Rock. And hold on. Let me make sure. Let me put my banner up because I don't want Intersex to have a slip up. Let me check on her super quick. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Thumbs up, you guys, if you're in the building, please. Let me pull up a banner super quick. Do I have a banner up here? Where are my banners? Oh my god. Where are my banners? I'm gonna put this one up. Is this wide enough? No. Oh, this will do. Okay. Intersex, you there? Can you hear me, Intersex? Oh, okay. Hold on. I see you had brought in another. Okay. All right. Welcome to the platform, Rumors and Tea and The Rock. What's going on, Rumors? Your thoughts?
I don't want it to be a deja vu moment, but yeah, we definitely covered all of this morning, and then the receipts were just receding. I don't fault the son, nor do I fault Monique 100% completely. It's everybody. It really is everybody. She's not understanding him. He's not understanding her because they don't know each other.
Yeah.
That is very clear. So the opportunities, because what it seems like to me, what he wants from his mom, like even like when he used the baby as an example, he wasn't expecting, like I don't think he was expecting her to give him instructions on what to do and diagnose or anything. I think he was looking for a bonding moment. And it's like he's even like with the money, because everything, all the examples that he gave, is like he was looking for bonding moments. Like, maybe we can't bond, for as a mother and son, where the trauma originated from, but because I'm older, maybe we can develop a relationship as far as on parenting level. You know what I mean? Like he's just been, to me, that's what it feels like. And she's not understanding for her, because her language, in my opinion, is her love language is providing, being a provider. And I think that she may not, because she may wrestle with not being able to actually give him that. Maybe she does not know how to give him what it is that he needs, and that could be due to her traumas. You get, you know what I mean? And like, I just don't think that that he's offering in this situation, what I'm saying, he's not offering grace, and neither one of them have the tools to really see what's happening. But it's the fact that he's in my opinion, him trying to project, like, because it's kind of non and void. Him trying to make an issue about her even speaking on him when she's really not speaking on him. She's speaking about herself, right? And her lack of parenting, good parenting skills. But it's like he's really like trying to weaponize that and make it an issue or whatever the case may be. Because at this point, it's like, I don't know how to get the attention I want from you. Because I have, I am trying, you're not recognizing it. And it's almost like he's having a temper tantrum at the age where he's stuck in a trauma with her. It's just a temper tantrum. And she's not understanding it. He's clearly not understanding it. And I just wish at this point a professional would voluntarily, offer them some service. Like, they need life coaching.
And there's also,
and I think I think he needs it the most.
I was going to say that there's also there's like some insincerity on his part too, because it's like on one hand he slammed every gesture that they've given to him, especially if it was material. But then at the same time, if you look at the text messages, he's talking to her about how he's depressed about the sale of being down. He's talking to her about business, etc., and him having anxiety and this, that, and the third. So I'm just like, so on one hand, you're trying to make them out to be like these manipulative rich parents who try to use money to against you, but you're having money issues and financial issues, and you're consulting with your mother about those financial hardships. So then she, doing what a logical person does, is trying to show up monetarily too. But we can also see from the text messages, she also is doing her best to also just be there, period. She's, good morning, I love you, call me, I'm gonna call you, how's the baby? I mean, it's clear that Monique is not also as stoic as he's making her seem. Like, she's very present. Their communications are routine for the most part. She's once again carving out time for him. I mean, and we saw a text thread for a year. So it's,
it's like, did you pick up when he called her conceited? He said she's conceited. So for me, and I'm not trying to make him he's not, it's all of them. It's a contributing factor. All of them plays a role in the breakdown. But to me, even though his posture on the video, the initial video, he seemed very mature. I'm seeing someone that is emotionally unintelligent and immature. And in this video, it showed a lot. I can see a little bit of what AKA the daddy, Uncle Daddy was saying in his approach. And I think for Monique, she doesn't have, even though she's acknowledging that she's the cause of it, I think that she's not willing to deal with the immaturity of it. She may be in a place where we're seeing that even in her confessions, in her saying, I will be in jail. She's shown growth, right? And I think that she doesn't have the patience which she needs to. And what I mean saying that she doesn't have the patience, she's not really slamming him, but I can see how her subtlety of calling him out and setting a record straight is triggering for him, because it comes like like a child. We know how children are when they're being corrected. If you give them and you show them, even parents too, you show them where they're wrong and they don't want to necessarily take that, they get defensive about it because they feel like what you're doing is deflecting. But I don't think that any of her interviews, I know I've seen a lot of them, even in her stand-up when she's discussed her bad parenting, allegedly, gonna call it bad parenting. She has not defamed this young man. And I'm still going to stand that I believe there are other people that's at play that is in his ear. And instead of him being wise and understand these people mean you no good, and you can have whatever issues you have with your mom, but you should be on the back end talking to her about that. Like, you're going, it reminds me, this situation kind of reminds me of, without the profanity and all of that, it reminds me of Kirk Franklin and Keon.
Yeah.
Like, you guys, you have one person that is willing to do the work and the other person not trusting. Because I don't think he's being malicious. I just think that he doesn't trust his mom. He doesn't feel safe with being vulnerable and saying, this is my issue. I'm gonna make it about everything else. I'm gonna throw the examples out there, but I'm not gonna just say matter of fact, this is my issue. I think that's what he needs to do with his mother. Matter of fact, just be very, very, you don't have to throw no examples unless she needs them. Just be matter of fact. This is my problem.
I'm gonna tell you what I would have been interested in, because he said he got triggered as a result of her interview and her basically, saying that, we're not, we are estranged, I love him, I'm basically waiting on him. And then he responded publicly to that saying, no, you're not. I think a more appropriate thing to have done was, if your parents said that publicly, I'm waiting on you, what I would have did was I would have put up on her ass to see how true that was. I would have put up on her ass and saw how much she's so-called waiting on me. And then, had she in fact not been waiting on me, had she in fact not been willing to make any time for me, then I think I personally would have felt more justified than going public and saying, no, you're not waiting on me. I've been reaching out to you for the past week. I've been reaching out to you for the past 5 days since this Club Shay Shay interview, and there's been, you ain't call me back, you ain't text me, I'm on block, nobody's answering for me, etc. Wow. But none of that happened. So, and then obviously there has been some type of a breakdown in the relationship. Now, people are saying, the text messages were from 2020, 2021. I mean, of course, Monique didn't upload their entire text thread. I don't know whether there are text messages and exchanges that exist in 2023 as well, or 2022 as well. We're only getting like snippets of what's going on between these people. They obviously have not unloaded their entire damn, lived experiences, through Instagram and through these interviews. So I don't know if there's more text messages. It does lead though to the rational question of, okay, what was the breakdown? What had happened? Now, Sydney kind of alluded to, the fact that, he has just gotten a bit unrelational, that he's become a very difficult person. He has a bad attitude. You can't really talk to him. It's always, something. He's very disrespectful. It's just a lot. So maybe, there haven't been communications. I mean, Monique did say they are estranged. Sydney alluded that they're estranged because he's the one who is difficult in the situation. And like you said, rumors and tea, it sounded like they're not making an excuse for his bad behavior. And as long as he's bad behaving, they are going to leave him to his own devices until he can do better, because they're not going to tolerate the disrespect regardless of what the past is, which I'm not mad about.
I just quit, and I'm gonna let somebody else speak. I just kind of want to. They don't have to provide anything for us, but since it's public now, I'm curious as to, have they tried counseling? Like, I'm all when there's a breakdown in communication, I'm always taken aback that people do not go seek outside help, to help them, be able to articulate what it is they're trying to say, and they're failing to communicate to the other person, or vice versa, because that's what I feel like is really missing. I cannot harp in on that enough. Um, and I think that is, that's the only resolution that I can see, other than them not dealing. But I do feel like he wants a relationship with his mother. I feel like she wants a relationship with him. And I do feel like people are trying to make it out to be Sydney's the problem. I do think that is a whole false narrative. That's a whole lie. But what I would like for Sydney to do, because clearly there's a breakdown in their communication as well. I would like for him, if these two, you guys tried everything that you known as a parent, I would like for him to now step up and get a professional involved.
Yeah.
Because to me, even though now there's this little conflict between them two going back and forth, and he was more vocal than Monique, Sydney was. I feel like,
I don't know if the son. I don't know if the son would be open to that, because if you let him tell it, I mean, he is so not interested and doesn't want to do this again with Monique and Sydney.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to do it directly with them. You know what I mean? Because if all of they've been offering is their own like communications with them, like their own theories instead of bringing an outside person, I think he would be, honestly. I really believe that and maybe they should allow him to pick the therapist. You understand what I'm saying? Just put that offer out there and allow him, you know what I mean, which puts the ball back in his corner. Allow him to find someone that he may feel comfortable with versus them, because then I could see him be saying no because you guys brought, I don't know what y'all told this person, et cetera, et cetera. But if they allow him, just put the offer out there, guys. Y'all listen, let's get a professional in here, because clearly what we're doing it's not giving us the resolution that we need. And
Yeah,
sometimes the resolution is to just leave each other alone.
yeah, because there's a granddaughter that is not going to have a relationship apparently to her grandmother and her uncle grandfather. So yeah, I hope that they do work that
I'm
out.
going on mute.
All right, D-Rock, welcome to the platform. Thoughts?
Okay. Excuse me. Hold on. Get my earpiece together.
Now you've been sitting up here for damn 10 minutes.
Okay. So I can't speak for because I don't have children, so I think it would be kind of a little unfair of me to try to speak from a parent's point of view. But I do have a mother, and so I can speak from a son's point of view who has had some issues, a little fallout with my own mom. And when I even went so far as to bring in a family therapist, counselor, and because my mom was one who didn't believe in, she's religious, she's a Christian, so she didn't really believe in, kind of running and excuse my expression, but telling the white people your business, your family business, and so I did some research, I searched out and sought out and I try to check off every box. Okay, make sure this person is black. Make sure they're a Christian. Make sure they're around the same age as my mother. Make sure.
You try to make it as palatable for her as possible.
Yes, I mean, it turns out when the lady came,
so that she
when the
would
lady,
have no excuse to resist.
yes, like just like the young lady was just suggesting how they should do with Shalon is find somebody he would like. So that's what I did for my family. It's not just my mom, but it's my whole family, immediate family. But I mean, it turned out when the lady came here, I mean, she was the same culture as my mom. I mean, they were from her mom's name was literally my mom's name. I mean, so there was like the lady had the same belief systems, everything. So there was no excuse really. And then when she got here, we went through. My mom did participate in the session. She was humble and everything, and but then when I talked about further session, she was like, "Well, I only agreed to one session," and it was kind of like I kept trying to get my family to understand, like, hey, this is years, many years of stuff piled up. Like this is complex issues that have just piled up, and so it's like a cluttered room. You're not going to get it all done in one day, and so I was a stickler for mental health and counseling and therapy and all of that. But my family was not really on board. And when I was listening to Shalon's live, the first one he did, it's like everyone was saying he sounded very mature, he sounded very articulate, very intelligent, and he even validated some things to me. And I know I think he shouldn't have gone public with this, but I'm glad he did because I think because it helped me, and I'm sure it's helping a lot of people. And even Monique and Sydney, they admitted that, hey, this is a conversation that we feel needs to be public. So if they're okay with it being public, then I don't feel like anybody should have a problem with it. Because they claim to be all about the community and all about the black community and everything. So If they're open enough to put their private business out here, I think there's things we can take from it and glean from it. And so some of the things he was saying, it really validated my own thoughts and feelings. Like even
Okay,
when
so
it
what is
comes
your
to,
perception? So I mean, is Monique and Sydney the narcissistic, manipulative parents? Is Shalon the manipulator? Like who's what?
I think it's a little of both. To be honest, I think it's a little of both. Um, I feel like because even D.L. Hughley called this out when he was going on his read and roast of Monique, and so he called it out even before Shalon ever got to the ever stepped up on stage, and I'm inclined to be more in favor of the son, but I still find a little some holes in his conversation because it's kind of like you said earlier. He's claiming that he doesn't care. He's done with the whole situation. He's done. He doesn't have any interest in repairing the relationship. But you spent 10 minutes talking about the situation, and not only that, then when you took time to actually make another response to their response. And so I don't buy that he doesn't care or that he's not that he's disinterested because he pretty much outlined how much he's interested in his conversation, in the lives that he did on TikTok. And so, but as far as Monique, I don't. I'm stalling because I'm trying to keep this short, and I don't want to bring up other stuff that she's said about the whole Netflix situation and all of that. But I can see where he is suggesting that Monique is manipulative because I have thought that myself. Because even the whole way she goes about things, like she wasn't talking about Black Power, Black community, the community about nothing until that situation happened with her and Netflix, and then she wanted everybody to boycott this company based on what she went through. She wasn't talking about nobody else but her personal vendetta, her personal issues with the studio, and
Well,
then the
that's a little
same
bit.
thing.
I have a little bit of pushback against that. I mean,
Hmm.
nobody else had really caught Netflix to the carpet until until it became her personal situation. So I mean, it's kind of like going on a racist job. It's like regardless if nobody else has ever did it, like you wasn't even there for whatever happened in the past, but now that your experience is racist, you get to go to HR, you get to speak and protest and boycott and or reprimand or hold that system accountable. So I mean, like, who has spoken out against Netflix prior? Like, she would have only been informed by her own experience, not by anybody else's, especially if nobody else had even vocalized their experience prior.
Well, and this is why the situation is not all black and white to me because I do understand, Monique on one hand. I am glad she spoke out about a lot of the things she's spoken out about, but it's kind of like I feel like it's a little disingenuous on her part the way she makes it all about, okay, I'm doing this for the ones that's coming up behind me, but okay, you've been at this how many years now? It's been well over a decade now. So have you created anything? Have you created a organization like other people have done? Like have you started a studio yourself to bring in up and coming actresses and entertainers? Like I can't see anything that her or Sydney has done for the community other than complain about what's not right about it.
I mean, I don't know if there's any way to quantify someone's sincerity because honestly, truth also contributes to the betterment of the community as well. Like using the power of your voice and the power of your position, and she is a woman of means and privilege. So her being honest, even if she's being honest about her shit, does have a ripple effect on everybody else, and she tried to get everybody else to see that because she was also in conversations with plenty of other female actresses who were in secret saying, girl, you on it, you know. And she was like, and we need to rally together because this is not just a me situation, it's not just a Monique situation. You know, we all know what's going on here, you all are admitting what's going on here, but I'm the only one who's willing to suffer temporarily on the cross for the possibility of change. And she just forged ahead. And now, you know, 7 years later, we got Taraji, we got Gabrielle Union, we got all these other actresses who were like, yeah, she all facts. But Monique couldn't get anybody else to care about the community. She couldn't get anybody else to be a community. She couldn't get anybody else to be in community. You know, so really, I think the indictment is against everybody else who sat quietly, who knew the truth, but who wanted to go along to get along.
Mm-hmm.
She really indirectly exposed all of them because they're the ones not really in community. You know, she was the one who was willing to pick up her cross and willing to band with them. And even though, because let me tell you how interesting Monique is. Monique knows that her reputation is still fragile, and yet she's still willing to put it on the line. Because when Taraji came out and said, look, we eating Happy Meals and driving big wheels to work, you know, Monique didn't have no problem getting in there, you know, saying, yep, get Oprah ass, get Oxtail Winfrey ass, get her. Like, she was right there, even though she has no reason to still have nobody's back because she witnessed everybody forsake her. She witnessed nobody stand in the gap for her. And her reputation is still on the come up. It's still in repair mode. And yet she's still jumping out of the window when she could be in safely from the sideline. She could just be taking her winnings and zipping her lips and minding her damn business like everybody else did when she was at the forefront. But still, she telling these niggas, suck my dick.
And include the balls this time.
So, it's y'all. Some of y'all just don't like Monique, and it's just and look, I've had to tug on her wig, you know, about the bonnets and the PJs and her policing black women and all of that, you know. So Monique, I don't agree with all her politics, you know, but I'm just at that age where I realize that there's going to be nobody who I'm going to 100% agree with, but it doesn't mean that they also are 100% wrong. And I can stand behind what I can stand behind. And then, you know, like what I feel need to be corrected or challenged, I will. But Monique is not a model citizen, but nobody is. You know, it ain't nobody who doing it all the way right. Everybody got their shit. Everybody, you know, have their strengths and weaknesses, etc. But I personally really do appreciate her. Even if she's doing it for herself, I mean, to even advocate for yourself is something that I find admirable. Even if she was being selfish, even if she didn't care about nobody else, to just be empowered enough to come to that realization that, you know what, I'm not putting up with this anymore, and I'm not suffering in silence, and I don't care who like it, and it's up to me to teach people how to treat me, and I'm going to take some L's in order to correct the narrative I allowed people to have about me, which is that I'm a pushover, that I can be thrown to scraps, that I'm unworthy, that etc. Like I help to participate in creating that practice from people in my life. So yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit more ballsy. I'm gonna be a bit more vocal. I'm gonna be a bit more demanding because I'm worth it. And I'm earning my spot. Okay, but hold that thought, Rock. I want to change up things here. I want to get Miss Loretta here. Hey, Loretta, you look great. I love the blonde.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is a great show. I just wanted to tune in here. I pretty much lived the life that's Shalon. I'm kind of tie-tongued to you, but y'all know what I'm talking about. But my heart goes out to him. It does. And the reason why my heart goes out to him is because I've lived the life that he lived. I'm 70 years old, okay? And my mom didn't raise me, but I knew she loved me. Didn't know where she was. My dad raised me, but she was right there in the same vicinity I was in, but I never saw her. And like the lady that was saying earlier, uh, he doesn't know how to have a conversation with his mom. Maybe because I didn't know how to have a conversation with my mom. When I did finally catch up with her, and she was in the same town I was in, she's dead and gone now. And I would go to see her. I would make it a point to go to see her. I didn't go quite often, but it was always in my heart and always in my spirit to go see her, because as a child, that's what I wanted. I wanted my mom in my life. In my life. And so as I became a young adult, uh, I still wanted her in my life. Uh, uh, I still wanted her in my life, so I would go to see her. And I couldn't stay in the room with her very long because I didn't know what to say to her. So I had to go around other people with her in order to be in her company, because we didn't have a relationship. We didn't. And I knew she loved me and I loved her, but we didn't have the relationship. But I never told anybody this, how I long for the relationship with my mom. I always spoke well of my mother. Always did speak well of her because that was my mother. That was my mom. She's my mother. And we have that strong, well, I had that strong yearning for her being a part of my life, because I was a part of her life. I am a part of her life. I wouldn't be here now. She's still here through me. You know what I'm trying to say? So there was no way that I would talk bad about my mom or say anything negative about her. And at all, at all. It was just, that's just what the type of person, even though she didn't raise me and my dad did. And once I got 18, my dad told me, he said, well, you're 18 now. Lo, you're 18 now. You're on your own, And so he got me an apartment and everything, stuff like that. But I agree 100% with you, Conscious, because when you forget, you don't if you through with something, you're not worried about what other people think. I mean, I've actually gotten people out of my life, and I don't try to bring them back, into my life. But when it comes up to my parents and my siblings, you know, this it's a soul. It's a soulness there. It's a spiritual soulness there, and and he wants to uh, uh, get back with his mom. But I think that right now, and I may be going all over the place, but I think that right now, it may be, some people, it's good that they went public for them, but what am I trying to say? But it wasn't good to go public, because it's a family a situation. And I hate that Monique responded to his video. I really do, because so that shows me that neither one of them, in my opinion, are not very mature with this, because there's no way, if you were mature enough, you wouldn't do this. And especially Monique, and I love her to death, but especially her. But they're somewhat on the same page, in this area. So they need to, yes, they do. I pray that they do sit and down with each other.
Yeah.
Hopefully, because he right now he picked a. I find him being a little bit. I don't know what word to use. Conscious, help me out. I can't ask you to help me out because you don't want to put words in my mouth. He's I'm thinking he's. I have to be honest. To me, it's a clout chaser with them. It's a clout chasing in it, and He says that he's not going to make, and I could be wrong. He says he's not going to make another video, but we shall see. We shall see.
Right. I
And I
agree.
hope,
You know what?
I hope he doesn't, but we shall see.
Yeah. I was
We
gonna
shall
say,
see.
when you said that you know, there's immaturity on both parts. I was thinking too that Monique probably is like triggered by people coming for her reputation because she's been through that so severely in the industry. And I think that
Mhm,
Monique is now at a point where she's like, nobody is ever going to control my narratives ever again in life.
mhm.
Ever
Exactly.
again. And I don't care
Exactly.
if it's my children. I don't care. Nobody is going to just have to say so and not have my
Exactly.
out there too. But I agree, like this is not a situation that should be handled on social media, but
Mhm,
I think they both feel compelled to handle it because they don't feel they've been able to accomplish anything handling things privately. So now
mhm,
media is like the end result. It's like, well,
mhm.
okay, you'll
Exactly.
probably hear me
And let
now.
me say,
Mhm.
what I would like to say is that also, and I'm going to be done. Uh, when I turned 18 years old, and I had to get my own place. My dad got my own place for me. That was that they were that was it. I had to get out there on my own. I didn't have anybody to push me, say you need to go to college. It was something I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? Everything that I've done, even though I was in a broken family, I still had that that need to make something of myself. It didn't bother it bothered me. But by that time, when I was on my own, by the time I got on my own and I was grown, I started thinking about how could I help myself. I really did, you know. And so, and then my mom and my dad, they didn't go to college or anything. They just did whatever, you know. But they were good people. I had good parents, and my mom, and I'm saying that because Shalom, I don't think that he shouldn't be once he turned 18. He should, to me, this is my opinion. He should. You got to start doing things for yourself, the things that you have already envisioned before you even were able to leave the house. You know, you have a vision, you know, and before my mom passed away, this is a true story. Before she passed away, she came into a little money, and just out of the blue. And by this time, I was married. I think I was in my middle 20s then. And she came to me and she gave me $6,000. And you know what she did? When you know what she told me? She said, "I've never done anything for you."
Mm.
She said, I've never done anything for you, and I just want to give you this $6,000." Yes, you know, and so she acknowledged that it,
Yeah.
you know, that she had never done anything for me, but, but we still visited each other, not like we didn't have no honky dory relationship, but we knew we loved each other. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But my heart goes out to him because I know how I felt as a young girl growing up. But he's 30 something years old now, and I'm a hard taskmaster. I give out hard, tough love. I really do. And I hate to say it, but I'm gonna say it. He's just gonna have to get over it and move on. And he should have never gotten on social media with it when it comes concerning his mom at all. I totally, fully, 100% uh, think this is the wrong way to handle it. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you for that, Miss Loretta. And you can stick around in case you want to jive or with some of the commentary that the other panelists are going to give. But thank you for that.
Okay. Yes, yes.
That was
I,
beautiful. Okay.
thank
Let me
you.
William, what's going on? What are your thoughts on the Monique Daddy Shalon situation? Can you hear me, William? You there? You're on mute if you can hear me. I can't hear you there.
Yeah, he probably on mute.
He just unmuted his mic, but I still can't hear him. Can you hear me, William? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna return back to William and get Intersex in here. Intersex, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good.
Like the
There you
thundering voice of the Lord. What are your thoughts on the Shalon? Hold on. How's his name pronounced? Is it Shalon? Shalon? Does anybody know? It's Shalon.
Shalon.
Okay, Shalon.
Shalon.
All right.
Shalon.
Okay, so what do you think about the Monique Sydney situation?
Well, I'm kind of in Shalon's shoes at this very moment, with my own mother. But the difference I think between Shalon and myself is that I understand why my mother did what she did. And I'm able to empathize with my mom in such a way where even though we don't talk like that, we don't have that buddy-buddy relationship, I can still understand her and still not put her on blast, even though, yes, at the time I may have been angry with whatever she was doing. I still also have to know that I cannot continue to keep going down this road, and I'm about to be 31 and upset and mad at whatever that happened to me when I was 16. So, Miss Loretta, I have to thank you because my grandmother raised me to be as respectful as I can towards my elders. And one of the things that I can take away from that is Shalom has got to grow up.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to grow up. He's got to learn to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Monique. Now, y'all know I'm an avid Monique person. I love Monique. She is right there with. I said that's my auntie in my head. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But Monique has already said, yes, I messed up. I messed up. I was not the best parent. Now, in our community, when it comes to the aggressiveness of our parents, you rarely, if ever, hear a parent that will say, I was the one that messed up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You rarely hear that.
Facts.
So when you do hear that coming from a person like a Monique who do have the means and the fame to get where she wants to go, and she says, I was the one that messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Shalon at that point could have said, you know what, mama, let's sit down and have a conversation. Let's actually talk this thing out. Because I was mad for you for so many years, and I was so angry at you, and I just want to know what happened. And I want to apologize to you for being mad at you without really even understanding how you got to where you are. See, it is inappropriate for anybody else outside of your mother to tell your mother's story. Your mother has to tell her story. And I feel like Shalon has missed the mark with it by going on social media, by I'm gonna be honest, I really do think he's clout chasing at this point.
Okay, why do you think he's clout chasing? Why?
Because if you didn't really care, you shouldn't have never got on social media to begin with. You shouldn't have never actually entertained your thoughts on this in the first place. If you did not really give a damn, you shouldn't have never made a second video. Because this is odd to me that at the same time that the interview came out with Uncle Shay, we all of a sudden hear Shalon come out with his talk. I'm like, wait a minute, where were you? So at all this time that Monique had been telling her story and telling her about her story and what had happened to her, you haven't said anything. So all of a sudden, now that Monique is on a bigger platform, now you got something to say. Like, make it make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And let me say this. I applaud Monique for being the upstanding woman that she is. Because you don't see that when it comes to Black parents in our community today. No, she may not be perfect. Yes, we're going to have some disagreements. And yes, she may not be the model parent, but who is? Who is?
Me.
Girl, bye. So, my whole thing is that if Monique can come out and own up to her stuff and own that she was the cause of the breakdown between her and Shalon's relationship, Shalon now has to do his part and own up to the mess that he has caused and the breakdown in their relationship and move on. You don't have to speak to your mama no more. You don't have to give a damn about what she says no more. But if you have to at some point take that cross and carry it because it's yours to bear.
All right.
That's it.
Hold that thought, William. Thank you for that. Intersex, your thoughts.
Hey,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes.
All
Loud,
right.
loud.
Okay, I want to start like I always start. If you haven't thumbs up the video, please thumbs
Period.
up the video. I do feel for this young older man because I kind of have done the same thing, but the difference between him and me, your mother is still here and she's willing to have a conversation. Another thing I noticed in his speaking points, he said that his mother apologized, but I feel like he didn't accept the apology.
Yeah.
His TikTok is very new. His hashtag is very alarming. His first hashtag is Monique. His second hashtag is DL Hughley. He posts his video hours after DL Hughley posts his.
Oh, I clocked it, Intersex. I clocked it because remember I said, I said, I think what his real trigger, well, not even trigger was, I think that once DL responded to Monique, the son felt it was an opportunity to legitimize everything that DL was saying. And if you line up everything that Shalon said and DL said, like they pretty much said the very same thing. So I felt like it's an opportunity for me to prove that my mother is the person that her ops say that she is.
I hate to cut in, but I just want to say this real quick before I forget. I feel like Shalon want to say.
Hold on. We're gonna have to give it back to Intersex, but I'm gonna come to you soon as Intersex done. So just write it down.
Okay.
Intersex, go ahead, boo.
The very next red flag is you hashtag the shade room, sir. Excuse me. His profile picture is his mother holding him when he was young. You don't want a relationship with him. You made part 2 of your video, but that picture is still up there. So that means you're screaming for attention. If it's from her, is it from now you're monetized on TikTok? So I wouldn't be surprised if he get offers for interviews.
And he did acknowledge how many followers he had at the end of his TikTok. He was like, shout out to the 12,000 followers. And his first video is in the 1.4 million on
what you say.
And I also noticed not the first video, but the second and third TikTok is about his mother bringing him on the Parkers.
Oh,
So I don't. It's very interesting. I
hold
do
on, wait.
have
I
the.
have a TikTok pulled up here. So you're saying it's the second video on the TikTok?
Uh-huh. If you look closely, the little boy
Celebrity
with the
kids. I think
fro
he got it. Oh yeah.
is
Okay.
him.
Intersex. You
This back
think?
in
Yes.
20. Yep, this is back in 2023. This is what back in October of 2023. He posted a clip of him as a little boy on the Parkers, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna show it so everybody can see. Everybody look at the screen. Hold on, I'm ordering from DoorDash too.
Intersex. Do you think you think he's an emotional blackmailer?
I'm hold on, y'all. I want y'all to see this first. All right, so to take a look at this. That's Mama Bear. Is this him? Or who's? I don't know who's him. Is this him? This little boy here, maybe. I think that is him.
Out of that dark skin.
Look at the smile.
Did you catch? Wow. So okay. So this is more circumstantial evidence. It's like you're saying your mama didn't care. Well, okay. So this is the contradiction part. So he said in the first video, I will thank her for showing me the top of the mountain, for what the top of the mountain looks like, and showing me what hard work does. But then at the same time, you're saying your mom didn't give a shit about you, didn't make no effort, but yet you're gloating on social media about, the things she put you on to, and you're clearly proud of those things because you're highlighting those things. And we know she helped you with a car. She done showed you around show business. I mean, she left you $45,000 in a trust fund. And once again, we see through the text messages, she wasn't just like throwing money at you just to like shut you up or as a lazy like parenting style. She was literally like always checking on you. Y'all were always communicating, calling, texting. Like she brought you all the stuff for the grandbaby, car seats, the whole nine. Like you didn't even allow her or Sydney to see their grandchild after they had them purchase all the stuff for the baby shower, etc. Now I don't know whether it's an issue of quantity. I don't know whether he just wanted more than everything that was already being given. But once again, this goes back to my conversation yesterday about how sometimes like victims, they don't understand their own trauma, and they do have massive holes in themselves. And as a result, they're trying to get you to fill in stuff that's actually their part to fill in. Because salvation is not anybody else's to give to you. It's your own. So you always will have a role to play in your healing. And sometimes when we're hurt, we are immature in our hurt. We are ignorant in our hurt. And we actually don't realize that we're asking people to do something for ourselves that we have to do for us. Like, yes, you can sit here and demand that someone love me, but you got to also realize you got to love yourself, baby. Like, you can't make me solely responsible for how you feel about yourself. You got to play a role in caring and loving and affirming you, or else you're going to try to use me to be dependent upon in these unrealistic ways to fill you up. And you got to fill you up.
Right.
I got to be a bonus in that, but you got to be the sole provider of that self-love. And so when we try to put people in a position to love us, and we don't take up the mantle of loving ourselves too, what we end up trying to accomplish is an unhealthy codependency that then also leads to another breakdown, because nobody can sustain that. Nobody can, because it's never going to be enough. A person can't do enough, say enough, provide enough to fill this void. It's a void and a hole that you have to cater in with your own affirmation. But go ahead, intersex.
And again, when I say you got to pay attention to the hashtags, hashtag Black Moms, Celebrity Kids,
I see.
Viral,
Yep.
Trending. And he
Nikki
posted the
Parker.
video twice.
Mm-hmm.
So I I mean, I definitely feel for him because I have experienced some of the things he experienced. But what I tell my friends or even strangers when they have conversations with me about their parent and they talk ill will to their parent, and I know I'm guilty of doing the same thing in the past, I said, well, one day your mom ain't gonna be here. And those Mother's Days and those birthdays and that, you know, death day anniversary, it's gonna bother you. Like
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have issues with those things. And I say I try to, tell my friends to try to heal from that situation, try to amend their relationship with their parent, even if their parent is wrong. Because at the end of the day, when your mom is not here no longer, that's a pain that I wouldn't wish on no one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know
Absolutely.
what, Conscious? Um, I I never wanted to call anybody else daddy. I never wanted to call anybody else mama. Though I had several different women because, like I said, my dad raised me, but I never called them mama. I always called them by their first name, and they were good to me. And I never called my mother. I
Yeah.
always called her by her first name. But I called my dad, daddy. He was daddy. I've only had one man in my life that I called daddy. He was the only man I ever called daddy. I didn't want to call anybody else daddy. Didn't want to call anybody else uh, mama or
You know
mother.
what? I only have referred to the men in my life as daddy when
Mm-hmm.
they have really, really taken care of the woman in me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When they've
Mm-hmm.
really taken care of the
What is the
femininity.
term of endearment?
And then it just comes out naturally, daddy.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you, daddy.
Thank
but no,
you, Dad.
but no,
Thank you, Dad.
I don't really use those terms loosely either because I find them kind
Yeah,
of cringy.
exactly.
But I also get it because it really just comes out of like patriarchy and
Yeah,
the
exactly.
knowing that men have a big ego, and the more you affirm them is a belief that the better they act. The more
Yeah, they think they're in
control you give
control.
them the need, the more congratulate them, the more
That's right.
talk that sweet R&B
I
shit,
agree.
the
I
better
agree.
they
Mm-hmm.
the better
Mm-hmm.
they act and the more on course
Mm-hmm.
they stay. So it's almost a form of witchcraft. It's almost a form of manipulation.
Yep, yep.
Like
I,
it's a
yeah.
seductiveness. It's kind of like you're using the male's ego to get what you want out of the
To
man.
get what
Like
you
make
want.
him feel like you such a
Mhm,
fucking man. You're
mhm,
such a goddamn
mhm. But
man.
I'm gonna get off of here. I've enjoyed this, and
Okay,
I'm
boo,
gonna.
thank you for being here, Loretta.
Yes, sir. Y'all take care. Okay.
And
Bye
you
bye.
too, boo. All
Bye-bye.
right, let's get to is it Lashandra? All right, you've been busting to get up in here, Lashandra. What's going on, child?
Hey, I feel like Shalon wants to say, "You fat black bitch! How dare you not give me love and get love in return?" That's what I feel like he wants to say, and I
Mhm.
see a lot of resentment, a lot of jealousy.
Oh wow, okay. I'll break that down.
The jealousy comes from, like I said, him not feeling love as a child, and he sees Sydney giving Monique love, and he's a stand-up comedian. So, like, I'm wondering, like, if he's trying to get his clout, all of that coming in after DL
Uh,
Hughley
it's
said
some
something.
feedback in your phone, Alessandra. It's on
Oh,
it's on the
I'm
phone.
walking my dog. Let
Oh,
me
okay.
stand still. But yeah, and then I kind of feel like he feels like he's unprepared for adulthood. Because for some reason, even though his mom set aside that $45,000 for him, I think he felt like she was trying to hide it from him in some way because like Monique is busy, she has several jobs,
Yeah,
and she may not even handle that to set it up. So
right.
I could see how she probably forgot about it, but I think he really thought that she was trying to hide it from him. And I feel like he feels kind of inadequate, like she didn't prepare him enough because he got evicted, and like he's, I don't know if this is his first car, but like why hasn't he gotten a car before? I just feel like
Mm.
it's a lot of jealousy,
Okay,
and
so
I
let me
don't
ask
know.
you this. So let me ask you this. So if you were like in Monique and Sydney's position, if you had a child that you had like dropped the ball on, you wasn't there, you now kind of like, you in their life trying to do the right thing. What would that look like for you as a parent, like trying to do the right thing by this child?
Well,
Good
I
question.
I couldn't like do anything different than what Monique did because I've
Mm.
got two boys myself, and I had to leave them. I had to let them live with their dad while I went to med school, and I kind of feel like I don't see them that often, so I'm kind of worried about them developing some type of resentment. But like I talk to my boys all the time. Like we talk, we text, we FaceTime, and I go see them when I can. But I don't see that she could do anything different because, like you said, like he is responsible for his own healing. He's responsible for his own happiness, and I think he wants to have some type of power over Monique by making her feel guilty every time he can. I feel like he doesn't want to give her any grace. I feel like he's just operating mostly out of ego. You know how men are operating out of ego and power, and he's just stuck. He's just stuck and doesn't know how to move out of that.
Mm. So you feel like at this point he got some personal healing he need to do.
He's got a lot of personal healing he needs to do. There's a lot of issues going on with him, and like I just feel like he's like any other regular like black male that I've come into contact with.
Mm.
Because why would he make a post after DL Hughley said all those negative things about his mom? Like he's in agreement with it, and
Mm.
then I think he's looking for somebody to really back him up. Because, like he said in the post he made today, he wasn't expecting people to be in his corner. So I feel like he wants validation from other hurt people over the internet. So I think that kind of like energized him to speak up and get all rah rah. Because like even though he was articulating his words, I feel like he felt like he was trying to like restrain himself so that he looked like the better person. But there was a lot of passive aggressiveness in his messages in both of
Yeah,
them,
for sure.
and
Hmm.
I just don't think he's telling the whole truth, and I don't think he's being honest with himself.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, all right. Well, hold that thought, Lashandra. That was good
Okay.
stuff. Because I gotta feel like Mode or Culture is about to completely disagree. Mode or Culture,
Okay.
welcome to the platform. I think you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
How you doing, CTV?
I am awesome. How are you?
I'm doing good. Well, my thoughts about the situation
Mhm.
is everybody's saying that he is clout chasing and he's bitter or he's unhappy and he's seeking for attention. Well, to be honest, it's kind of like I feel being the case of what happened to him, it's a little bit normal to have those feelings because it hits different when your mom isn't there.
Yeah.
See, I didn't have my father in my life, but I had my mom. And I'm like, I could only imagine if my mom wasn't there because that's your mother. It's a little different when the mom is not there. And it wasn't like she wasn't there all the way, but I think he's speaking of being there as in a relationship, like a
Hmm.
closeness, like a built,
Yeah,
heartfelt connection.
like a
It's
bond.
not
Hmm.
there. Right. And I think that he turned to social media because he said this on his first video that it kind of triggered, like annoyed him the way she referred to him in the Shannon Sharp interview.
Yeah.
He said it didn't sit well with him, and that's the reason why he had to make this video and speak on it, because she brought him up and she didn't like the he didn't like the way that he was brought up. And to me, it sounds like he is highly annoyed just reading between the lines, it's kind of like you're out here presenting yourself that you are so righteous and you're for the people and your sweeties and you know the Black community, and we need to be fair, we need to be treated fairly. And I'm praying about it with my son, and you know it'll work itself out. And he probably felt annoyed because it's like, what are you talking about? If you're so into that, then why haven't you tried to heal it and be all righteous with me? I feel like if somebody present themselves that's contrary to how she is interacting with him. And another thing probably is that I feel that Shannon, and then he said about the children, how he referred to as the sons, because he mentioned something about the sons. You know, you have three children. That right there makes me believe that he felt left out. And another thing, now she said that daddy was his uncle. So he's not going to refer to him as his son because he knows that that's uncle, you know, such and such, you know that. And talking about
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if I would be able to transition from calling the man my uncle to my daddy.
Right. What I think happened was that the daddy was her ex-husband's friend, best friend, from what I've heard being
Yeah,
said.
that's what they were. That's what they were.
And something happened where they got into a you know, romantic continuity, and then they broke up, and then she
It was after the breakdown of her first marriage, I think.
And then that's kind of strange. And if he is still in contact and talking to his dad, that's not his biological dad, but the ex-husband adopted him. So basically that's his dad. And she has another adopted son that she adopted with her ex-husband. She never mentions him. And to me, the way her daddy seems, it seems like he would feel some type of way about, you know, Monique interacting with him. Because I noticed that he takes the front seat when it comes to the son. It's like, why are you even responding to the first video that he did? Why are you the only one that's really talking? I think that he should have stepped back and let Monique respond and talk to you know, in response to what he said. It's like, why is he always inserting himself and just taking over the whole thing? It's like, just sit back and let him and her deal with it. That's the way I feel about it.
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Come on. I
Okay.
welcome it.
Okay, because here's the thing. As I said like 20 minutes ago, it takes a very big person to admit that they messed up. And for me, holding that against them is what I think what Shalon is doing right now. Is he's holding the fact that even though his mom admitted that, yes, I messed up, I was the one that messed up the breakdown in our relationship, he is still holding that against her. So, but I also want to get to your
now, how is he holding that against her? Well, maybe because it's like, if I messed up and I know that I messed up, like as a mother, and it's like from going forward now, you got to do everything you can because he's a child. I mean, what do you mean waiting for him to come? It's you know, it's work itself out. No, you got to, going forward, you should try to do everything you can in your power. I wasn't a good mother, but now I am going to work towards it and make it better and
so
change.
who's to say that she hasn't? This is the
Because
thing. Who's to say that she hasn't? Because here's the thing, and this is where
through the text messages I seen, the dates on how they were interacting,
but that was
how they were talking.
Okay, that was Monique. That was not that was Monique saying, "Hey, are you okay? Let's talk. Let's have a conversation." Da 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 da.
I'm buying you cars. I'm buying you cars. I'm helping supply things for my granddaughter. I'm emotionally there. I'm financially there. So I think what William is really asking is like, where is the line between like, because like I can't be in your life from a guilt trip from a guilt trip energy either. Like I have to, like, I'm gonna show up and just love you, but I'm not here to be guilty. I'm not giving you a guilt-ridden love. But if that's what you want, because maybe deep down you want revenge, maybe not a relationship. You want your lick back, not really a relationship, because some victims don't know that they're really looking for revenge. They will say, I'm looking for a relationship, but really they're looking for you to be their slave. They're looking for you to be their yes man as a result of the things you failed at as a parent. And of course, it's unhealthy to be a yes man as well. Like, I know I can't be your slave, and no, I can't be your yes man. I still have to be an authentic human being. And I'm still going to disagree with you. I'm still going to say no. I still get to say no. I get to say no, not today. I get to say no, I can't do this for you right now.
Right.
And
you have a right to not call back.
yeah, I still have a right to full autonomy as an individual. And see, this is why people have to heal their triggers, because we try to pass our triggers on to other people and make them responsible for the way we feel. We have to be able to resolve that so that we can actually participate in the relationship that can be, rather than trying to get people to participate in our pain and get people to participate in our hurt and get people to participate in our trauma.
That's one of the things that's one of the things that my therapist has always recommended me on, is not participating in the hurt and the pain of somebody else, because that's just gonna suck the life out of you.
Right.
So,
and why didn't he take up for his mama for what DL said? So you don't love me if you don't take up for me. He said he loved Monique, but he let DL say all those crazy things about her because he agreed with it.
And
that's his experience. Because how could he? I mean,
that may have been
inspired. How could he?
I don't care. Like I don't care if me and my mama don't get along. You're not gonna get on the internet and talk crazy about her.
Because the reality is this. The reality is this. Everyone keeps saying, well, he's just speaking his truth. He's just speaking his truth. No, he's actually attacking his mother. Monique has not attacked him. Even with her presenting the text messages, she has not attacked him. She has not said anything disparaging or discouraging about this young man.
No, she hasn't.
Right.
She only spoke to her own. All she's done is spoke to her own experiences. All she's done is provide validation to her experiences. And I think that's where I think a lot of people are, not saying you, man, but just in general, I think a lot of people are trauma bonding with him and making excuses from their own places of trauma, because this is very, I mean, I'm not going to knock everybody, because we don't all comprehend at the same level, right? But it is to me, it shows the level of a lack of emotional intelligence and comprehension skills. This is very black and white. This woman has owned up to the fact without crucifying her son, without even justifying, like not even making any excuses. Like, what more could he want for her to do? She hasn't made any excuses for why or how she dropped the ball. She just took accountability in the sense of acknowledging that she was the problem. She was the problem, and yet she's still being bashed and made as the problem in this entire situation. And everyone is trying to make him out to be the complete innocent victims. Victims can also contribute to a breakdown, because when you're not healed from something, everything you do in that hurt place, that broken place, is going to come out with a negative response. And I think that that's where most of us, not all, everybody doesn't agree, but I think that most of us that can see the role that he's played in it, we're not attacking him, but we need him to take accountability. The same way you keep talking about she's a liar, she's this, she's that, but everything you're saying is what she said, and with the exception of now you saying he alluded to the fact that his mother wasn't there for him. But what we've seen is her provide proof to show that, okay, I made the initial root of the problem and the breakdown was me, but I've done everything I could. And I'm still willing to do more, whatever that is. But I'm just not willing to be emotionally blackmailed to suit your needs. And that's what he's doing. Quite frankly, he's an emotional blackmailer. I'm sorry. He is a victim. But he's definitely, as Conscious was saying, he's trying to get his lick back.
I agree.
Also, can I say something real quick?
I also want let me interject here, Remington T, because a lot of what you're saying is absolutely true, and like I said, that's something that that it took me some time with my own mom to finally realize, okay, William, you can't be mad at what your mom did.
Mm-hmm.
You at some point, at some level, you came to her with a situation that needed to be remedied. And whether
Mm-hmm.
that's going to get remedy or not, it needed to be remedied.
I'm
So,
looking at the different. Okay.
so, so here's the issue with Shalon, and this is why where the difference between myself and Shalon, where I can see the differences between myself and Shalon, and I say this humbly. I can acknowledge where my pain with my mom is at. I can also just as well acknowledge that she wasn't always there. But at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, I'm not going to hold her to a standard that I myself have not gotten over. I've not gotten over the hurt and the pain and all that other stuff. So why would I go back to my mom and say, hey, you remember you did all of this to me, and therefore because you did all of this to me, you gonna stay there? No, like at some point something has to give, and I have to be the bigger person and say, you know what, I have to acknowledge that I contribute also to the breakdown in the communication because I am not there, because I am not emotionally there, because I am not emotionally there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't then turn around and make somebody else responsible for my own mess and for my own triggers. You have to be responsible.
That is true, but maybe that is why, and this is the whole purpose, the bigger picture of him bringing this on social media and all of that, because maybe just what you said is him going through that process now. Sometimes if everybody got different paths and different, karmic lessons and different things and different levels of development that they go through, sometimes
That's
you have to go through certain things so it could be shown to you and so you can experience it with the breakdown. Him bringing it on social
here's the
media
other
and listening to different panels and us talk about it, this probably will give him a GPS navigation way and system and direction to get him there to the point of what you're talking about.
yeah. So here's the
Because
other thing too. Counseling,
everybody's not perfect. Everybody deal with everything differently. See, your
count.
experience was you've already been through that. You're mature enough to understand and take accountability and gotten over that and healed from that.
Yes, but
Maybe he hasn't.
Here's the thing. That's through years of being in counseling, for over 11 something years of me being in
Right, right. So
counseling.
you're more
If I
advanced
was
in your
not,
healing.
yeah, so because of that, and
Hmm.
here's the thing, I was like 15 or 14 when I decided I need to go to counseling.
Right, but you've
I was
done that and
already
you've conquered
aware,
that.
right? But here's my point. My point is, I was already aware of the path that I was heading down at that young age.
You were
So, yeah, he
Right.
is not.
right.
My
And
point is this: you're
mhm.
gonna have some people who I'm in complete. Well, I think we're in complete agreement with each other. I think we're just talking in circles.
Yeah, and not talking to we're just giving our, in addition to, yeah, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
yeah. So
And I want to pull up. Hold on, y'all. I want to pull up this article because I'm really trying to figure out what these past interviews sound like. So, I found this 2015 article from Houston Style Magazine. Monique admits career strength relationship with oldest son. So this is an article, as you guys can see, from 2015. So it says Monique desired for success and fame and have paid off with her Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, but she admits the journey came with personal drama. Chatting with TV One, Monique touched on what was sacrificed to achieve fame. According to her, it was her husband, Sidney Hicks, and her oldest son, Shalon Jackson, that were the casualties of her career. Quote, "This is my third marriage. With the first two marriages, I was chasing fame and really didn't understand what it is to be a wife," Monique said during an upcoming primetime TV One special that was filmed in Atlanta. Monique and Hicks may have been married, but they attracted headlines after she revealed that they had an open marriage. In 2013, Monique confessed that her and Hicks have a monogamous relationship after abandoning their open lifestyle. Quote, I thought I was saying to women, you can enjoy your cake and eat it too. It backfired. Now that I understand what I have, baby, listen, there's not another man on the face of this earth that can compare to mine, she said at the time. Although she straightened out her relationship with Hicks, the effect of their open marriage still harbors less than positive feelings. From Jackson, quote, now that my son is 25, we have a very strained relationship because during that time when he was a little boy, I was out chasing. So my prayer was, please give me another chance, Monique shared with TV One. So once again, yeah, I don't really understand like him having an issue with the fact that like his mom is admitting to her sins against him, is admitting to her wrong against him. You know, like, I mean, most of us, like somebody said earlier, you know, I mean, a lot of Black parents never utilize the apology feature. So,
Mm-hmm.
That was me, by the way.
you know, like it's him telling her pretty much, you know, like, shut up, keep my name out your mouth, you know, whatever the case may be. It's just like, you know, or I'm speaking about her rather than speaking about my father because she's the one doing interviews. Yeah, she's the one talking about her lived experience, sir. She can talk about her lived experience. She can talk
Mm-hmm.
about that because she's hoping that other people learn from her mistake to not choose their career over their children, that you will pay a cost at not paying attention or chasing after the bag. Or yes, you know, every parent wants, you know, has a drive to provide for their children, but you have to balance that. You know, you need to be there, and it's important to be there physically and emotionally, etc. With her being a public figure, you know, she's sharing this with hopes that this can improve somebody else's experience. But once again, it's not like she's in the media slamming him. She's not in the media talking bad. I mean, she's in the media basically agreeing with you. So what is the issue?
I think really what it is, I'm just gonna call it how I see it. He feels some type of way because I think he's looking for something that she can't give. He's expecting what is not reality. He's looking for some type of reaction from his mom that he's not getting. Like, she is interacting like
Wait.
she is, but it's not the way he wants it. That's what I think.
Can I
So
He's
say
not. It's
something
like
real
he
quick?
wants something from her that it's like it's not positive. It's not reality. He's looking for something that she can't give, and he's not satisfied with the way she's doing things. But you can't instruct and construct how people gonna treat you. You can't be mad at that. You have to just grow up and say, hey, look, that happened in my past. She wasn't there. I'm a man. I got a child now. I'm gonna heal from this and move on.
He wants to be read a bedtime story and tucked in at night.
He just stuck in that past. You was, well, I mean, hey, look, you're a grown man now. Why even dig all this up and bring it to social media? But maybe he wants to let people know, well, she ain't what you think she is. This is how
Um,
she did. That's kind of like, well, why would you do that and say that? Because that adds to the fuel of the fire of her being ridiculed, and she's on a damage control thing. Why would you do that to her?
But Black women don't get any grace. And
can I say
even
something real
DL's
quick?
daughter took up for him. Go ahead.
But he don't feel
Uh,
like that. He don't feel like he should take up for his mom because he feels some type of way about her.
okay, so
He didn't even
remember me.
check DL about talking about his mama.
So remember me bringing up the video, the first video he posted of his mother.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Monique said his name was Jackson to hide his identity, but still talk about her, still tell her truth. But in that video, when as soon as his face shows up on the Parkers, he puts, "I never was Jackson." Also,
Wow.
I wanted to also I wanted to say that where did D.L. Hughley get this information that they were not talking no longer? The only how he would get that information was from him. So your mother is and B's quote unquote back and forth with this man, and you went and shared information. Cause how did this man know that y'all were no longer talking?
What you said? Who said they were no longer talking? That's what she said, or he
No,
said.
DL Hughley said that,
Oh, I see
and
what you said. Why
not
does he?
only did he say that because she had 4 sons, he pointed out what son it was. So where did he get that information from?
That can be behind the scene, that the comedians that like Monique said that they were 100 were once friends. They could have the same way she knew because of the interview he did about his daughter. They could have had kitchen table talk, backstage. You know how people do when they're comrades at some point.
Yeah,
You
And
yeah,
he
I
know,
would have known
understand
that
that, but
because
she was in communication with him in 2021. How did he know at this moment that they were not in communication?
Well, you
oh
know
no,
how
what I'm
people
saying
do.
is
I mean,
and that's
well,
obviously
hold on. She had spoken about that in the Shannon Sharp interview. She said that him and her were estranged. And remember, his response came after her Shannon Sharp interview, so he took
right.
that information from the interview.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She said in the interview, yeah, like because Shannon had asked her, like where are things with you and your son, and she said, well, like we're still estranged, etc. Da, 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 da. So that's what he pulled that from. Hey, Nosy, happy V-Day, boo.
It just don't add up to me. It's not in alignment. She was on T.S. Madison talking about the Lee Daniels situation, saying that, to correct it and to repair the relationship and make it right, and that she's for all of this type of thing. But yet you haven't, I just feel like you haven't really made that successful with your own son.
But
but
this
That's
is
how
what
the
I'm
can
thing
she
feeling.
here.
though?
But this
How
is the
can
thing.
she?
Hold on, y'all. But this
I
is the
don't
thing
know.
here.
I don't know.
Hold on. We
And she all for
have
the
to stop.
bachelor.
We have to stop.
I don't
We have to stop acting like that doesn't take two people. It doesn't matter
Mm-hmm.
how much you want something to work. It takes the other person. If the other person is not interested or they don't even know how to collab with you on a resolve, if they're just not there, and he has admitted, he said, I'm not interested, I don't care, I don't want nothing to do with her, I don't want no relationship to her,
know
I don't
your
want to
limit.
reconcile. So if you got, so you can't do nothing with that. It's not like it ain't up to Monique to fix it. They both would have to work to create what can work for them in the aftermath of everything that they've been through. So yeah, like she's not solely responsible for why it doesn't work. It takes two. It's like a marriage. Like it's like blaming, like, yeah, it's just like a marriage. Like it's not up to one person to make the marriage work. Like both people got to make it work. It can't work and be mutually beneficial without both people doing their part. If only one person doesn't do their part, the whole shit coming down. The whole shit coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Well, them text messages was from 2021, and the way the interaction went, it was like he would text her and no response for days, then pop up and text him, then he responds, then she texts me, and it's like a back and forth. But she would go days and months without even
No,
responding to
no,
him.
the text messages, it revealed the opposite. He the one who would go weeks
It
without
was back and
responding to
forth.
her.
It was mutual.
And remember
Right.
also in between that, like they're also calling, so everything is not reflected in
Yeah,
the text.
exactly.
Like they're also talking on the phone and engaging through other medias outside of text in
It's a
between
two-way
the
street
text
to
thread.
me.
But in that
Mm-hmm.
text thread, he would like not respond until a week or two or three later, like to her, and she would have to
To
send
a
like a
week
double
later,
message
huh?
to be like, "Hey, you okay? Mama love you. You all
Yeah.
right?" And then he
Mm-hmm.
would have to respond, but he would also admit he was going through things. I'm stressed. Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. But she was definitely consistent and making time. If she couldn't talk to him at the time, she would always say, "Hey, I'm gonna call you once I'm done with this interview, or I'm gonna call you in a few, or I'm gonna call you soon as da 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 da." Like,
I wanna ask y'all because I'm about to lay y'all on this damn mat chair. This is what I want to ask y'all because I had the thought pop in my head, and this is my question. As much as Shalon wants to put the mirror in Monique's face and say you need to hold up this mirror. There was a mirror that somebody else is holding up towards him. So you can't, on the one hand, hold your mama accountable for some shit that she has admitted to not doing for you, but then it's weird to me because it's almost like you're not even all the way there. You're not even trying. You're just you're not even trying to have a relationship with her. You're trying to make it seem as if it's all her fault. Well, if it's all her fault, why would she go out here and say publicly that she and him are estranged? That she is that she was the reason for the breakdown in their communication. Why would she do that? I think what triggered him, though, Conscious. I think what triggered
He
him
just want to let it be
was
known. He
was
wants to
the was the fact
wanted
was
something.
was the fact. He can let it be known how he wants to, but like I said, I'm in the exact same place as Shalon. The difference is I'm not holding my mama responsible for what she did. That's the
But
difference.
the age where you receive the trauma, they said, is the age where you just stay stuck there
You are.
Well,
He is stuck.
emotionally.
Listen, he is
That's
stuck
only
there. But
something that,
someone,
and that's only something that him in therapy can will himself out of, because
exactly.
he has stunted development as a result. That's what therapy can help him to overcome. Monique
Exactly.
can't
He
help him
don't
to
do this
overcome
till
that.
the pain go away until he feel
but no,
satisfied.
listen. I don't know who it was. It was the other young lady speaking. I didn't catch her name, but she said this is something that is very typical in with black men. I absolutely agree. What it seems like to me is that he uses her abandonment in his childhood as a crutch, an excuse to justify his lack of maturity, amplifying to me that he is a lazy black man that does not want to do the work because he doesn't want he's just lazy. He wants everything to be handed to him. He wants
Say
the
it, girl. Say
entitlement.
it.
He does.
Yep.
He wants the
Yep.
entitlement. And so that's why I said he's an emotional blackmailer. Um, because
I
the every example that he's, and I
money
do believe without
wants to be
bashing
paid.
him, I do believe 100% that there have been moments where opportunities were presented where he genuinely wanted to bond with his mother, and Monique dropped the ball. She did not understand and notice those opportunities. She missed the mark.
Right.
But I also see very well, because I see it, and I think we all have seen it, where people, when they weaponize their own trauma to justify their laziness and inability to have any motivation to do the work. For him, that's probably had worked for him for a lot of years. And I believe that Sydney pulled her coattail to it, brought it to her attention, because what he appears to be to me is a typical old school old head man. Like, he has that mentality, even though he's also very aware. I do believe he has some emotional intelligence, but he has that old school mentality about manhood. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that he wanted Monique to take that boy, because she probably put the titty back in his mouth, trying to overcompensate for what she lacked in as a mom. And he weaponized, he took advantage, he misused it, and
And
he
Sydney shut it
weaponized that
down.
against her.
And he shut
And
that down.
see, and that's what all I've been saying since this situation has gone viral, is that all parties are responsible. I think it is very unfair to think that Monique can get her just because it's her child. Let's not forget he's an adult. She cannot coddle him like he's still a little boy, because he's not. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in knowing how the type of parent he has become, because I clearly see patterns, generational curses. I'm curious to know, has all the things that he's complaining about his mom, that whatever she did to traumatize him, has he now continued that on with his child?
That's the mirror that I'm talking about. Because while you're holding
Mhm.
up the mirror against your mother, are you also completely unaware of the mirror that's about to be held up against you on your own child?
Okay, so
Sydney was
here's
saying
another.
Can I
that.
ask?
I
Can I ask?
believe
Hold on, hold
I
on,
have a
you guys.
question.
Um, hold on for a minute, Rock. I just, because I'm really trying to do my deep dive and figure out what all these interviews sound like. So, you guys, I just read a 2016 article where Monique, admitted that she had dropped the ball, etc., and that her working costed, her a relationship to her son. Now, this is an article from 2020, and this is by newsmomama.com. Monique once expressed guilt over fallout with son Shalon Jackson and blamed her career. Monique opened up about how estranged she and her first son, Shalon Jackson, were, explaining that her chase for fame and career goals put them in such a situation. At some point in a person's life, we let certain elements. Hold on, let me see. Monique and Shalon. Okay, comedian actress Monique expressed guilt over the fallout she had with her first son, Shalon Jackson, and she blamed the fallout on her career, stating that her chase for fame made her ignore the crucial people in her life, especially her son. In an interview she had in 2015, Monique expressed that her son, Shalon, was 25 at the time, had a strained relationship. Their relationship was this way because when Shalon was little, Monique did not prioritize him and was busy pushing fame and a career. When she realized her mistake, the mother of 4 boys stated that her prayer has been that she gets a second chance to do things right by her son, as she craved the mother-son relationship they ought to have. In a bid to restore this relationship, Monique missed out on attending the Cannes Film Festival because she wanted to spend time with her family. While that decision she made was right, some saw it as an excuse, and she got a bit of a backlash because of it. I think that's a precious joint or whatever. Her first son, Shalon, was from her marriage to her husband, Mark Jackson, whom she married in 1990. After the birth of Shalon, Monique and Mark adopted a second child named Mark Jackson Jr. Although the actress did not get things right with her first child, she has tried to be there for her other children, 2 of whom she had with fellow actor Sidney Hick. Following her divorce from Mark, she got married to Sidney, and the 2 had a set of twins in 2003 named Jonathan and David. Even though she rarely shares pictures of her sons, there have been rare occasions where the boys were spotted with their mother, either hanging out or following her to a movie premiere. One of the most bizarre things about the 52-year-old actress is her marriage arrangement. Okay, yeah, that's all about the open shit. Okay, so a little bit about that. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like what was so disturbing about these interviews that she's done throughout the years that he referenced, because I mean, like, once again, I mean, she's just taking accountability publicly. But go ahead.
Some stuff that
I would
obviously
like,
stuff in the background we don't know about.
right. I would like to come
Stuff that
from another perspective. Can you hear me?
yeah, I
Yes,
can hear
you
you.
speak, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you so much. I didn't know if you can hear me now. Everybody went so silent.
Mic check 1 2.
I would like to come from a totally
Okay, hold on, you
different
guys. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Okay, hold on. I'm so sorry. Now, let me. I found one more article because I'm really trying to make it make sense. This is from the
Okay.
Shade Room, and this is back in 2020. Okay, so actress Monique and her husband Sidney Hicks visited David Banner on the David Banner podcast. It's no secret she is known for her transparency and her willingness to speak her truth, so it was no surprise that she did just that as a guest on the rapper show. The 52-year-old admitted that fame was the most important thing to her at one point. Nothing would stand in the way of that, not being a mother, wife, or anything. She stated, quote, "There was a time that when he was a little boy, I was not interested in being a mother. I was interested in being a star, and I was interested in being famous, and I wasn't interested in being a wife. I was interested in taking pictures, red carpets, signing autographs, and traveling the world. So I really didn't put the focus in." She also went on to say that she has since apologized to her oldest son, Shalon Jackson, who is 30 years old, and told him that his experience is valid. Monique has 4 sons. She has 2 sons, Shalon Jackson and Mark Jr., with her ex-husband, Mark. She also gave birth to a set of twins in 2005 that she shares with her husband now. So once again, Monique has admitted, I've apologized, I've corrected my behavior, I've validated my son's experience. I would never tell him his emotions are invalid. I fucked up. I fucked up bad. William, it says that your device is not connected, sir, so you may have to go out and come back in. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for you again. So somebody was about to speak though.
That was me.
Okay.
It's Sharon.
Okay, Sharon.
Thanks, thanks, Conscious. I love when you talk, when you give a lot of insight. I want to come from three different places, compartments. One as a sexual survivor, as Monique is. Another as a case manager who works with kids like Siobhan, especially boys, 123 to be exact. So I want to come from it from a whole different perspective. When Monique did the Club Shay interview, I thought it was awesome. I thought she took us to a place where the Black community had never been. And she gave us a lot of insight. And I really believe that she's on a path where she takes us places that most people don't want to go. At the same time that she's doing that, she also specifies a lot that we got to deal with the truth. So when her son came on, initially I was very discouraged about that because I felt like she was in a good place for us to have conversation, and he threw a monkey wrench in it.
I
But
think so.
then that's what I thought of. That's what I felt at first, because it's so hard for the Black community to have certain types of conversations. So I'm like, why now? What is this now? So when I stepped away from it for a minute, and I says, okay, let me put the other person on and let me hear him in the capacity of the job that I work. So I began to listen to him, and then I began to understand. First and foremost, with boys, a parent and a child relationship is the most complicated relationship that any relationship that exists. It's a love and hate. One day you love them, one day you hate them, one day you love your mother, one day you hate her. With boys, it's different. With girls, it's different. A lot of times when we're speaking from our own experiences. And so when we speak from our own experiences, we'll say, well, he should be doing this right now. Monique did this. He should do that. Well, it actually doesn't go like that. Everybody grow at their own pace.
That's what
We
I
have
said.
to remember Monique is the mother. That's number one. Number two,
Yes.
Monique has been in therapy for a very long time. So Monique didn't just come to the realization of what she did. She worked that through to be able to have the conversations that she has had on Club Shay. She's worked it through to be able to say, I messed up, which a lot of people in our community don't do. They don't go to therapy and they don't own their stuff. Now, just because Monique has now processed and went through the things that she needed to do doesn't make it that her son is where she's at, which means that it may take a little longer for him. She may have to do a lot more for him. And I'm not talking about financially. Also, what I wanted to, because excuse my train of thought, because I got so many things going on in my head right now, is that these kids, and the reason why I said when I listened to him, I was like, you know what, Monique and her husband is right. We do need to have this conversation, because this conversation is killing our young people. This
Yes. Yes.
conversation right here, it's got a lot of kids committing suicide, cutting themselves, and doing a whole lot of things because they can't have a conversation with their parent. Now, here's where when I was listening to him, he said three things. He said, this is about me and you. Where do we come in at? He's absolutely right. If Monique had got on this YouTube and said to him, son, since you brought it up on YouTube, this is what we're going to do. Me and you getting ready to go to therapy and we're going to work it through. Monique didn't say anything, Holly. Monique allowed her husband to speak to him, which she should not have done, because this boy was on the scene before she had a husband. There are
Right.
things that she needs to resolve before she had a husband. Now, something
No,
Monique does.
I want to offer alternative to that.
Okay.
Now, remember, all this shit is new to us. It ain't new to Monique and
Yep.
Sean
Right.
and
She's
Sid.
been through this
They've been in
numerous
this shit for
times.
years. Yeah, like they've been going through this for years.
Years.
So maybe Monique said we gonna see, because obviously, like when she said we gonna see, she was talking about the public, because the public was on her ass as a result of what Shalon came forward and said. So she saw the witch hunt. Everybody is dragging her. She's like, all right, I done been through this with y'all already, so I know how y'all get
He's
down.
always
Y'all
getting
always a person. Y'all are always ready. But I also wonder if it could be true that she also said we gonna see how this goes, because she knows the game he playing, because she knows that her phone is open. She know that he could have called her, he could have texted her. There was nothing keeping him from ringing her phone and expressing all this to her privately and saying, hey, this is how I feel. This is what I'm wanting. These are the things that are on my mind. But you didn't take up none of that space and opportunity, because it's true. You don't want to resolve. You don't want to resolve. And that's also reflected in your actions, Shalon. You ain't calling me. You ain't making no effort. You're not meeting me in the middle. And now you done went to social media and you done told your side and you done put me on blast and you done made me the bad guy. So I see the game you playing. So let us see where this all goes. We are waiting to see how this all plays out.
Right.
Exactly.
But see,
Can
it
I?
wasn't.
Can
It
I?
wasn't.
Can I?
Can I let me finish, please?
Go
Because
ahead,
I like
Sharon.
what Conscious said. Not when Monique said we. I'm talking about when Shalon came back on his second YouTube. He says, "Why is it about we? Why can't it be about me and you?" That's when he said that. I'm not talking about when Monique said it, but when Shalon said, "Why is it about we? This is supposed to be about me and you," which he's right. Now, when
No, he's
Sydney,
absolutely. Hold on, just share. No, he's
okay,
absolutely wrong, because
yeah,
this is the problem.
okay, go
When
ahead.
your mother is now a mother to, she's a mother to 4 other people. Your adopted brother, she's a mother to the 3 kids she got with Sid. Well, I mean, 2 kids she got with Sid or whatever. And she's a married woman. You attempting to divorce me from my husband or act like there's ever going to be able to be a me and you, knowing that I'm married. I'm no longer a 1-for-1 package. I come with a husband. I come with a man who is integrated into our lives intimately, into my life sexually, emotionally. There is no way to separate me from my husband. This is my husband. He is a part of my decision making. He is a part of my life. He's a part of my wellness. So your mother isn't a single woman anymore. And you know damn well to be in my life is to be in our life, to be in both of our lives. I am a 2-for-1 package. And from a married perspective, I can understand that. Like
Now here's where
this is a we situation. And once again, remember in the first video, he caught Sid out too about the whole, like, y'all acknowledging y'all got 3 kids. So he took up a plight with Sid in that first, which is why Sid responded and provided context to the whole we thing. But I would find it unreal for Monique to act like whatever her and her son are going to be able to have is also going to somehow be able to exist in a vacuum separate from her dynamics with Sid or her marriage or her husband. It's not practical or realistic.
Okay, let me explain what I'm saying, because I understand exactly what you're saying. That takes time. You don't blend a family and everybody accept everybody. That's not how that works.
But that man wanted a relationship to Sid. He was asking to call that man Papa, and he admitted that.
Yes, because
and Sid has been in his life from the beginning.
Right, but he also said the reason why he wanted to do that. He said everybody in here was calling Sid daddy, and
Right.
Poppy except for him. He had to call him Uncle Sid. So he said he didn't want to do that anymore. More. He wanted to call him Pop. So he
Right.
could feel like he fit it, that he still fit in. I wanted to get back to what you said before because that's a good point. What I wanted to say is that things have to be worked out first. Monique will have, it's not that she exclude her husband, but things you can't just bring people into your circle, your kids, or bring a man into your kid's life and expect that all of a sudden they're going to accept it because that's what you want. That is your husband. That's what you chose. It doesn't mean that your children are going to receive him because he's you. Now, this is a person that fits in your world. Now,
When your
respect,
children are grown, you also don't have to give them the life. You don't have to give them your life anymore. So if they
right,
don't like your partner, that's their right. Just like you don't have to like
right,
your
exactly,
spouse, but they still
right.
allowed to be who they want to be with, regardless of whether
Yes,
you approve or
but
not.
so,
And it goes vice
right,
versa.
right.
Because
But what I'm
Sid is
saying is,
now a
Monique,
31, 35-year-old man. Now he's not 17. He's not living
but
in a
see,
household as a
when we
teenager.
say, but still, when we say a man, maturity comes with experience. Maturity does not come with age. So what I'm saying is that not to exclude her husband, but there should be a separation where they can work through this now that doesn't include him. You have to have compartmentalized. You can't
Oh,
bring, if she wanted, if for instance, when me and my mother, say for instance, I have seen where he's at, right? My mother used to have a tendency because she didn't feel that she was really capable of raising a child. But it wasn't that she wasn't capable. It was that she felt that people knew more for her child than she did. So she will always allow other people to intervene, come in between that. And it causes so much chaos. So when she decided to have a one-on-one with me, and we worked through what we had to work through, because this doesn't concern anybody else. That was between me and her. Once we and her worked it through, everything else comes together. But if you're not going to take the time to work through with your child what he's going through and then resolve it, she's already resolved it because she's been in therapy. He hasn't resolved it. So she needs to take
okay.
some time
I say
and
something.
resolve.
Hold on,
She needs.
Okay, so Sharon,
Go ahead.
but
Yeah, I'm
Mo,
listening. Go ahead.
okay, so Monique is claiming to have done that though, and
That's what I was going to
I
say.
found another
Article.
article that is a reference to, I guess, the Joe Budden interview. It kind of highlights more inserts. So it says here, she shared her thoughts surrounding her past perspective in place and fame over her role of mom and wife. The comedian reflected what she sacrificed in order to gain her position in Hollywood. Quote, there was a time that when he was a little boy, I wasn't interested in being a mom. She began, I was interested in being a star. I was interested in being famous. I wasn't interested in being a wife. I was interested in taking pictures, wearing carpets, signing autographs, da 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 da. Monique was referring to her oldest son. Okay, she says, now that I'm 52 and he'll be 30, well, I pay for that. I pay for that. There's a price you have to pay for that, she said. And I had to apologize to my son because I said to him, quote, I don't want you to think that your story is not valid because I didn't win. I didn't read you those stories. I didn't show up at sporting events. Monique's reflection speaks to the thought process of many successful women who talk about the challenges in balancing family and career, but not often do we see them forward about purposely putting their careers before their family. And for Black women, it goes deeper as Black mothers are held up and expected to fulfill several roles spanning across the economic, social, and emotional divide. Quote, because my whole thing was, yeah, whatever you ask for, I can provide it, she said. You see this big house, you see that basketball court out back, you see the pool, don't you come complaining to me about nothing because I gotta go. And when I did come home, now I'm tired. Or there was a time that this entertainment was the priority because as a little girl, I wanted to be famous, baby, she said. So when that moment happened, that's all that it was. Now, what's interesting here is that Monique had kind of a ghetto, dysfunctioning, impoverished upbringing. So fame was a way of her achieving a financial stability. So she became an adult, that was her incentive. I want to get famous. I need to get money so that I can never be broke and poor again. And that became such a fixture in her life that it overshadowed her responsibilities to her husband, her responsibilities to her son, Shalon, etc. And then obviously she grew up, she matured, she realized the error of her ways. After she successfully accomplished what she needed to accomplish, she was able to then look at the damage that it costed and then try to go back in. But she's admitted that, you know, I have spoken to my son, I've acknowledged his experience. I'm not making excuses for my behavior. Like I know I was wrong. And to be honest, it's wild that Monique is literally this transparent, because to literally say, I did not even want to be a mother. I wanted to be famous. I did not want to be one. I remember Iyanla was on an episode of Fix My Life with someone in a similar situation, and I think it has to do with a middle child. It was like, I think it was 3 sisters and a dysfunctional, crazy ass mom. And I think the oldest or one of the daughters had felt like she was abandoned and that she was unwanted. And Iyanla finally had got the mother to admit that the pregnancy was a result of her trying to keep the dad. It had nothing to do with her wanting to be a mother, and that showed up in their parent to daughter relationship, how really unwanted she was. When she finally said it, when Iyanla finally got the mother to say it, she looked to the daughter and she said, basically, now I need you to swallow that. I need you to hear that. Your mother didn't want you. She didn't want you. And the mother tried to buck up because the mother was going to try to soothe it. And Iyanla was like, don't soothe it. You need to hear it, because your whole experience has been, you've been unwanted. Now I need you to deal with that. I need you to accept that. That's your validation, is you wasn't wanted. Now, what you can do after you done process that, after you done had a head-on collision with the brutal, ugly, low-down truth that your mother didn't want you, she wasn't intentional about you, she didn't choose you, she had other things she wanted beyond you. Now, after you deal with all of that, unpack all of that, and you figure out what that means to you, then you show up back at the table and you decide what you want from her, whether that be a relationship or whether you better off without her.
So, and that's what Shalon. You're absolutely right.
But she was establishing the premise that everybody has to do their work in this situation. That sometimes the truth is brutal, and she was drawing the line that the damage has already been done. So there's no need to fodder over the reality. The reality has already played out. It's already become 18, 20, 25 years of your experience. Now what you need to do is accept that truth. But your mother also is here saying she loves you. She has grown to have a love for you. She's willing to work on a relationship. And after you unpack the fact that you were not intentionally created, that you were a byproduct of your mother's desperation to hold a man in her life, that all of that neglect you experienced was real, it was valid, etc. What you don't get to do is continue to harp on her about that. You now got to go do your work, and then you show back up and figure out if you want what your mother can offer you now. She's willing to offer you a relationship now. You can either take that or not. It's no foul play in whatever choice you make. But you don't get to terrorize her, or you don't get to trauma pile and trauma dump, and you don't get to do any of that, because it's counterintuitive, it's counterproductive. What you need to do is accept your experience. Your experience has been validated by somebody who has been able to bring themselves to tell you the ungodly truth. They are also in a position to do better for you. And after you do your work with that hard truth, you once again decide if you want what now is on the table or not. So,
but the only thing that he said, the only thing that he got on here to say was, please stop using my name when when she does this interview. That was really where all this started from. Now, let me say this. He has a right. Now, she kept bringing him up. And his thing was, before we got into all the particulars and all this tweets came out and everything, the only thing that boy was saying to her was, please stop bringing my name up in your interviews. Now,
okay, let me. I'm sorry. I have to jump in.
My thing is that the same thing he asked her to do is the same thing she asked Oprah to do about her mother and father. She did not want them on that show.
Those are two different. Those are two different
Let me
situations.
explain where I'm going with it, and then you could, and I hear you. What I'm saying is that she felt a certain way that she didn't want to happen, that she didn't want happening on that show. When Oprah brought her parents on there, she didn't want that. She said, I didn't want my mother on there because then it's going to cause me to have to answer questions, and people are going to be in the supermarket and they're going to be saying this, that, and the other to me about my mother. And yet, in spite of everything that happened, that's my mother. The young man said to her on his first video was, just don't bring my name up in the interviews, because that means he felt she wasn't telling it all. And it was nothing wrong with him saying that to her. This is when it escalated. When he came on, it escalated to the point whereas now I can't even ask you not to say my name. It was nothing wrong with that, of him asking her not to put his name into, into these interviews.
Yes, there is. Because here's the thing. I'm sorry, Conscious, I have to jump in here. I didn't heard enough. Here's my thing. That is her experience. That ain't got nothing to do with him. Yes, he is a part of her experience. Yes, he is absolutely a part of that. That's her truth. So what you will not do is go on here and start saying, please keep my name. No. That's her pain. She had to deal with that. So she is being transparent enough to say, I was the one that, and you still don't want to deal with your own pain. That is what this is. That's what this whole thing comes down to. It ain't. So for me, I'm sorry. I understand Shalon. I get him. But baby, let me tell you something, because I've been in his shoes. I know what I'm looking at. The boy has to grow up. That's the God honest truth. He has to process it, and he has to grow up.
This is the problem. Shalon is wanting Monique to be responsible for his triggers by asking her not to mention me so that I don't have to see you and I don't have to hear you and I don't have to be told about you. But it's not her trigger to be responsible for, because as William has said and I said earlier, this is Monique's story too. And even though he is an extra in that story, it's still her story too. And if she can share that story, she can talk about the mistakes she's made in her life and the people that she's hurt. Shalon is just not being honest. You want a relationship to your mother. That's what you need to accept. And if that's what you accept, then you need to position yourself to go seek that out from her, and y'all figure out together what are the best ways to go about creating that.
And nobody even really paid attention to it until Dia.
But you don't get to tell somebody that, like, to keep you out of their story too. If you're a part of somebody else's story, you're a part of somebody else's story, and it is their story to tell as well. And once again, she's not saying anything negatively about him, because the moral of the stories have to do with her and the mistakes she made, the choices she made, the state of mind she was in, and accepting responsibility. And she has done that both publicly and privately. And that's a lot more than a lot of people can say about their own parents who are willing to wear this scarlet letter, not only privately, but personally. Shalon is given.
He's a manipulator.
I am not fully on board. I have not been fully on board with cultivating a healthy relationship in whatever me and my mom could have right now. And Monique and Sydney both seem to have boundaries, which they should have. And it seems to me that Shalon may be interpreting those boundaries that Monique and Sydney has as rejection and as unrepentance and as all the things that sometimes unhealthy people will interpret other people's boundaries to be. And as a result, he's allowed his wounds to push him away as a result of running up against those barriers and those boundaries that her and Sydney have in place. And he doesn't understand that it's his own wounds that's eating him alive. It's not really so much as Monique is unwilling, that she's unpresent. You can't look, you just told us that unpresent, uncaring mother left you $45,000 and started that in your life when you was a minor. Then also has been present for you and her granddaughter, from cars to baby showers to the whole nine. Hell, you are highlighting the fact that she's had you on the set of Hollywood, the set of the Parkers, etc. Shalon is being, it's given that he's being disingenuous. It feels like there is some issues that Shalon is having with his mother being willing to have a relationship, but what that does not mean is me allowing you to disrespect me.
Exactly.
What that doesn't mean is that it means I'm going to be your yes man. What it doesn't mean is that I give up autonomy just to prove to you that I'm all in. Like, what you're asking me for in some ways is completely unrealistic. And I'm sorry, boo. I'm going to have to let you be mad, and I'm going to have to let you work that out, because that's not a me and you issue. This is really a you issue. So when you work that out, I'm here. And that's what I mean by I'm here. I'm here, and I'll be here when you are ready.
So do you think, let me ask you this question, Conscious. Would you approve of her and her son going to therapy, and they work, and whatever he has to work with through, that she make herself available to be there for him in that process?
Hey, Conscious,
why would I not support? I support him doing whatever is going to bring peace,
right,
and resolve to whatever the situation is. Even if that means staying the hell away from each other, or if that means put in therapy, of course, I support like whatever is going to create a healthy outcome.
Now, do you think her husband should be involved in that process?
I think he absolutely has to be, because
in the process of them in therapy.
Yeah,
family.
Yeah,
no. I'm saying because there's a part when he said that this is about me and you. Are you saying that you feel it's appropriate for her husband to be into that therapy session with her and her son?
Yes.
He just wants to beat up on Monique, and Sydney stops him from doing that. Sydney holds him accountable.
That's what I was going to say.
Because the problem with Sydney, because Sydney is her intimate partner, the problem with him not being a part of the process is he would not know how to also play his role and also support Monique in her situation with her son if he's also not a part of that process.
No,
where
not that
they
he
all
would eventually be a part of it. Not that he wouldn't eventually. I'm saying for them to start off. I'm not saying.
Period. I'm just saying in general, Sydney needs to be a part of the process. I don't care whether for the first quarter of sessions it's Monique, whatever.
Okay.
I'm just saying in general, however it needs to go. But what I'm saying is that you cannot eliminate anybody's interpersonal partner from any
Right.
social experience. Like, just like I know that if my friend gets married, now my friend is a 2-for-1 package. Like,
Right.
I know that they now have other obligations too. That's something I have to accept. And yes,
Right.
things have changed. I've been running with my best friend for the past 20 years, and it's just been me and him, and we've been able to pussy pop intercontinentally, and we've been able to just, be each other's companions, etc. But now things have changed, whether I like it or not, whether I agree with it or not. Things have changed.
Right.
This is now somebody else that I have to love, who's loving my best friend, who is significant, who's going to be there. And it's in my best interest to learn. It's in our best interest to learn how to coexist together, because none of us going anywhere. I ain't going nowhere as a best friend. You ain't going nowhere as a spouse to my best friend. So
Right. Exactly.
we need to figure this out. We gonna have to figure this out. There's gonna be no such thing as me and there's not gonna be a such thing as me and my best friend and then my best friend and their spouse. Like, that's too much, and it's not necessary. And ultimately, if everybody got the best intentions toward everybody, there shouldn't be no reason why we can't be a family and we can't learn to be in community together.
Let me
You
also
know,
respond to
William,
let me also
William, let me
respond
say
to that
something
real
real
quick.
quick. Let me say this real quick, William.
Okay, go
The
ahead.
more the deeper we dive into this and analyzing these videos, I am convinced that he's not only manipulative, but he's been an entitled child. He's been very privileged because she's overcompensated for her absence. And he's literally, because I think Sydney came in, once her and Sydney relationship turned into a romantic relationship and him being a man, he saw it for what it was. And he actually helped Monique to see that her constantly giving, showering, all that she was doing was in vain. This young man, to me, is literally, he's upset because he can no longer weaponize the trauma. So although he cannot weaponize it the way he had been to guilt trip Monique, he's now trying to weaponize it and just slander her, implement that she's not trying, and all she's doing is just dropping receipts left and right. But it's very clear. I don't know if anyone else sees it that way, but he's literally, just like when we see people that are privileged with children, they give them everything, and then when they finally decide, they wake up and they see that they've made a mess, and they put their foot down and they try to put structure in place, boundaries in place, that they, the entitlement, they start throwing out, well, you wasn't here, you didn't do this, da 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 da. Like I said earlier, it's a temper tantrum. This is literally what he's doing, and the only reason why, because initially he had nothing negative to say about Sydney in his first video. He was just going after his mom. Now, because Sydney spoke out and said, that there may be some mental instability or whatever the case may be, and he just was very direct speaking to him. Now you have a problem with this man. Now you want to remove him so that you can go back to the toxic interactions with your mom. He's doing exactly to Monique what he said she was doing to him. He's abandoning her every time she's tried to reach out and things of that nature. He left her on, he ghosted her. So I feel like he's playing a lot of manipulative games. And I said earlier, I do believe that, because Monique has said it herself, that she did create the trauma in him. I just think that he's manipulating it. And there may be somewhere deep in the core of him that his subconscious that does want and yearn to have a good, productive relationship with his mom, but he's so used to the toxic rhetoric of, and that being the way to get what he wants out of her, that he's going to continue to go that route. I don't think he made it clear to us, because everybody's like, well, Monique has to do. She's doing exactly what he's saying that he wants. He doesn't want to have a relationship with her. How can she, Sharon, because you have the experience, what is it that she can do that will not violate him? Because if she tries to force something on him, that's a violation to what he's saying he doesn't want. So what can she do?
And I want to say, hold on. I want to say this. We also got to be intelligent enough to acknowledge the fact that if a adult man is experiencing another man in such a way that he wants to call him a papa, it means that Sydney was doing something right up until that point.
I
It means that Sydney was doing something right, and Shalon acknowledges that yeah, there definitely was a point in time. But guess what Shalon also did? When Monique dropped that text message from Sid to Shalon, with Sid correcting his behavior, his attitude, him cussing out everybody, him flipping out and letting him know that was going to be unacceptable, and all the things that Shalon addressed, he never fucking addressed that goddamn text slide. He never addressed context and all the shit he responded to. He left that one on red. He ain't unpacked that shit. He ain't unearthed that shit. So
you better preach.
Once again, it's giving me that Shalon, because he has a wound, like Women's and T said, he is expecting to be able to weaponize that wound against his mother, who he believes is suffering from guilt, and is trying to use that to get his way with her. And the real problem with Sid being involved is that Sid ain't gonna let Shalon play them Hunger Games on Monique ass.
Exactly.
Sid ain't gonna let Shalon ass play them Harani Ho games on Monique ass. And that's the incentive to scoot Sydney ass out of the picture, because if Sydney ain't in that damn picture, then it's more possible for Monique to fall for the okie dokie and to allow Shalon to weaponize her shame and her guilt and her sympathy around what she's done. This boy is having an issue with his parents creating boundary, and because he's still afflicted by his abandonment fracture, he is interpreting those boundaries as a negative. He's interpreting those boundaries to be, I'm unwanted, I'm unloved. This reminds me too much of the abandonment. Them telling me no reminds me too much of my mother not being there. Them telling me no, them establishing right and wrong, or holding me accountable. All of this shit is triggering him up because he's still triggered and he's wounded and he's living from that wounded place. And I feel bad for him if he doesn't know that the only way he's going to have a healthier relationship with his parents is by truly forgiving Monique and being willing to entertain, once again, what they can now have, which is going to be very different, because when Monique was just his mom, she was a single mother, or she was a married woman. And it was just him, her, and his dad. But Monique now is grown. She's back a working woman. She got 3 other fucking kids. She has a marriage. So you got to figure out what that means for you and her. You got to divide her up 3, 4, 5 other ways, because she got more responsibility now. She got other obligations now. You're going to have to actually mourn the death of your fantasy.
Boyhood.
You and her, and deal with in the newness of what we can have today. But this does seem to be a boundary issue, and that's what Sid meant by him saying, him calling out his anger issues and his disrespectful tone and his mouth, and him going on these rampages. And yeah, he probably get that from his mama, because he get his gangster side from his mama. He get his rambunctious, politically incorrect, gonna let your ass have it, cuss you clean the fuck out. He probably get that from his mama. So that's a part of him, that's a part of her. And but they ain't putting up with it, and they don't have to. and they should not, and it's only toxic to do so. So he may be more of the problem than people realize, but a lot of people don't want to realize that because they actually want Monique to serve a life sentence for what she did.
I really don't
Because if
want
he
her.
really didn't want to be brought up,
I
if
think
he really
Monique
didn't
has
want to be
done
brought up,
for herself.
Okay.
I think that Monique has done really well. I think Monique is showing an example of when a person really owns their stuff. She did the work. Just like, I really believe that. Where I disagree is that I think that she expected him to move just as quickly as she did in her work, and he hasn't done that work. And I just
I don't
feel
think so.
that
She's
she's
giving him
not
plenty
doing.
time.
Okay,
I
I'm
think,
sorry.
well, I don't personally, we all don't know how much time Monique has given him.
Yeah.
We don't know anything. We all just really all guessing. So, we just all spitting it out there from our own experiences. I don't know how much time Monique has
We have
given
She's
him.
giving him
pictures.
time
And
now. She said, "Let it all unfold."
what I'm
Can I
saying
say
is
something?
to let it all unfold on YouTube is not the way you handle it.
No,
Well,
she's not saying on YouTube. I
we
think she
have
means in life.
a
Right.
bird's eye view. So she showed us a text message. We've seen them engaged for a year.
Uh-huh.
She's been speaking about their relationship for years.
Right.
And
I did see those texts. And I knew that something
he
was
has a
good
45,
happening.
and he had
Yeah.
$45,000 to his name. He has a car to show for her involvement. He has a bunch of gifts and things for her granddaughter to show for her involvement. So we know that she's been involved.
Right.
We know
But
she's been
he
involved.
hasn't been
So
Right.
involved.
what?
As far as
So this is
that,
my
I'm just talking about as far as their issues are concerned, that maybe it has to be done another way.
Well,
so
I
this is
wanted
my
to
question.
hey love. I just
This
wanted to piggyback on what you and Rumors and Tea were saying on that point. We actually have, with the text messages, we have a clue that Shalon and Monique had their own,
What the son is
like,
saying is not true. She has been
communication.
there.
They had their
Hmm.
own personal way to each other, and
Right.
somehow that got
Is Mary's mic
messed
working?
up. I'm
Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead, boo.
Go ahead,
We can hear you, Mary.
Mary, you there?
Mary.
I think the
I
Maybe
audio.
she's
think I
in the
think her audio got. Let me
Wi-Fi.
say this.
Can
Let me
Oh.
let me
I go
say
after
this.
William?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here's my issue. It seems to me like Sharon. Now I could be wrong,
There you go,
but it
Okay.
Mary.
seems to me like you're trying to hold Monique to an impossible standard without fully evaluating the fact that yes, she has done the work. She has acknowledged the fact that she has messed up. And you're still on this, well, Monique shoulda, Monique shoulda, Monique shoulda, Monique shoulda. And you're not actually looking at the sun because it's almost like doing a news interview. If you're gonna interview somebody, you may interview the parent, you may interview the two children. And one of the sons will say, well, no, my mama was the best damn thing that's ever happened in the world. Are you only going to look at that side? Because that's the side. Or are you going to go and look at the other side and say, and listen to the other son and say, well, no, my mama was not the best thing that ever happened to me. You're going to get two different experiences. So
You're absolutely right.
it seems to me more or less like you're trying your best, and this may be through your own personal experiences that you have had with your interpersonal relationship, and you're projecting that onto Shalon.
well.
This
No,
is
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying,
saying. Hang on,
no, what I'm
hang on,
saying is
hang
that,
on, hang
okay,
on.
go
I'm
ahead.
not finished. I'm not finished.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I hear what you're saying, but I also am underscoring because I'm also a life coach myself. What I'm also noticing is that in a lot of these discussions, we seem to we agree that Monique has admitted and has acknowledged and has been transparent about her relationship with her son. That's the reality.
Right.
Now that the son has jumped in and said, well, you ain't really that. Hold up. Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. First of all, walk me through. How did this breakdown happen? Okay.
Right.
And then
Right.
and then once the breakdown, and now once you explain it to me, what is your role in the breakdown?
Right.
Because it ain't just her. She has already admitted her part. You need to focus on getting your shit together. See, Shalon is not used to tough love. He's not used to somebody stepping to him and saying, brother, sit down. Because you have played a part in the breakdown of this relationship too. So what I want to know from you is, why do y'all get on this panel and go so far to the left and try to blame Monique for something she has already admitted, and you're not looking at the son and asking the son the exact same question that you're trying to pin it on Monique for?
Okay,
Why?
so I'm going to answer. Okay, I'm going to answer that. I don't understand exactly where you're getting that everybody's jumping on Monique. I
Because
have only said, you asked me a question. Now I'm going to answer it. The thing is, I think Monique has done the work. I don't know why you keep saying me personally, no, I personally, because you asked me the question. So you're getting, so evidently I may be coming across where this is where you're hearing that I think she's at fault. I don't think Monique is at fault. What I'm saying
then,
is, I just think that Monique needs to work with him to get to a place where he can accept what has happened. That's all I'm
but
saying.
that's
I think Monique has done a wonderful job in how she has. I said to you when she did Shay's
It seems
interview,
that
I think
she's
she did
already
great.
done that. It seems like what he needs to do is he needs to get himself in therapy and work through his mommy issues.
exactly. That's my point.
Exactly.
That's my point. Because
Period.
you cannot pinpoint all of what he has went through just on his mom. He
But
needs to
I'm not.
go in
I
there
think they both need to be together. You think he needs to, I think he needs individual. I think he needs to work just like you said. But I also
yes, he
think
does.
there's a part that she needs to contribute to.
What is that?
If she's
Only they
already
know that. I wouldn't be,
What is that?
only
Because
they
that's
would know
my
the
that.
only
thing.
thing that Monique can contribute
Mhm.
is the new self and implementing who she is now and offering that to her son as she's offering that to the other three kids, to her husband, etc. Is giving
Right.
who she is now to him.
Right.
It's up to him to want to
Accept
accept
it.
that or not accept that. But
Mhm.
all she can give him is who she is.
Right.
She can't
Exactly.
tell
I
him who
am.
she
This is
is.
who your mama is. This is how I've grown. This is who I've become. And this is what
Right.
I have to offer you. And you can
Right.
accept it or not accept it. But this is what I'm offering.
Right.
And
So
he
let
didn't
me
just
go ahead. I'm
he
sorry,
didn't
Mary.
okay, thank you. He didn't just come to the internet and tell his mom not to keep his name out of her mouth. He said a lot. He was taking shots. They were, whether they were low key or high key, he was taking shots. So if he was doing that in front of us, we can only imagine what he does behind our backs, behind closed doors.
He told us he's
Right.
full as fuck.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Because
what can you do with that? What can Monique, a grown woman, come on now, we got to take,
Absolutely
we
nothing
don't want to be ageist, but we got to
Nothing.
take age into account
to
in this one,
protect
because
herself
what
from
did you
it.
expect her to do at her grown age? She's not going to deal with that.
no.
Charity
So
Hot.
she already
Okay,
has,
but let me
and then
ask everybody. So let me ask everybody an honest question, because there's a lot of people in the chat, and there may be people on the panel who don't want to say it, but that's what they're getting at. How many of y'all really want Monique to just throw herself at the beck and mercy of her son until the
Nope.
end of her days?
I
Because
don't.
that's really what the tonality is given. Is that the truth that some of y'all want Monique to just throw herself at the beck and mercy of her son until the end of her days?
I don't. Black women
I
don't get no
believe that.
grace.
She
I
can
really
for her other
believe that
son's
is.
sake.
Wait. Look, can I
I
say
really
something real quick?
believe that is what Monique was doing. I believe she was operating from a place of guilt at some point when he started lashing out and telling her, all about his trauma, what she didn't do, da 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 da. I believe she tried her best to overcompensate, and I believe her husband saw that it was coming at a price that she was being abused. I really do, and
Agreed.
I think that a lot of times, which is so common, not to just make it about Monique, but that happens a lot. Um, and we know that most parents that have, failed us in some areas of our lives, they
Mm-hmm.
usually make that up through our grandchildren. I mean, through their
Right.
grandchildren,
Right.
right? And I believe that he's now weaponizing his daughter by
Thank
keeping her
you.
separate. Like I see, because I yesterday
Right.
I saw his point of view and still was
Mm-hmm.
standing with Monique, offering grace, her and Sydney
Yeah.
offering grace, because I know that it is not isolated to just Monique. Yes, she may have been the one to create the fraction, right? But she's also
Mm-hmm.
been the only one that has been trying to correct and healed the fracture. And I feel down in my soul because I was like that. I didn't know that consciously that I was literally trying to make my mother pay for whatever I felt like she failed in my area, whatever area of my life she failed in.
Who
I was
hasn't done that? Like,
weaponizing.
who hasn't
I
low
was
key
yeah,
guilt tripped their
but I
parents?
think that he's not aware. See, I think he's convinced himself because he was the original injured party, that
Mm-hmm.
everything that he's done, he's justified in doing. I don't think he sees that some of his actions have been abusive towards his mom. I don't think
True.
that he and I do believe that he does understand, because people want to use Monique's characteristic, her aggressive tone, her passion, her need to stand up for herself, her fight and her drive. I think people have weaponized that and made it such an ugly thing instead of something beautiful
Because he
that
didn't pile
he
on until DL said something.
yeah, but I think
Uh-huh.
that, and I'm gonna let Mary finish talking, but I really do believe that he knows that his mom, there was a part of him that knew, because we all saying the same thing. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I'm pretty sure he knows
Exactly.
his mom had some areas where she suffered low self-esteem because of her own traumas. I just
True.
believe overall that he's the victim, but he's also the manipulator in the situation. He's the user and he's the abuser in the situation. And I think Sydney holds his ass to that. I
Can
believe
I
that
say something real
100%.
quick? Can I say something real quick? Because what up? Well, good evening, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. Um,
Valentine's.
Valentine's Day.
what I was gonna say is to the lady that was saying that should should Sydney be in the when they go to for therapy. This has been going on for a long time. We're only getting snippets of what's going on.
Right.
Um, Sydney has been around from the beginning, you can say, because him and Monique and her ex-husband were friends. So
Mm-hmm.
yes, he is a part of that. And like I said, we're getting snippets. It's like Monique said, let it play out. Because this young man, I mean, the text message showed that he has been disrespectful, okay, in talking to her. Yeah, and I agree with Anya. I mean, rumors and tea. He is taking advantage of the situation. Okay. So yeah, I mean, like it's obvious, and then we're just getting a little bit more. Everything he throws out, they show receipts for. We can't just come to like a conclusion to what's going on because we don't know. We just have to let it play out and see what happens. Because like I said, we don't know what's going, like Anya just, I mean, rumors and tea just said, we don't know what goes on an everyday basis.
Yeah,
So
and there's
we
nothing
do
wrong with
have to
him
sit.
coming out and stating his grievances, but he
No, no,
shouldn't
no,
sit
I
there
didn't
and
say that.
pretend that he's not doing that. Like,
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. What I'm saying is he came out, okay, kind of slandering, but it's okay for him to tell his truth. But we getting a piece from him, but we don't know what goes on day to day. How long have they been in therapy, or did they try to go to therapy? We don't know all those things yet.
Maybe his mom tried to have therapy with just, her and him, and he rejected it. We don't know. So I think it's unfair to just like come to a conclusion, that Monique is not doing this, Monique is not doing that.
Well,
We
does
don't
anybody
know.
know that? Did he say that he was in therapy? Because if you can't go to therapy with someone else, you need to at least go to therapy for
For
yourself.
yourself.
For yourself, right?
So this is my
hold on, William, because I don't respond to community before I take this off the screen. She said, why did Mo need an apology at 50 plus from grown ass rich dudes for shit from 15 years ago, but he can't be mad. She fucked his childhood up. She mad about money and fucking jobs, and you humans cheers. So you seem to have kind of like reality a little warped, boo. First of all, nobody is mad that he's mad because he gets to have his experience. Even his own mom agrees that he gets to feel however he needs to feel and wants to feel about her fuck shit, for one. For two, she needs an apology because she was blackballed as a result of a narrative, and that narrative almost kept her from being able to give him a $10,000 down payment for that car he's driving around in. So that apology is connected to her economy and her economics. That's why she needed the apology. She don't need the apology because she's in her feelings. She don't need the apology because she just needs to personally be able to know that everybody just feels sorry for what they did. Their narratives stunted her bad and her ability to navigate and provide for her sweet babies. So that's why she needed the apology. Okay. Now, the same apology she expected from Tyler, that she expected from Oxtail Winfrey, and that she wanted and expected from Lee Daniels is also the same apology that she's been giving to her son since she's been in the world and she realized the error of her ways. So she's also not being a hypocrite, which is why she's taking responsibility for her fuck shit privately and publicly, the way she want these fuck ass niggas to take responsibility for what they did to her reputation publicly and privately. So she's actually standing on business. She's actually showing them this is what you do when you wrong. You talk about it. You bring voice to it. You scream it from the top of the mountain that I'm wrong. This is what I did. It was out of order. I'm paying for it. These are the consequences of it. And I'm willing to do better. Something that Miss Oxtail Winfrey damn show ain't walking exemplary of yet, despite Monique walking in example. Something that Tyler Perry still ain't brought his ass to do, despite Monique and leading the charge and showing these niggas by example what you do when you do wrong. And she's holding herself accountable.
Period. How do you tell somebody to stop apologizing to you too? That's a new kind of censorship. Like, stop apologizing to me. Like, that's weird.
Rumors and tea.
Can I say it?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Everybody, just kind of like jump rope. See, y'all gotta...
Okay.
Man, hey, you gotta get in there.
I just really want him to go off on DL. Like, go off on DL. Don't let him talk about your mama like that.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Okay. But
you know what? You know what? I'll do that right after Miss Valerie go, because I will drag him. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just find it real funny. Like I said this morning on this morning's live. Okay, she's been CTV has just read like 3 articles, right, from 2015 and so on. Why is he coming out now that she's back trending? Why were you didn't you have these grievances and come on social media if this was really,
they do
affecting
anything
you?
for clout?
Exactly. I feel like he's trying. Exactly. I feel like I agree with Rumors and Tea. It's a manipulation tactic.
Can I insert my input on this situation? Hi, everybody.
Yes.
Hi.
I just want to come from the son's point of view. Just hear me out. Can you just imagine Sydney being Monique's best friend, then all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but over time, soon becoming her lover, then her husband? And this child has had to share his mother with the world as her being a comedian.
Yes,
Then
that's
he had
right.
to share his mother with multiple husbands,
Yep.
which is normal. That's a part of life. Then have to
Mhm.
share her with her best friend that soon became her husband.
Mhm.
And not to mention her being on the road and everything, she halfway raised him. So he don't have the proper
Mhm.
tools into becoming a young man to an adult. So then he Sydney constantly inserts himself in everything. Can you just imagine having to share your mother with the world, then having to share your mother with this man? Then when the problems start displaying itself, you still have to share your feelings with her man again. And even when
Oh,
she responds to your outlash, he responds to it. He just wants his mother to himself for once.
right.
He's always
Can I?
had to share her. And
Can
I'm not
Oh my
saying he's
goodness.
an angel.
Oh
I'm not
God.
hang
saying
on, hang
Monique
on,
is,
hang on, hang on.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm not saying he's an angel. I'm not saying Monique is wrong. Monique was doing what she needed to do. She was trying to break some generational curses. But she has to acknowledge that, like he said, just because you acknowledge that you wasn't the greatest mother, acknowledge the fact that he just wants his mother to himself for once, without
But
the husband, without the
Mhm.
world,
I'm so
without.
Hang,
yeah,
hang,
that's
hang, hang
cute.
on, hang on, hang on, hang
That's
on.
not
Go
realistic
ahead.
because she
It's
has
not
other
That is a
realistic,
kids.
and what I'm
classic
Go.
syndrome.
and this is the problem with us walking around wounded is
Yeah.
we literally expect other people to participate in our fantasies,
Thank
and
you.
that's just not something that is Monique's gall to give to him. He has to heal what has happened. His mother has apologized publicly, privately, and of her own free will, because as he said, I never spoke about my mama publicly, which means that Monique took up this charge. This is something she bared. This is something that she wasn't forced to do. He didn't pressure her to do it. She's literally been having a genuine come to Jesus with herself and been
Right.
vocal about expressing, you know, the fatal flaw she made.
But if
And
he was halfway
hold
raised, how
on,
does he
hold on,
know?
hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hmm.
And now that there's been an apology, there's
Hmm.
been a admission of wrongdoing, and Monique is available to not put her career before her family. She's a better person. She sees the value in family. She wants to be a family person. This once again became the contention around her not doing the overseas shit, but Precious, because she wanted to not abandon her twins and her family like she had already mistakenly did with her eldest son. And then that created a whole fucking negative domino effect in the industry. So she couldn't win for fucking losing. I'm trying to put out one fire while creating a goddamn another fucking fire. And nobody's letting me live in this bitch.
And
But
that's a fact.
hold
Exactly.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. But now your mama is married. Your mother has 3 kids. Your mother is a career woman. And your mother has to also have space to love herself and take care of herself in. This is where the circumstances are. You don't get to ask her to be single. You don't get to ask her to be motherless to her other children. You don't get her it. Yeah, your feelings are valid. You never had your mom to yourself, but a lot of us didn't. We were born into our parents already being married, our parents already having 2, 3, 5 kids. We were
Right.
the babies. We were the eldest. I mean, it's fucking life. You don't, I mean, like, it's no foul play. These are just natural circumstances. You don't blame your parents for already having a family before you came in. You don't blame your parents for you being the baby of 7. You just can't do that. You can't make that the issue itself. What you can make the issue is if there was actual neglect, if there was actual abandonment, if there was actual oversight. That's what you do get to blame. But you don't get to now, as a grown person, that Monique is living in her future self, her present self, and you still reliving being 17 years old and think that she can participate in a 17-year-old reality. No. No. Sorry. You have to go to therapy and heal that and you have to come back to the table and be able to negotiate the current terms and conditions of y'all's reality.
And I agree.
The
I agree
past
with
has already
everything she said.
happened. So there is no having your mother to yourself. You share your mother with other people who she loves and in relationship to. And actually, if that's so yeah, I'm gonna leave that there. You just got you don't get to ask her to selfishly exist to you. Nobody
No, I'm
can.
not saying
Where is the
selfishly. I just
realistic
think go ahead.
problems here? Where are the realistic issues here? Like, can we can do that if we want to advocate for him? We can point out his realistic issues, and that isn't one of them. You know what I mean? Like that would have happened if she was just regular trying to make it, working poor, and she had multiple kids. That's gonna happen to at least one kid. They're gonna feel like they haven't gotten as much love. I
Yep, I don't
mean,
have my mom to myself.
Well, I mean, I just think neglect is the outcome of this. That this is how the neglect is just
but
playing
this is
out.
the thing. He's not just neglected. He's being a brat. This is way
I
beyond
mean, the
neglect.
apple don't fall far from the tree. I
Oh,
think
I
I
know
think he
exactly. I'm
gets
not
it
and I'm
from
not
her.
saying that she's perfect at all. I'm
Yeah.
just saying he's not right. He's not right, especially right now during her what she's doing. This is just another roadblock she doesn't need. He's not right for this.
So
I
let
disagree.
me jump in here. Let me jump in here because as I said to y'all earlier, and I'm gonna keep in it until some of y'all that are defending this boy gets it. I'm in the exact same shoes as him at this very moment. The difference between me humbly and him is I can actually empathize and recognize my shortcomings in my relationship with my own mother. He is not there yet. He needs to go to therapy. He needs to go off and deal with his own issues. Then when he comes back, he can then come back and say, you know what, mama, well, I understand what you did, and I understand all of that. I need to also apologize to you for how I behaved in those times that I was with you because that was wrong of me. That was definitely of me to make myself the priority when you have all of this extra responsibility, all of this extra things that you got going on. And I apologize for that. That's how you get to where you are. You don't get to where you are by A, being a brat, by B, acting like your mama. Yeah, you may want your mama, but baby, your mama is busy. Go off, do your shit, work on yourself, and actually make yourself a better person. Because right now, Shalon, you are not there yet. You need to grow up.
Period. This is not a true illustration of closing the door. He said that he's closed the door. He does not want to have a relationship with his mother, which is really sad.
And she is
Very
the one
sad.
saying, I'm still waiting. So she's the one open. He the one
Exactly.
closing the door.
Would
He
anybody in
closed
this
the door
room
because
give
he don't want
him
to do the emotional labor.
I mean,
exactly?
I
Would
think
anybody in this room advise him to cut off his only mother, like his little only biological mother that's still living? Would anybody give him that advice? I mean, it's not that toxic. I mean, it's not. You know what I mean? She's not abusing him in this time right now. I mean, not that I can see. Maybe he feels abused still, and he should be clear about that so we, if he wants to talk about it in the public. But it's just like, I mean,
You're
this is
not
not a
being
bad
honest.
woman.
You're not being honest about your own situation. And part of that is because you know in the back of your mind, you know your mom has apologized to you. In the back of your mind, you know that your
And
mom has
y'all all
actually
know what that
made
feels like. Y'all all know what
Mhm.
it's like to you done did all you can to make some shit right, and and the other party just ain't allowing there to be no like it ain't
no
no leg. It ain't
Right.
like ain't no give.
Yep.
yeah,
Ain't
and I
no.
absolutely know what that feels like, but I also knows what it feels like to be an adult and want an adult relationship with your parent, but their
But here's
significant
the thing:
other
you
insert.
cannot
Can I finish what I'm
Adult
saying,
relationship
please?
includes
adult
mutual
relation.
respect.
Yes,
You,
and it includes being. See, this is the thing about
it includes sharing as well.
yes.
Yep.
The, See, this is the thing about
Means Karen.
people who say he wants an adult. We're like, no. What he wants is he wants his 8-year-old. He wants to go back to the time that he was 8 years old. He wants to go back to the time where he didn't have his mom in his life like that, so that way he can continue to keep
Well, that's a good point.
weaponizing,
He's
so he
stunning.
can continue to keep going on. And see, when you get, see, you cannot parent an 8-year-old boy who's in a grown man's body.
Ayana would
You know
say,
what?
take
I
him
was
into your
thinking
bosom, though.
initially.
You
Initially, I was thinking
I
that
think
he.
that's what he wants.
Can y'all hear me? Initially, I was thinking he wanted. He was yearning for a bond and an emotional connection.
He was.
I told y'all, the more the deeper we dive into this, I'm simply convinced. Nobody can tell me anything different. I'm reading the energy. I'm reading the damn room. Okay, that man does not, but he told us though. To be fair, he said he doesn't want a relationship with his mother.
So then,
That
why are you even here?
he's an opportunist. Okay,
Yep.
I
I
feel like
mean,
he's taking this opportunity because all he wants is because his mother created this standard. All he wants is what he can gain, whatever it is in the right now. I think that entitlement is roaring, is raging in him. And
Mm,
so I really feel like because I think again, we are all trauma bonding at this point. We're all speaking from our own experiences, most of us, or what we've seen other people go through. We want to make it something else that it isn't. That man does not want to be bothered with his mother. She has nothing, she's done her part. And we're gonna be quite frank. I am. She's done her part. It is nothing left for her to do. I do not see things changing for neither one of them, although it's my prayer that all involved get some help together individually. But I cannot sit up here and just keep going in circles, and listening to others go in circles, trying to make it seem like this is someone that's so broken down and he just wants his mom. No, the fuck he don't. He don't want her. He wants
what he
what
wants,
he can
yeah,
gain
he
from
wants
her.
something way more insidious.
exactly.
He wants her to grovel on her feet, on her hands and knees, get bloody, because it doesn't make any sense. How can she come to you more? You don't do that. Like my advice to him would be, don't wait for these older generations to come to you. They are open. I'm sure the door is open for you to come to them. I mean, that's just how it is.
So let me
He
let
ain't
me
looking, but he's not. That's what I think I'm getting frustrated at because I think that we're all that initially the general consistent was he's looking for a relationship. He, like a parental, parent to child relationship. That man ain't looking for that. That man is looking for the convenience of what his mother had to offer him. Whatever the monetary gain, it doesn't necessarily have to be money
I
either. It could
agree.
be just
I agree.
opportunity put on,
Agree.
for
Absolutely.
recognition and the
I mean,
spotlight.
even in the text
There's no
messages,
better
he asked his
explanation than that.
mom to help him buy flowers because he's looking for some sort of leadership from her. He asked her that. I have no idea what I'm doing. His mother
and
halfway raised
she
him.
And I think
provided
that's a
that.
manipulation
Right.
tactic. I think that's a manipulation tactic
Oh,
that
we
he's
know
trying
he
to
wanna
play off
be
on
he wanna be
her
mama's
to
boy.
use her guilt for not being there. That's a manipulation tactic. For
How
me,
did you
I'm
Yep.
know
getting
them text
I'm
frustrated.
gonna
messages
go on a
wasn't
limb
being
here.
revealed?
I'm gonna go on a limb here. I think he does want a full relationship to
Yeah.
Monique, but I think he goes dark when once again those boundaries get resurrected, and
Right.
that's when he probably becomes like manipulative and becomes angry and
Mm-hmm.
starts, doing all of his shit because he's not actually healing the wound. So every time, once again, every time he runs up against those boundaries, it
Yep.
feels like abandonment again to him. Every time he runs up against a no, it
Feels like a
he's
rejection.
hitting that wall
Facts.
again, or every time maybe he reaches out and she's actually working because her working is a sore spot from his childhood, and she can't take his call right then. She got to call him back, or she got to, get back to him the next day. He's running into these like normal, natural circumstances. She's a working woman, so of course that's just going to be a natural part of their life. And
Yeah.
or whenever she is saying no, or whatever the case may be. Every time he runs up against that, kaboom, like he goes kaboom again, he goes kaboom again. I agree. I think Monique has done what she can. Like, I'm here, I'm supportive, I changed my ways, I'm doing for you physically, I'm showing you the emotional support, I'm, keeping up with communication. But once again, if your expectation is I'm your yes man and I'm your indentured servant and I have to be stripped of my autonomy and I have to, and there's no like reasoning in this, that I can't dedicate time to everything else in my life too, because I have to band-aid you up for the rest of your life over something that you can overcome but choose not to overcome because it's easier to just make me responsible for being your lifelong nurse in this way. And I'm choosing not to sign up to that and sign up for that. Like, Monique has her right to not sign up for that. She doesn't have to give herself over to him in that way. And if that's what he wanting, he clearly can see that's never going to be. And if that means for him, then I don't want shit. If it can't be the way that I want it to be, then that's just unfortunate for them. It's unfortunate
It's
that
not just
it's going to
Monique.
be no relationship at all, because there can be relationship. Monique is available. I mean, who else wouldn't want a parent who's willing to say publicly all the time, I did my fucking baby wrong, blah, blah, blah. A mom that not only has repented, but you can call, you can text, a mom who's involved, a mom who wants to be a grandmother. Like they calling you out in the text about you not allowing them to see their grandchild. But you sitting here in the video saying, oh, she has no interest in being a grandmother because she ain't had no interest in taking care of me. So now we see you're projecting onto her. You're now trying to justify abandoning. And this is why I say he's getting his lit back. He's getting his lit back because it's like, well, I'm kind of in a way going to take you through what you took me through. And you abandoned me and ghosted me. So I'm going to be inappropriate and I'm going to ghost you at times. And you go eat it because, hell, you didn't care when you was ghosting me when I needed you. And yeah, now I got a granddaughter. And now I get to control your proximity to this. And if there is some unconscious desire for him to avenge himself by trying to get his mama to swallow, a dose of her own medicines, or if he's having an issue with adjusting to the boundaries that she has, etc., then he's weaponizing these things. And I just find it so interesting that he caught her out for not being a grandmother, but she's sitting here checking in on the
Wanting to be a
granddaughter,
grandmother.
sitting here funding the granddaughter, and they're over there as a couple upset that they have yet to meet their granddaughter, etc. But he's calling her out. And see, and this is why you gotta have receipts for a motherfucker. This is why you gotta keep your receipts.
He mad at Tuffy too. What did she do?
Because if Monique ain't had no receipts, considering how her reputation already done been flamed the fuck up by the three members of the damn Illuminati, and now her son comes into the chat. If she ain't had no receipts, it would be believable and realistic for us to believe that she done did everything that he said she done did, and she's guilty of everything that she said he is. I mean, that he said she is.
Even with
I think he sent that message, that death threat.
Well, even with her receipts, what did he really say she did, though? And I understand that it was a little bit dismissive, her being like, her other grandma is a doctor or whatever, but that's all she did? Like, really? She probably was having a brain fart because she already told her she's not that smart. Like, maybe she wasn't being very smart in that moment, but that's all she did, though. You act like she dropped your baby. You act like she came around with COVID. Or, like, you act like she's done all this bad stuff to her granddaughter. She's done more good than this one thing you say she was dismissive about.
Let me say this.
Yeah, because nobody is like perfect. It's like, no, people like nobody is perfect in every situation. Like, you got to be like strong enough to not be that insecure and literally turn every molehill into a mountain just because it's there. Like, and that's why we have to grow up emotionally, and we
That's
have
his
to
mental
mature,
illness, though.
and we got to mature mentally, because when we don't, oh my God, we are so much, and we turn everything into everything. So I find it interesting that he can hold her feet to the fire for the mistake she's made, but at the same time, he's admitting to being a completely flawed person himself. Like, I blew through $45,000. I had housing issues, um was reflected in the text messages. Like, so how is it that you get to be a ball of mistakes, and you get to, you know, be flawed and make your fair share of mistakes, but you literally are holding Monique to a unreal. I don't give a damn if she is your mother. She's not God. She's not imperfect. She's not infallible. Like, she's like
Absolutely.
him, and she's a person. So yeah, they're gonna be mistakes. They're gonna be missed opportunities. Like, I get pissed off at my friends all the time. I'm also mature enough to not cut them off because they piss me off at times. They get on my nerve at times. They don't show up like I need them to at times. These are still people in my life. These are still relatives I have active relationships to. These people are not God. They are just people. They're just biological entities. They're going to get caught up. Sometimes they're not going to prioritize. Like, it's just going to happen. And if you are so deeply broken, like, you really setting yourself up to be really, 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 really unhappy forever if you are expecting everybody else to be able to adhere to some perfection that even you can't achieve your damn self, which is reflected in your credit, reflected in your struggle to get a down payment for your car, reflected in your housing issues, reflected in all the other goddamn issues, like your business not going well, which was reflected in the text messages. I'm stressed out. The sales are not doing well. You know, my partner is adding to the goddamn anxiety. It's like, life isn't perfect, and it's okay. We need the proper coping mechanisms and coping skills. Once again, like, life is an art form. And I think it's unfortunate that we do think human beings should just know how to do all this shit, including parents, including young people, that they should just know how to do this. I believe we all need to be in class. Like, we all like it should be in the American curriculum, like a life class, like how to fucking do life. Like, that teaches you emotional intelligence, that teaches you mental discipline, like things that are foundational and fundamental to how we navigate, like, our romantic lives, our family lives, to navigate ourselves. Like, this shit need to be a whole fucking institution of learning because
Do you know what we call that, conscious? Life
no.
skill. We call that life skill.
And that's why it should be called a masterclass in life. Like, because these are life skills and they are necessary. Like, human beings are not AI. We don't just have this stuff encoded into us. Like, we have to be taught these things, or else we're going to make a course, a whole lifetime sometime of fucking mistakes. It happens. But it's clear to me that, you know, Shalon is not past his personal trauma, and he wants Monique to exist in a world shaped by that trauma. No, him and her have to be able to live in a world together, shaped in both of their healing.
Do we know what he talks about in his stand-up comedy? Does he talk about his daughter and his girlfriend or whatever? Like,
I
anybody
don't
ever
know
seen his
anything about Shalon.
stand-up?
I didn't even know he was a comedian until he said it. And to be honest, I can't even imagine he's a comedian.
Can I? So I want to address
not one joke.
I want to address the Sydney thing because I keep hearing a lot of people in the on the panel, as well as in the chat, talking about them. Well, Sydney don't need to dot. Let me explain something to y'all about married couple. Once that partner is a part of that person, once so with Monique, once Sydney is a part of Monique, that is Monique. Like, you can't separate Monique from Sydney without going through one or the other. And she's happy with who she has. And y'all are so hell bent on she don't need to be da. She don't need Sydney this and that. Wait a minute. What happened to we need our black men to step up and protect our black women? Ain't that what he's doing? Oh, we
Yeah,
got five
yeah,
up in
yeah.
here.
Yeah, William.
They
William,
just
we was up
sticking
in here
with
till
that
5.
one.
William, we was in here till 5 o'clock in the morning. We
Yeah.
discussed that. We
That's just
went
another
we
nitpick.
struck that down. And at the end of the day, we did come to the conclusion and realization that's coming from a place because black women, we don't trust black men. And to see,
Oh, I
to
was there.
see,
I
yeah,
was
to
there.
see one, to literally see one step up and do the things that we say we want, it's unbelievable. We can't trust it. It has to come with something like that's. They keep saying he's a manipulator. That has to come from like a place of not being genuine for a black man to actually step up. That's foreign. He's a unicorn. So I mean, although I think it's really crazy as hell because everything we have seen. Is the things that we cry out as black women wanting from a black man. It
Exactly.
is crazy for us to do that, but I mean, offering grace, not saying that it's cool and it's okay. I think we need to normalize when we see good, what they quote unquote say is a good black man. When we see good people with integrity, I think that we should celebrate them. But that's very common. They do that to Sierra when it comes to Russell. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
Can I say
it's a
something real
common
quick?
thing.
Oh yeah.
yeah. So that's my issue, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Remington T, because even though I was
Oh, I
there,
thought you was
I only listened to like parts of it. So let me say this, because my point was with the whole Sydney situation is I understand the mistrust in black men. I really really do, and I get why there's mistrust there. But I think on that end, I really do think that if you can find yourself a good man like a Sidney Hicks that can show up for you, that can protect you, that can and they're far in they are far in between, right? But if you can have that, and I think part of it too is that not only it's the trauma that's in result of the personal experience of black women who have had bad experiences with black men. So when they see a Sydney approach them, they want to run the other way. But not Monique, baby. Monique said, I am 10 toes down with this one right here.
I mean, Wendy Williams did the same thing.
Wendy Williams is a different case. We
Right,
ain't
but that's
talking
why
about
there
Wendy
is a
Williams.
mistrust. That's where some of the mistrust coming at. Now, don't get me wrong.
I
As far as
understand.
Sidney backing up his wife, as far as business is concerned, that's one thing. But if the son addresses his mother and his mother acts like she's going to respond, but then pass the
Miss,
buck off to Sidney, I think
Miss,
that's where people say
Miss,
he kind of should have set this one out because it didn't help
oh,
the situation. It made him
Miss,
go back and give her
Miss
another
Annie.
But he's
additional
been
response to
around.
What were you
Sidney.
gonna say,
He's not
Innocent?
new. He's not
No,
new in this relationship. He's been around. Like William said, he's been around. He knows
Yeah,
what's going on.
he's
He's not
definitely been
But
new.
around, and he's
so
definitely
can I ask y'all a
he's
question?
definitely, according
uh,
to the son, hasn't had the greatest impact on the
why are you
son.
only listening to the sun? The sun is just
No,
this is
I
No,
not
I've
want to
been
issue.
ask a
listening to
serious.
Monique for 20
He's done
years.
a
I've
great
been
job.
listening to Monique. I love Monique.
Sydney has done a great job in that boy life as well, which is why he was
Yep,
motivated to even call him Papa to begin with. You ain't calling a nigga
exactly.
who's
Thank
shitting on
you.
you Papa. You ain't seeking out a nigga who trashing you and who don't love you and who ain't supporting you. A Papa, like that ain't what you looking for in a motherfucker who is making your life a living hell. So we can clearly see from his desire to even call Sydney
I mean,
Papa,
Monique is a package
he is
deal. Sydney
indicative
comes
of
with
the fact that Sydney been doing something right.
she's a
Yep.
package. She's a package
But not
deal. There
even
is no
that.
her
The
without
thing
him.
no, but yeah,
And
I was
that's
gonna
not
say,
true,
wait
Michael
a minute,
X.
Hold
somebody,
on.
somebody background is definitely got hella
Yeah.
feedback in it.
Everybody mute if you're not actually speaking. Okay, now who is trying
So,
to speak?
okay. So what I was gonna say, I think that it is really crazy as hell to say that his voice is only needed in business. This is her husband. He's also her business manager, but he is her husband first before anything. This is a person that has seen her flaws, seen her son's flaws, and even his flaws. Like, this is a person that, and to be honest, he's the most neutral person in the whole equation. Because as we've all said numerous of times, this relationship that they've had has evolved from a friendship to a romance, but it's always been a family unit. He's always been a part of the family dynamics. Um, that is a manipulation tactic to strip Sydney away so that he could continue to actually take advantage of his mom, misuse her. I don't know why everyone wants to make him the scapegoat and say that he's the cause of the breakdown or keeping things from progressing when this young man is telling us, because it's almost like we're creating our own reality, like of set aside from what this man is saying. This man has said to us, him and his mom have actually been in agreement. The only thing that they for most of the thing they've been in agreement. The only thing that there was a controversy in is him trying to implicate that she didn't want to be involved. She's not being honest, and she provided receipts to show whatever narratives that the because like I said yesterday, he really said a bunch of nothing. What he did was he made accusations that left us all assuming. Those assumptions led people to attack and address Monique. So Monique responded to the general public. She wasn't even really trying to respond to her son because I think she's very clear that he knows what's up and I know what's up. We in this family know what's up, but y'all the one that are confused. So she addressed us to let us know I have been involved. I've been engaging. Now, Sydney backs her up, but the general public, we're the ones that continue to try to make Sydney the problem. We try to make it seem like this man is being manipulative, abusive towards her, controlling towards her. And this woman tells us every time they go live, every time she does an interview, that is not true. She's submissive to him because she wants to be submissive, because clearly the woman was suffering from battle fatigue. She was tired of doing windmilling by herself. This man has provided her with the support that she's never received from anyone else in her life. He took up the mantle and the challenge because, again, he's been there with her since her career has started and flourished. Y'all really want to make him the bad guy, and he's not the bad guy. He's not the reason for their breakdown. He's not the reason for them not being able to move forward. It's on her son,
You know,
and
so
he's
funny.
telling us this.
You know, so funny is what I can surmise from everybody's issue with Monique as it relates to her son is that there's a lot of people in the Black community who got issues with their parents, and that's what they projecting onto the situation with Monique and her son. They are so clinging to champion behind him because a lot of these people are disgruntled with their own parents.
Bingo. Mm-hmm.
And they all are little Shalons.
Yeah.
But just because that's your story don't mean that it's Monique's.
Exactly.
So what let me pick it back off of what you said, Women's and T, because you said a whole bunch of everything I was gonna say, but you said it in such an elegant way. Here's my thing with Vic. I actually like him. Now he's like my uncle in my head. In my mind, Monique is my auntie and Sydney is my uncle. Okay, but my thing with the way in which this is being portrayed, it seems more or less like what Winston T was saying, that a lot of these people that won't Sydney Garm is like what Conscious just said as well. Because a lot of the people also have a lot of issues in their own personal life with their own family and their own issues. And they're projecting all of their vitriol and all of their anger and all of their baggage onto a on complete strangers they don't even know. So one of my clear boundaries when it comes to this stuff has always been, look, if you're gonna project, shut up. Stop talking. But y'all all got something slick to say because y'all are all trying to Because y'all all are not seeing the big picture. They know what's up. We don't.
Intersex.
Yes. Hey. Okay. So I wanted to say, somebody was saying, why did Sydney had to talk? In the conversation, the initial video, he mentioned Sydney multiple times. If it was just about his mother, he wouldn't mention the husband multiple times. That was a shot to him. Now the thing was, I feel like Monique didn't speak because the initial thing with them going live was to tell their side. I really don't think she wanted to like speak on him. I think she wanted to speak on people opinions without doing research. As Conscious read multiple articles, and she also said something about him on the Queens of Comedy that she has been trying to fix this relationship for a long time, 10 plus years. Now, when he say, why do he has to come to her, and we now see her sending him text messages every week, every 2 weeks, and him not responding, and him wanting to respond when it's convenient for him. That's why she said, when you want a relationship, you come to me, and we can work out whatever needs to be worked out. But she already owned the stuff that she already owned her side. And I think 9 times out of 10, he probably asked for something, and that's how the disrespect started. That's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna drop down. I got work in the morning.
All right. Thank you, Boo. That was Intersex.
Good night, boo.
Can I
But that
Which
also
was
is
a
address?
why it was also so manipulative of Shalon in his second video to try to act like Sydney inserted himself when you know you also tugged on this man's wig in your initial video. But then you got in your second video acting like, oh, well, what you doing speaking? Because really what Shalon had did was read all these comments under blogs and took his talking points from comment sections and then created his script off of the general opinion of the public. But he actually forgot that, yeah, you, like Intersex said, you caught him to the carpet too. So then why did you act stupid in your follow-up video as if, oh my God, I didn't say your name 5 times in the mirror. How did you get here, Candyman? Well, you know you damn well caught that man name 5 times in the mirror. That's why.
Because him referring to Sydney was a shot at his mom, stating that his mom always retreats back to daddy, which he proved his point. That's what she always does. And that's why I said that's where his trauma probably stems
Okay,
from.
but
He's
we
probably
don't want to
tired.
hear that because you also wanted him to be your daddy as well. You had no problem
There you
retreating
go.
back
Well,
to
he
him.
explained that it was awkward that his sisters and brothers call him daddy. She calls him daddy,
So
but
that's
he
what I'm
calls
saying
him
is,
uncle.
don't act goofy and then try to like spin the narrative of your mama that she's some mammy when you wanted her daddy to be your daddy too.
He trying to fit in the
Boom.
family. He feel like an outcast.
Bingo.
No, then you say that,
Baby,
but don't
baby,
try to
if
do
Well,
a
you
yeah, that's
reverse.
what he needs to
But don't
say.
try to
That's
do a
exactly
reverse
what he needs.
psychology to make Monique look like she on some other
She's the
extraterrestrial
reason why
shit.
he don't fit in.
When
She's
you
the
No,
mother.
no,
she's not
no.
a
That's
reason for
She's
any
the
way
wait.
mother.
unfair.
She
She's not a reason for
allows
Ooh, I'm
this
so
man
anything.
glad
to
I
think
got
People
this
are
him
Look,
as
responsible for
as
Sydney,
their
3 kids and
own
Sydney
now 4
already.
feelings.
sons. She allows him to
She
do that.
is a catalyst, but she cannot be the reason. People are responsible for their own feelings. At the end of the day, he is a grown man.
A
He
grown
does
man.
not have
He's
to
he
feel
is
35.
this
30,
way.
5
he
years
is
from 40.
35.
In an
Okay, a
8-year-old's
grown man.
mindset, just like she was in a 15-year-old mindset.
Okay, well then if we go in there, let's go there for her. Let's
And
stop
she's a
this.
15-year-old who's now paying her own bills, who got her
Exactly.
own, who taking care of herself, who is successful, who is a better woman to her children, and trying to be a better mother to him. But
Absolutely, and that's a fact. I'm just saying the root of it, my opinion, is that it's really not his problem, isn't with her per se, it's with her relationship with Sydney and how
But
Sydney
no,
always
it is with her
listen,
because he's calling her a liar.
well,
He's
yeah, I
saying
mean,
you didn't
but I
show
think
up
the
for
root
me. You're
I
not
think
being honest.
I
You're
think the
saying you
root
want a
of it,
relationship, but you are not there. You haven't postured yourself at all to be there for me. That's why she had to drop the receipts. Like, what you talking, boo? But you know damn well
yeah,
we
but I
have had
mean,
a relationship that I've been engaging, that I've been present, that you've been able to
yeah,
get a
but
hold of
that's
me,
that's
that
that's
I hit
one
you up.
portion of a lifetime.
I take the initiative to communicate with you. I put you in my schedule. I follow up with you. This goes on for years and years and years.
That's a portion. That's one portion of a
Yeah.
lifetime
So you
of
think
It's
what he
a
says is
it
neglect.
one.
seems. Excuse me. Can I?
so? What's she supposed to do? Upload her entire text thread
No,
from
I don't think those text
2009
messages
to
should have been
Right.
revealed at
2023?
all. No,
So
no, I
then,
think
what
that was
do?
irrelevant. I think
Okay.
the root of
But
it
you're
is
also assuming
Sydney.
that.
Wow.
Okay, ma'am. Let me
Well,
ask you.
listen, let me say this. Let me speak from a very level head right now. I think that Monique sought counseling through Sydney's advice. I think a professional helped her realize, because I do believe Sydney may have tried to articulate to her there needed to be boundaries. But I think a professional helped her see clearly that there needed to be boundaries. I do not think that Shalom, Shalai, whatever, I don't think that this young man has sought professional help. Okay. I think that he's avoided professional help because he does not want to take accountability. There are some people that, we've heard the term emotional cutters. There are some people that like to stay in a sunken place because the sunken place has benefited them. I think that he just wants to remain coddled. Sydney is not the problem. I don't know why people cannot really comprehend and see that Sydney is not the problem,
He ain't
but
lying.
he's making
Exactly.
Sydney be the problem because Sydney is, from a male perspective, we see that a lot of men do this. They don't offer like compassion. They're more or less like be a man, take account. But the hard, rough exterior. I think he's so used to, even though we see Monique in a role of being very aggressive, assertive, and things of that nature. I think that by him being able to manipulate her, brought out the soft side in her when it comes to him. And it is just clear, because I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record. It is just very clear that this man is not the problem. That ultimately, if you remove Sydney from the equation, it's still going to be the same type of relationship between him and his mom, because it's very one-sided. He's not doing the work. Monique is doing, and I don't know why us as Black women don't identify and see this so clearly.
Oh, I see
He
it.
wants her to do all the work. He doesn't want to put any fucking effort into correcting whatever the breakdown is between him and his mom. So, of course, like most people that are lazy, it's everyone else's responsibility to do the work for them. And ma'am, I'm not trying to attack you, but I need you to just step out, because we can come up with 1,001 excuses for his behavior, but the excuses does not neglect or negate that this man ultimately has work to do. It doesn't matter. She can lead his ass to the damn water, pick the cup up and put it to his lips. She cannot force him to drink and swallow that shit. Okay?
Hmm.
That is his responsibility.
He has literally closed the door on healing and or a healthy relationship with his mom. He's closed the
So,
door. He said he did not want to pursue a relationship.
so
That
this
is
is my
very, right there.
this
What
is
that's a problem.
I mean,
this is my thing.
I don't
This is
think it's
my
a problem, but I do think it's unfortunate. But if that's what it takes for them not to like rip each other heads off, then I prefer them also to kind of like peacefully go their own separate ways. I think it's unfortunate though, but I also like Shalon is being manipulative, like he is like he's in an ideal situation because he knows that his mother and Sydney are not, he knows that they are not fan favorites. He knows that his mom and Sydney are the couple that people love to hate on. And he kind of used that to his advantage and his talking points, because Monique is already disliked because people just don't like the way she carried, how she handled whatever. They still believe the garbage that is out there about her, etc. And then she has a man who is supporting her. The community don't know nothing about what that looks like these days. So they triggered by Sydney's presence. They think he got to be a fraud because it's not possible for a black man to actually genuinely want to support a black woman and to genuinely love her and to genuinely be supportive of her, because that's so impossible to imagine. That's so, that has gone such extinct that the only way that could be is because Sydney must have some ulterior motive. He must be secretly plotting against her. He must have some ill intent he must be using her. He must be abusing her. He must be manipulating. He must be brainwashing her. He must have her in a second place. There's just no way that, a black man could genuinely be fucking with a black woman like this. It's just no fuck. Even though, once again, this man been in her fucking life since it was teenagers. He's not somebody that met her when she got rich. He's not somebody that walked into her life when she was established, an Oscar winner. She's already making her millions. Her name is in lights and billboards. She's touring the country. He met her when she was broke, traumatized, and being SA'd by her own damn brother. He knew her when the shit was ugly. He knew and met her ass, and they embarked upon a friendship and a connection when she was just a regular, smegular, black and brown person, just trying to make ends meet and make their way out of the hood, out of debt, out of whatever, out of poverty, etc. So I think people leave that out of the equation when it comes to Sydney. Sydney ain't somebody that came when it was all well and it was already all done and it was already all good. So that's that. But Shalon knows that the public don't like his parents, that they are against his parents. And I think that what Sydney doesn't realize, because I think that there's a lot of data in what he said when he said, and the last conversation that we had, it's so funny you're sitting here making us the bad guy, but you ain't telling these people that you wanted me to be your dad. You ain't telling nobody that. And that was recently. That you wanted me to be your dad. But I also think that's exactly why Shalon has went rogue again, because he got triggered up and felt outcasted and got reintroduced to his abandonment issues. So when Sid says your bad attitude and you've been cussing everybody out and I've had to check you, that all might be possibly some of that could be connected to the fact that them having that conversation and Sydney saying, hey, I don't want to disrespect your dad by having you call me dad too, because, your dad is alive and, he's in your life. He's in relationship to me. And, I don't want to step on your relationship or his toes or whatever. So, But once again, I believe that Shalon is having an issue with running up against those boundaries. And so some of these outbursts and anger that has probably now driven a wedge, because they were doing well, obviously, for a point, and then something had to happen, and then Sydney had to check him about it, and shit ain't been well since Sydney checked him about it. That might actually have been the thing that triggered him back into his abandonment issues, on top of whatever issues he was already having in his life.
I just want to comment on one
this is
thing.
the problem with not working out your healing, because it's just too high maintenance to keep up with problems. It's too high maintenance.
Girl,
it takes too much of the quality of your life experience away from you. Yes, to do the work is hard, and there is a waiting period between your pain and your healing, but it's better in the long run to heal because you have your healing forever. you have your healing forever. If you never heal, you carry your problems forever, and your problems are always going to create nightmares in your experience. And that'll be for the rest of your life. So would you rather just double down, take out whatever time you need to actually heal your shit up so you can be free forever? Or would you rather be bound by the emotional shackles of your scars and try to make do with being a prisoner of your own doing? I know for me, I'd rather take time to fucking heal, as hard as that may do, so that I know I'm going to be free for good in the long run.
So, Conscious, let me say this, because what you just said was absolutely spot on, and that's something that I've had to learn how to deal. I've had to learn how to deal with it well. Shalon doesn't realize that he now has a child, and he's continuing that generational curse that he claims he wants to break free from. You cannot break free from it while you still existing. And if you put that on your child is gonna grow up with that same exact curse, and you don't want that. And I'm sorry, but that's how generational curses start. If you don't learn how to fix it, if you don't want to go to therapy, if you don't want to actually, there are resources that's available to you to fix your issue. But if you don't want that, you're going to affect your children and your children's children. Because you selfishly didn't want to heal. All because you selfishly didn't want to take accountability for your role in the breakdown of what happened between you and your mom. And because you refuse to do that, that is going to trickle down into the next generation of your kids and their kids. And you have lost the war in the battle. And we know, as a people, as a community, we have resources now. We can actually go and do the things that we need to do. We can actually go and heal. We can actually go to a professional, but we don't want to do that. So I'm just shocked at the audacity that this boy is so eager to want to talk about his mom's problems and not addressing his own. And that's the first thing that I look at as a life coach. Yes, I know, once I'm able to discern what happened between you and the other party, I'm then gonna look back at you and say, okay, now I heard what she said. I hear what she said. What did you do? How did you contribute to the breakdown and in the communication of this relationship? If you can't even give me a dog-fall answer as to how you contribute to the breakdown of your own relationship to your mama or to whoever it is you got a problem with, we got work to do. That's just the life coach in me, and that's what I see.
He's going to have to let go of the past so that he doesn't continue to shape right now in the image of it, because everything that happens right now becomes a receipt and a confirmation of the past. And that's what it's like to exist in trauma. Is the past never actually becomes the past. It actually remains every day. It never is something that's behind you. So because you only shape everything that happens to you in this image. So trauma disallows you to have a future. It keeps you literally cemented and mummified and fossilized into the trauma. So he's not able to even see what's really there for him when it comes to Sid or when it comes to Monique, because the trauma won't allow him to interpret anything new. The trauma will make him biased. It will give him consumer bias. It will force him to see everything as a reflection, as an affirmation, as a confirmation of that abandonment that he has experienced in his younger informative years. And that's why it's impossible to really collaborate on life with somebody who exists in trauma, because they don't have the tools and the capacity and the storage to exist outside of the selfishness that trauma will bound you to, that it'll bound a person to. Like a person is ultimately in relationship to their trauma. They're not in relationship to you. They're not in relationship to the kids. They're in relationship to their issues. And I think he's just unaware, and he's don't know what he's really doing, and he's kind of lost in the sauce of his experiences. But like everybody said, I don't know whether he's in therapy or not, because it's not just about being in therapy. You have to be honest. You have to be honest in therapy, because a lot of people sit down and manipulate their therapists, and a lot of people sit down and don't show up even in therapy. So they can be in therapy and still not be getting anywhere real fast, because they're bringing their false self to the therapy session. So you really got to do the work. You really got to be ready to change. You got to want to change. You got to be sincere. Yes, you got to be vulnerable. Yes, you got to allow all that painful shit to come up. You got to see it again. You got to touch it again. You got to smell it again. You got to feel it again. You got to grieve it again. You got to confront it again. You got to speak to it again. You got to exercise it again. You got to compel it in the name of Jesus Christ again. And you got to free yourself from that, and I'm not going to act like healing is some romantic shit to do. It's not. It's ugly. It's bloody. It's hardcore. It's earthquaking. It's maddening. It's really something that it's a road that you have to truly be prepared to embark upon, because once again, healing your shit can bring you to your fucking knees. And some people actually were brought to their deaths as a result of trying to unearth the darkness within them. That stuff consumed them in such a way that they took their own lives, or they took other people's lives. It is a very fragile place to be. And you are going to be fragile and tender to touch for a while you're in the middle of healing, because you're vulnerable. You're wide open. And all of those wounds have the band-aids that were supporting them ripped off. So all those wounds are now exposed to the air. They're exposed to the needles. They're exposed to the penicillin. They're exposed to surgery. And the thing about the process of healing is you don't get no anesthesia. You're wide awake for the surgery. So you feel everything happening during the surgical process. And there just ain't a lot of people who really are as ready as they say they are. And because we have a very unrealistic expectation of healing, a lot of people will easily say, yeah, I'm ready to heal. I want my healing. But then it's also why a lot of people abort mission once healing begins, because it doesn't fall into that romantic, over romanticized narrative that we will assert over it. It's grueling, but it is rewarding, and it is necessary. And you have to, in order to be genuinely at peace.
I just wanted to say good night to everybody, and it was nice agreeing to disagree and have a great conversation.
Thank you, Sharon, for being here.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night. You know what's interesting? Go ahead, sweetie.
My issue. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't even know you.
No, I was gonna say, Conscious, you said some real shit. I just want to add this to it, because I'm not superwoman or anything like that, and everything ain't been perfect. But I've had the most positive experiences through my own healing journey, seeking professional. And when I say professional, it wasn't just seeing a psychiatrist, psychologist, wasn't just coming from a religious aspect. I really thank God I had parents in the community that, my family, well, my mom specifically, like she was all for getting help whatever resources we could, find and access. She was all for it, whatever that looked like. I mean, just like not even just having someone to talk to, but put in the energy, into something positive. Like, even though she and I had a lot of dysfunction with toxic interactions with each other, like I can honestly say she did the best she could at giving me the resources, not just me, all my siblings, and herself included. Um, and it didn't hurt me. The truth never, like, I always stood in my truth, accepted whatever contributions I made to whatever situations, toxic or positive. But it's not always going to hurt. For some people, and the most important thing is about being honest with yourself. For some people, the process is beautiful. It's not painful. And if you're a person that is truly seeking it, I think it only really, really hurts to a certain, like, there's different levels of degrees of how painful, or if it's going to be painful at all, based upon a person's acceptance of everything, not trying to see it through rose colored lenses, just being very honest and transparent, and being comfortable with being honest and transparent, being vulnerable. I think that's what you call depth of the ego. And so, because my experiences were literally like, they were pleasant, I think that people should also look for that as well. Don't fantasize it as you say, but at the same time, don't demonize it, because I think people demonize it, and that, because they demonize it is why they don't seek it.
I'm wondering because now y'all know about my experience and all that stuff, so I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole tonight because honest to God, uh, one of the things that I've had to learn throughout my time in therapy, and I'm still in it. I'm about to be 31 in March. If you don't, if you don't allow yourself to be vulnerable to the point to where you can say, "Ooh, you know what? I really did mess that one up. I really did do what they're saying that I did, and I probably should look inside myself and figure out what ways how can I change this? How can I fix this? And keep working at it so I don't have to feel so guilty about it in the end. The guilty, I think, for a lot of us, therapy is that one aspect of our lives where that's the cutoff point because we don't know what that's gonna look like when we get in that room. We don't know what to expect once we get there. So I don't really know what that's gonna look like for Shalon. But what I do know is that he has a child now, and he needs to be extremely careful with what he says to his child. And his actions right now are currently proving that he is not ready for what he says that he thinks he's ready. And I just I'm I'm more concerned about the next generation than I am concerned about him because he's already made up his mind. What I'm concerned about is the next generation. And if that next generation is just as toxic as he is, it's gonna persist. And nothing is not gonna get changed.
Well, in order for the next generation and their family not to be affected, because clearly we don't know because we haven't seen the granddaughter. We've never seen the interaction between her and Monique to see if it's affecting her on that way. But we do know that it's affecting her because she's not having a relationship with her grandmother. So, it is already trickled into the next generation. But the only way to resolve that and treat that and do it differently is for him to seek the help that he needs. And not just him, all of them, because she may need to learn. They may, truthfully, Monique and Sydney may need to learn new techniques and approaches. I don't think that they're necessarily, by them setting boundaries, is a bad thing. I think it is an excellent thing. But they may need, because like we said earlier, they clearly don't understand each. They don't know each other well enough, and they definitely don't um know each other's love language or expressions. They've all, in my opinion, have missed opportunities. But they, it's just a situation that I feel like, and we see it all the time. When even though you may not know a person, you can be in relationship with a person and not know the depths of that person, know who the individual really is.
Right.
And that, but you can know patterns of the person, right? um and I think that they just have such a hard time communicating, that they need someone else to step in to communicate and teach them. Like Conscious was saying, it don't have to necessarily be a therapist. It could be a life coach. Hell, it could be a religious leader. It could be anyone that has experience helping people communicate
Yeah.
and find a resolve.
And
here's my thing on this
hold on, wait. And he's already creating, unbeknownst to himself, a generational fracture by withholding the granddaughter from Monique. That
that was one thing I didn't do, Conscious. With my children, I was very, because me and my mom, when I had my oldest son while I was pregnant, I remember we got into a fist fight. I actually didn't fight her. I just, tried to restrain her. I was 8 months pregnant. That broke my heart. And I said to my sister, I said that, I called her BITCH, said she will never see my child. The week before I went into the hospital, I laid there and I cried because my mom wasn't there and I wanted my mother there. I laid in that bed and I cried and I said, I told God, I said, I don't care if she and I never get it right. I'm not going to do what I said I was going to do. My relationship and her relationship has nothing to do with her relationship with my child. And I promised that of myself, for my peace of mind, because I knew what it was like to have my grandmother. I didn't want to rob my child of that, and I didn't want to rob my mother of that experience. And I understood that there are parents that have failed their children, and they make it up through their grandchildren. I said, I'm an adult now. She don't owe me anything, even though I felt like she failed me in some areas. I was an adult. You know what I mean? I'm like, I couldn't do it. So I think that's horrible. Unless a person is abusive, that you feel like your child can be jeopardized, that's different. That's coming from a place of protection. But you, not only are you injuring your mom, you're injuring your child. You're causing harm to your child because you're creating a fracture in her. And I don't think that's fair to do to someone that cannot defend themselves and make the choice for themselves.
And Remington, she let me say this too. Once that child gets older and starts learning the truth of what actually happened, that child is going to grow to resent the parent. This is why my concern for, like you said, we don't know what's really going on with the granddaughter, but Shalon's actions have already made it so that there's going to be friction. There's going to be friction there. And because of that action, if he don't get it right, that child, if once the child gets older and grows up and becomes a teenager and starts being aware and starts actually getting the truth and start actually understanding what's happening between him and her grandma, she's gonna have questions, and he is gonna have to answer for those questions, whether he wants to or not.
the thing about not healing your shit, because I don't want to conflate relationship and healing as a thing that's mutually exclusive, because you can heal and still not be in relationship to people that you don't want to be in relationship to. But if he doesn't actually heal the fracture, he also runs the risk of being the version of Monique that she was to him. He risks being just like her, so to speak.
Yep. And that's what's so sad, is that when you end up becoming the person that you swore you would never be. And it's as a result of your own trauma. And I feel so sorry for people like that, because it's almost like they don't have a way out. But there is a way out. They they don't want to take that first step, because, as I said a moment ago, they don't know what that's like. They've existed in their trauma for so long that that something new that would come along and change all of that, it would just be it would literally frighten them. And when I got into therapy myself at age 14 and 15, I was scared. I was scared because I didn't know what that was like. I didn't know how that trauma was gonna be. I didn't know what my how my expectation of my life is gonna look like. The only thing I knew was I had some issues that I needed to work through, and whether those issues, whether or not I was going to acknowledge those issues, that was going to take up the most of my time. So from all the way from 15 to 31, that is has always been my issue. So because of that, I've always now that I'm past all of my issues, I'm still in therapy, but I can now focus on the social skills that I need to work with so that I can actually be a little bit more peaceful now that I understand that none of that shit was my fault. What I went through wasn't my fault. It was the result of somebody else's trauma. Now that I can understand that it wasn't just my mom or whoever in the family that was doing the wrong, it was as a result of their trauma and they weren't intentionally trying to harm me. So now that I've understood that, now that I understand that, now that I can swallow that, however painful it is, I can now focus on, okay, now that I know that, what can I do to forgive myself? What can I do to forgive myself so that I can move on from all of this? Because it hurts.
I think
And
that
that's
that's
what
the
I'm working on
beginning.
right now.
I think that that's the beginning of forgiveness, because I know that once I came to the realization that other people's treatment of me was the result of their shit, like I remember the immediate relief that came, like the emotion, the immediate emotional uh peace that I was met with just in that realization, because that's really what's super gluing and anchoring the depression and the anger down, is the belief that this is personal and that this was about me. Once you come to the realization that, oh, this shit ain't got nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me, it literally reshapes your whole fucking perception. And now you also get to look at that person outside of yourself, and it also indirectly helps you to like know how to navigate that person if that's somebody that you still have to
Deal
experience.
with.
Yeah, because it helps you to almost experience them kind of like in the context of a double-sided mirror situation, where it's like, oh, I'm just observing you now. I'm not even experiencing you. I'm just observing you because I know that
Yeah.
you are trash as a result of your trauma. And I know this ain't got nothing to do with me. So now I have turned off Bluetooth mode. So I'm no longer emotionally engaged in this experience with you. So you able now to kind of like continue on really without changing anything and without it also impacting me. Now that I've come to the awareness that this ain't about me. So it really just all kind of comes full circle. Also, also, whenever there comes opportunity to disconnect and distance, if a person gets the opportunity to then kind of remove themselves from toxic people, even if you have emotionally disconnected, I would still encourage the distance and the separation, because toxic people just come with too much liability. They just come with too much of a liability. So if you do get an opportunity to finally put some more distance, then do so. But that's really the crux of it, is what we believe about the way. This is why bullying hurts so bad. We don't realize at the time that this person's behavior has nothing to do with us, because we're the ones who is directed towards. So then, as a result of that, that begins to shape our self-esteem in a way that we see ourselves. When people reject you, we don't think at the time that rejection has nothing to do with me, but we internalize it in such a way, and we tell ourselves it's about us, and then we begin to psychoanalyze ourselves and to find everything that's wrong and to nitpick at the things we're already insecure about, or to create things to be insecure about. And then we sometimes try to remedy that by then trying to shape ourselves and what we believe other people are looking for, whether that be go getting surgery or changing our personality or opening ourselves up to being somebody that we're not, permitting people to do things to us that we wouldn't in our right minds allow. But now we kind of turn into a pick-me-sha. Like it's such a whole domino effect. So once you really allow, in the words of Iyanla, other people's shit to be their shit, once you allow and you realize that, then there's really a lot of good that comes out of that realization, and you have a lot less hurt people ending up hurt if people really understood that what other people say and do to you ain't got nothing to do with you, baby. Especially when you know that you're doing them right and you're doing them well, and they're giving you hell. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Nothing at all. I want to welcome Shauna to the platform. Hey, Shauna.
Hey, Shauna.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi.
Hey, Shauna.
Hey yo. Hey yo. So
Hey.
I just got off work and I've been listening the entire time. I'm shocked and amazed at the turn of events and also the turn of the conversation. I was on last night, and then I went to bed and finished the rest of it this morning. And I'm just like, I'm so proud of you, CTV. This is like where healing truly begins, because it's a beautiful social experiment. How all these traumatized, it goes to show you this is a serious situation. I'm so glad the universe put this in our lap, because clearly it's affecting most of us more than not. And it was a great exhibit of that. The people who are on the panel and all the yelling and I initially sided or was put myself in the shoes of Shalon, because like many of the panelists last night, we've been in that situation, feeling neglected or truly been neglected and abused, and the power truly is in your hands. And then I started to and I'm open, like you can tell me I'm wrong and tell me why I'm wrong, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, you're right. I don't stand on anything, especially when it has nothing to do with me. It's not my personal situation. So I can go either way. But once y'all got towards the middle of the conversation last night, and you were giving your talking points about each one of them, it made perfect sense. What is the motivation behind Shalon's need to put his mother on blast inappropriately? He was wrong. He was definitely wrong in putting her on blast for his feelings, not necessarily. But then, like I've been in his shoes. I am in his shoes. How am I going to resolve this? I can't make my mother pay for the rest of my life, because that's I will never win, and I will never move on and enjoy what's a meaningful relationship, or what could be a meaningful relationship So, and then listening to it while I'm at work, I'm just like, I'm so proud that more and more people are starting to understand that the dynamics of the relationship mimics our own, but there's resolution, and it's not to hate your mother or your father or whoever, your spouse, for the rest of both y'all's lives. And I'm glad it got really dirty yesterday, because that's what needs to be done. People need to voice their angry opinions about it, and then give it a day to process, like I did. And I was like, oh my God, I see the light. And the fact that Shalon, which I missed it, watching on someone else's platform, which I should have watched it on his, him starting off saying he's a comedian. I think Vala Dina pointed that out. I was like, ooh, that right there. I was like, his intentions are starting to get a little murky. And then the fact that he didn't have to put her on blast in front of everybody, even though I'm glad he did, because he has people talking, and he's changing what he's done or their situation. It's changed my thought process in a 24-hour period, to the point where I'm like, shit, I need to call my mom tomorrow and apologize for being the asshole that I've been. And I've reached a certain point of healing. But making her accountable for the rest of her life is not how if I want a relationship with her, which I do, and she has proved that she wants one with me, that it's not going to be on my terms 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Because when we walk in trauma and we won't expect other people to participate in that with us, what we also do is remove the opportunity to actually know and have the authentic person show up on the other end, to have their authenticity show up. When we're asking people to bow down, kiss the ring, be unforgiving, not rise up, stay in your place. We were asking them to accept that narrative. Yes, we are actually not in relationship to them. Once again, we are in relationship to our trauma, and we want them to be in relationship to our trauma.
Right.
And there is no relationship in that. And we never also get the opportunity to know the other person and to truly see the good in them. And we never allow ourselves to have a genuine experience of love, because it may feel good at surface level to ask people to like perform love for you. Like, oh, I don't care. Just give me. But the reason why we're never truly satisfied with that is because deep down, even on an unconscious level, we know that love is performative, that it's being done out of intimidation. It's being done out of being demanded. Yeah. And we know that there's nothing genuine about that. So there's no genuine substance. There's no genuine reward that comes out of that when you know somebody is being legalistic in their love, even though you've asked them practically to give you a legalistic love. So it's not until we really can forgive, we can let go, we can allow the other person to show up authentically. They can be made in the image of their repentance, and then give that to us, that we then can really feel rewarded and truly know that we're loved, because this person isn't loving me because they feel they owe me something. They here because they want to be. They're here because they truly value me, and I don't have to ask them to show up. I don't have to use my trauma to make sure that they show up, and I don't have to use my trauma to extort them or to blackmail them. And trust and believe. That's what we all really truly want, is to go to bed knowing that the people in our life are choosing us. They're not being forced upon, or they're not being forced to love us, but they willfully want to do that. And it's not until we allow them to genuinely give that we then can truly then trust them. As long as you know your partner is just being submissive to you, and out of, once again, demand and blackmail and brainwashing, you know you can never trust them, which is why you got to stay in control, which is why you know you can't take the wheel off, because you don't trust them. And you're not allowing yourself to actually be able to trust them. So it requires maintenance every day, all the time. You don't actually have an opportunity to rest, which is why I say existing in trauma is very high maintenance. It's exhausting. And I really don't know. I mean, I do know how people do it, but I don't know how people do it. But when you don't know what peace feels like, being at high maintenance feels natural to you because it's your only reality. But when you finally do get a break and you be like, oh my God, wait, I can't believe I lived like that. I can't believe I was holding all of that around. I can't believe I had to uphold all of that shit. Like, it's not until you have some type of break from the matrix that you then can really feel the contrast of everything that you were really living and how much of a load it was, and just how much it required of you to really be in pain and to live your life alongside that pain, and how much that pain just shaped and made everything that much more difficult in your life, and how it blurred your vision, and how you never was able to just be comfortable in any of the positions that you were in, because you never really allowed yourself to truly be at peace, and you never allow other people to truly be at peace with you, and it just becomes a mess. But we have Famika Capricorn here too. Can you hear me, Famika?
I can.
All right, welcome to the platform. Thoughts?
Thank you. I wanted to say I thought about everything that y'all talked about, and I looked at the show yesterday, and maybe it's a difference between mothers and sons, and mothers and their daughters, but maybe not. And for me, what I took away is what he didn't get in the lesson, his life lesson is your mother did everything. She hit the pavement and sacrificed the way she had to work to put everything on the table and in the closet and on the shelter for you. And that's how I think with my mom. I don't penalize her for when she had to ride the city bus to go to school and work. What it made me think once I got older and became a mother, it it made me look at her like somebody that did all that for us. You know, she had our dad and he passed away when we were younger. So oh, I'm getting emotional. 1 minute.
It's okay.
So give me a second.
Take your time. It's okay, love. Take your time. Everybody just hold the space for. Hold the space.
Love and light, baby. Because that's when you recognize, you know, people's sacrifices. And sacrifices do not come without casualties. You know, we as individuals, productive individuals, we're going to slack in some area of our lives. That unfortunately is the reality, especially although Monique was married and although her reason wasn't because of like wanting family dynamics and all of that, she still sacrificed and she still considered her children to make those sacrifices. They were a contributing factor. It ain't easy. And you were blessed.
And I just wanted her son to get the message in it all because he's a dad and he's not understanding that if you're working, he's in a way sacrificing too. So it's hours that your daughter's missing, but it's not neglect. It's what you have to do. And because of who we all are, you can't make the parent feel bad for going out there doing what they had to do. And I feel bad for Monique, and
To his credit,
I
though,
hate that it's gonna take his mom passing away for him to get it at the end.
to his point, though, y'all. To his point, though, I think with Monique, it was a bit worse than just like her being a very ambitious mom. She actually admitted she just didn't care to be a mother either. So the whole ball was dropped for a while because it wasn't that, she was just busy and trying to provide. She just wasn't present. She genuinely did not want to be a mother. She genuinely did not want to be a wife. And I think that's the other part of it that he also experienced too, because he could feel that she wasn't really there. He could feel that she wasn't, and with her admitting, I genuinely did not have it in me. I did not care to be a mom. I didn't care to be a mom. Other people raised my son. My cousin raised my son. Other people were a better mom to him than I was, because I did not want to be a wife. I was checked out of my marriage. I was checked out of the mother. And I think that's why it felt so cold to him. I think it's different when like you have a super busy mom, but she loves you. Because even in that little bit of time that she does have for you, you're gonna feel that love, because that love is actually there. Even if you only get to see her once, she come home after a long day or on the weekends, but because she love you, you're still getting that love. But when your parent don't really fuck with you, period, that is just a wall that you got to live upside until things change. And I think that is what created, like, really the bulk of the trauma is not even so much of, okay, she worked. I think it was because Monique was actually checked out of the entire process of parenting.
And I will say this. It, as I said before, me and Shalon are literally in the same boat. With my mom, especially, by the time I was born, she had already had 2 kids, and I'm the youngest of 3. But DHS at the time had given 2 of those children to my grandmother because they felt that my mom was not a stable person to be around, both emotionally and physically. And she was always running around doing drugs and all that, and alcohol and all that stuff. And so when I was born, I was given to my mama, my grandmother, on the date that I was born. And ever since that day, up until I was 16, I had witnessed my mama cuss her mama out in front of me. Um, I had witnessed my mama say some really, really terrible things about her own daughter in front of me to her daughter's face. So my mama wasn't the best parent, but now that she has grandchildren, it's a start. It's a space for her to start all over again, and she has changed. She has um been she has a very soft heart now. Especially towards me. She really does love me. She really does care about me. And all those years that I was angry and upset with her, what I had to understand was, babe, really, that was William. That wasn't about you. That was your mama and her trauma. And I and because I went through that, I can now, even though I may not speak to my mama on a daily basis, I still have that. I can still understand her love, and I can still understand why she did what she did. And I understood that she just wasn't present. And although it was wrong, it was something that happened. And for a while I couldn't accept that until about maybe a couple of years, maybe a few years ago, when I finally went back home. I think it was just 2019 or 2020, I think it was, when I finally went back home and saw my mama for the first time in years. And it was such a genuine surprise for me because everybody in the family was saying, your mama has changed. Your mama has changed. She ain't the same woman that she used to be. And when I saw her, it was a big warm hug. Come here, baby. How you doing? Sugar, give me a kiss. yada, 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 honey. And I'm looking like, oh, okay, well, who is you? You know, this ain't the life I'm used to. But over time, as I kept going back, it became a thing of, wow, so she really was in her trauma. And because she really was in her trauma, I had to almost get out of my way. I had to get out of my feelings. I had to get out of my ego. I had to get out of myself and pay attention to what was happening and observing my mama, my biological mom. So it took a while for me to really accept that she was done dirty by somebody in the family. And once I was able to accept that, I was able to really bond with her and make amends and say, you know what, Mama, I was really mad at you for the longest time and I didn't understand why. And she finally told me her story. That's why I said at the very beginning, it is irresponsible for somebody else to tell your mother's story. It is your mother that has to tell her story. And that right there really opened my eyes. And I said, you know what, Mama, I'm so sorry. And I had to apologize, not just for me, but to her too, for not recognizing that she had her own pain. She had her own issues that she had to deal with.
So I'm curious what the next episode is going to bring. Because I have a feeling, even though he said he was not going to discuss it anymore, he promised us that yesterday, and then today, he gave us another, video. I do believe there's going to be more. I'm curious, do you guys and ladies, do you think that he's going to go into more details? Or do you think that he's going to continue with the same shenanigans with, just making general baseless statements,
Same
and that type of thing?
Same shenanigans. I think he's going to continue because I kind of believe that he has had a battery put in his back, very
Yep.
subtle and very seductive, and made him believe that the person was helping him or for him or care about him, and he needs to, speak his truth, and he needs to, something like that. I feel is going on because if
Well,
he
he's
said
not.
he want
The
a
thing is,
relationship
he's not
with her,
speaking. But the thing is, he's not. Is he really speaking his truth? Because that's why I keep using the
but he
word
doesn't care about
manipulative.
a relationship with Monique, though. He doesn't care to have
Yeah,
one. So
but
what's the
what I'm
point
saying. So
of
what?
coming
The
out?
thing here's the thing here's the thing, because I'm probably like too critical of a thinker to sometimes it just like blows my brain apart. But when I was like just observing and just listening and observing and I'm listening and just taking him into my spirit and just observing all of the obvious but all of the subtle shit that was going on too. So the part that makes me think it's possible that he may be outsourcing right now for interviews, because I think that his first video, obviously it went viral. It's sitting at like over 1 million views on TikTok. And I think that a lot of people came to his doorstep and was like, we would love to talk to you. I think when Monique then responded, he took it as an opportunity to obviously like make another indent to really open up that pool to see who would come through the veil and put something on the table for him. I don't know if Shannon Sharp's people have reached out, The Breakfast Club or Adam 22, or all of the mainstream podcasts, Joe Budden, etc. I don't know, who all has already hit the emails and hit the DMs, etc. But I think it's possible that he did the second video to continue to see what would come rolling in, what opportunities, just how big could things get, and that he may be considering some options or curious. But I also think, and that was because he recognized the following and how many followers he got, 12,000 and counting, and it is the hashtags, hashtagging DL Hughley, etc. While he's also saying this ain't for cloud. I mean, clearly we know that there is a little bit of attention grabbing here, but that's fine. Like, you are a celebrity child. You get to, have that equity and participate in visibility as well. It is what it is. But the only thing that makes me feel like we may not see him in an interview. He may do a video, but we may not see him in an actual interview, because he does seem, at least in the context of talking about his family situation, he seems to be kind of unnerved. And I don't know if he has the wherewithal to actually deal with somebody interviewing him and dealing with him in real time, and maybe even challenging him or asking him certain questions or making him make it all make sense, especially if he is spinning a narrative he wouldn't want to then sit in front of somebody, because it puts an opportunity there for him to kind of have his narrative kind of knocked off course a little bit. So the fact that because he literally talks in a very fidgety, nervousy kind of a way. He doesn't seem like a very confident speaker while he is articulate. But let's be clear, he's only articulate because he's reading a script. It's not that he's actually articulate. He's just written down all of his thoughts and organized them so that there can be a perfect execution. He's not speaking fluidly out of his being. So I don't think he is confident like that. So I don't know. I think it's 50-50, but I don't think he probably won't end up in an actual interview, because he may have to go into some things like explaining his mental health, which he didn't deny. Also, I want to make that clear too. He didn't deny that he got mental health issues. He kind of just slammed them for speaking about it, but he didn't say he don't have any. And he also would have to explain, the situation with Miss Tuffy and cussing her out, and his housing issues, all things that could possibly come up, in a improv interview sit down with somebody. He sit down with the right person. He sit down with somebody who isn't, because it's also going to depend upon who he sit down with. If he sit down with somebody who hates Monique, obviously he don't got to worry about being challenged. He'll be able to spin whatever narrative he wants. If the interviewee is with the shits. If he's sitting down with somebody who doesn't necessarily hate Monique, but somebody who maybe is just neutral and curious about all the shit that been played out, then
he may not do no interview. But I think
So yeah, I wasn't asked so no, I was okay. What I was thinking was, how I was thinking he might do another live or something, a rebuttal or whatever. And then the universe would kind of force him, you know what I mean? Because he continues to go, what, it's only the second time. But I'm saying if he goes live again, if he continues to, go back and forth with them, and because like I said, he's saying a whole bunch of nothing. It's just very general statements, things that we've already heard about her. He hasn't given any real tea or anything to show, any major breakdowns, it's things that's already been out there that he's basically just regurgitating.
Well, he
But I'm
did
saying
some new stuff. He threw out the situation with his daughter having bumps on the back and Monique never showing a fuck to give. He brought up the whole account situation that she never told him about, and then told him that, why would I do something like that for you, or why would I do that, or why would I do anything for somebody like you? He did bring out some stuff we never heard.
But he never really stated the real deal issue of why he is even doing the video. Why
He
he's
did say it.
out.
He
They
no
sensitive as
no
hell.
no. The problem is he said it. I mean, no, he said the problem is some of us don't buy it. He said he said he did it because he was triggered by the fact he was triggered about the whole they only got 3 kids situation, and he was triggered by her acting like she actually wants a relationship that he believes she in fact does not really want. So why you keep saying that, Mom? Why you keep saying that you want a fucking relationship when you know you
He's been
fucking
saying that for years.
you don't give a fuck. And he's saying she's not being for real. His issue is she's not being for real. She's saying that, but she's not actually interested in doing the work to actually make that happen. She only said that shit to make herself feel better, to make y'all think she's just done everything she could. She's phony. She's a fraud. That's not true. She don't give a fuck. She don't want a relationship to me, etc. So she just needs to stop saying that shit altogether.
Why does she care what we think?
Then he needs to. Then he needs to.
I believe the universe is going to call him to the carpet. I really do. I think that if he continues to bring it to the general public, because I think the general public is giving him validation for his foolishness. But I believe if he continues to bring it to the general public, the universe is going to hold him accountable, like really force him to the carpet. And I personally, not that I want to see anything wrong, but I know that will cause them to move, like to give a resolution. Either we're going to do this family thing or we not. One or the other. We're not going to play back and forth, which I think is part of Monique's stance of her saying the ball is in your court. I'm not going to chase you down. I'm not going to violate your personal rights and to your privacy and non-interaction with me. It's up to you. And I personally want to see the universe hold him to the carpet, because whatever the decision ultimately is on him. If you say you don't want to be bothered, you know what I mean, then don't address it like you said hours ago, Conscious. It's definitely bothering you because you felt the need to address it.
Right.
If you're gonna say that you don't want to be bothered and that's how you genuinely feel, I want the universe to force him for his own peace of mind, for him, you know what I'm saying, for his own betterment, and for hers and Sydney's as well, all parties included. But if that's not your truth, then I want the universe to force you to live your truth and really do what you need to do to find whatever peace you need. Because I agree with William that generational curse is a terrible thing, and it has some of our families. It has a strong ass grip. It has a strong grip, and I, for one, love to see when families can learn to restructure themselves and operate in a way that is respectful and fulfilling for everyone involved. I want that for them.
He's forgetting that he has a daughter also, and she's watching it. So she's got to get older and ask him, why doesn't he have a relationship with mommy? So that's another way the universe is going to attack him. That's why I keep saying he's forgetting that. Why you talking about how your mom raised you? She trusted a family member enough to raise you while she did what she had to do. Even though she confessed and said she didn't care to be a mother, she still took care of you like a mother, provided for you like a mother, kept in contact with you like a mother, and he's complaining to like an ungrateful child. But like I said, his daughter is gonna see this.
And I said the exact same thing. So I was gonna piggyback off of what Conscious said. If he really genuinely feels that his mom is not being at all truthful, if there's going to be an interview, now I'm not sure that there will be, but if there will be an interview, he's going to have to answer for why would Monique go out of her way and publicly say that she was not the best mother, because we all heard it, and it's on the internet to stay. It ain't like she just woke up one day and just decided that. No, she said this all the way back in 2015 and before that. So you're gonna have to answer that, and that's where I feel like if you're gonna say shit like that, come back with receipts. Stop talking about it. Actually make, like, just for the love of God,
And that's why I said earlier I would have took her ass to task. As soon as I would have heard that, I would have reached out to her, see if she responded, and then if she didn't, that's what I would have brought back as my confirmation. That my mama's full of shit. My mama is full of fucking shit. She's telling y'all asses fables and lies. Soon as I heard the Shannon Sharp interview, I immediately called my mama. I immediately texted my mama. I immediately told her I want to talk. I want to work through this. I want to speak with her. She did not call me back. She did not text me back. I haven't heard from her ass since the Shannon Sharp interview was published and debuted. She's all fucking cap, and that's what I came to fucking tell y'all, that my mom is full of fucking shit. She's a fucking liar. She is just wanting to, she's doing this for her own repentance sake. She's not doing this because this is about me and her. This ain't about her wanting a relationship to me, etc. She's just making sure that it's on record that she's trying, that it's on record that she took responsibility, that it's on record that she's just waiting, and she's waiting for me to meet her halfway, while in reality not actually doing it. In reality, she's not available. In reality, I can't get a hold of her. In reality, she refuses to make any time for me, to see me, to get on a call with me, or anything. In reality, she refuses to sit down with a therapy. In reality, she refuses for us to engage in a conversation to get to the bottom of our issues. I haven't spoken to my mother in months. And before I got up here to say all this about her, I made sure to take her ass to task one more time to see if she was really about it, ride it. And after she said she was waiting on me, I came for her and the door was closed. So I just came up here to say she's full of fucking shit. Goodbye.
But he didn't do that.
Exactly.
He didn't do that. That's the issue. He didn't do that. So not only were you not smart, you're a fucking idiot as well. Because one clear thing about Mr. Morris over here, if you say some shit like that to me in public and I know your ass ain't doing what you're supposed to do, I'm going to go through my phone. I'm going to go through all my shit. I'm going to make sure I got everything in order. I'm going to time that motherfucker up. I'm going to go screenshot after screenshot after screenshot after screenshot to make sure to let my people know, hey, mama ain't got it.
You know what? I dare you. He's in a perfect position to get to the bottom line.
Just
Since
what
Monique
CTV
wants to
said,
talk to
that's what
since Monique is so ready to talk to anybody who want to talk to her, I'll sit down with Oxtail. I sit down with Tyler. I talk to anybody. Bring anybody up. I'm fine with talking to anybody. You know what I do if I was Shalon ass? I would contact Shannon ass Sharp. Book it. Book me and my mama and Sydney ass. Book my mama. Book Sydney. Book my mama ass. Let's fucking do it. And we gonna once and for all have this whole conversation out loud. We gonna let the world be in on it, and we gonna go play for fucking play in situation. We gonna go play for play in events, and we gonna combine all of our Mighty Morphin Power Ranging powers and see what the outcome is.
You
He'll
think that would have
do
got him
that.
more
You
than
know
12K
why?
if he would have did that?
He would have. He's never going to do that. You know why? Because then we will see that Monique and Sydney have more of the truth as far as narrative is concerned. They have more of the truth on their side than he does. You know that they have more evidence to show that he's actually the one. I'm not even going to say truth because they all have their own perspectives, but they'll have more support on their side to show that it's you, baby, that does not want to move forward. We're not the problem. You are he's never going to do that. He would have to address the things that they are saying is what's causing the blockage, the hindrance.
And
mean,
as
he
you
did.
said too, and as you said too, he did not address the text that Sydney put out to him about the disrespecting and not taking and the car issue and not taking care of the baby and all the other shit. He didn't address that shit. But he so all in all, what this shows to me is that this boy is nothing but a manipulative 16-year-old child trying to get some type of attention, hoping that somebody somewhere will bring him up on a platform that will dog his mama out. That's what this whole thing is about. And I'm sorry. I got to say that. That's what this whole fucking thing is about.
True.
He's in his goddamn feelings over the fact that he cannot and will not be accountable for the breakdown in his relationship with his own damn mama. And yet he is wanting her to be responsible for his own trigger. No, baby boo-boo. It don't work like that.
The only reason why
responsible for your own damn
the
trigger.
only reason why I offer grace for Monique in the situation is because this is a whole adult human being. Yes, I recognize she said yes, I did it, giving acceptance. But the only reason why I'm giving her grace, outside of the fact that she's a human, we're all flawed, is the fact that this is a grown man. This is not a child. He's her child, but he's not a child. He's an adult.
Yeah.
And for me, that makes although I understand the psychology of someone that is broken and stuck at a certain age, I just think that because we have certain laws as adults where no one can force you to do anything, that it is unfair to think that Monique is the one to carry the bulk of the situation and for him not to have any accountability and no one holds him to the standard of acknowledging his role. I'm glad that there are, even though we seem to be few in numbers, we are the minority. I'm glad though that there are people that can see the reality that have the experience, like i.e. most of us, William, that have the identical, maybe not completely identical, but can identify with the experience. But the reality is he's an adult. It's nothing that she can do now. It's really nothing. And that just goes back to me wanting everyone. I know y'all gonna have your opinion, y'all right to it, whatever. But I really just want people to open their eyes and understand this. Because take away the fact, like we said earlier this morning, take away the fact that Monique is a celebrity. She's a regular human being. She's a regular human being that just happens to be talented, gifted, and successful, right? And have some financial stability to provide, But the reality is, this is shit that we go through every day. like Shauna was saying, there are a lot of people that have been triggered up because they shared the experience. They know what it feels like to be abandoned and abused on whatever level that is, right? And so you want, you like I said earlier, trauma bonding. You want to sit back and say, he's right, he's right, he's right. She's the one. She gotta do. He's a grown ass man. She can't make him do. And she cannot sacrifice herself, because I saw in the comments earlier where someone was saying that she's the parent, he's the child. It's her job. It's her job to parent. When you have children come first. That's not true. That's not true. And we got to get out of that mindset too as well. Yes, we have to put their needs into consideration just as well as our needs. But me as a human being, before I'm a parent, I'm a human being.
But
I
does
have
he
to put
not
my needs
understand that?
first.
Does
I
he
have to
not
put my
understand that,
needs first.
Uncle? I'm sorry.
No, you're right. And because he's a parent, I feel like I definitely don't think he's learned the lesson. I
Well,
know that
not
he's,
that. I'm saying, does he not understand he's a grown man when she says to him that she's leaving it to him to come to her? She's looking at him as a man now. We passed the child.
He doesn't because
You're a
he
grown
believes in
man.
the
That's
same.
why she's saying what she's saying. I have a son. So if we fall out and I tell you, I'm leaving it up to you as a grown man to come to me with your issues and concerns, then yes, the ball is in your court since you blew the horn. Because see, I didn't have problems. She didn't have problems on her side. It's him on the mic going live.
Right.
That's what makes me look at him like and holds him to the fire, that you putting yourself out here making your mom look bad, shaming your mom, and the dust gonna blow back on you. Whatever you put out coming back So don't think you
Um,
doing this in a way to help her and help you. Because if it was, you would have picked up the phone and called her like she told you to come to her. But you went online to put yourself out there as bait for anybody that don't like Monique. Come to me, and so I can get paid for this while making her look bad and I getting whatever out of it that he's looking to get out of it.
and
That's
see,
all I'm saying.
this is my issue too, and I see this is why I can't wait. This is why I'm slowing my ass down when it comes to become a parent. Let my
Well, can I
child.
say something real quick, William, before you say
Yeah,
that?
go ahead, because I'm
Okay.
about to go off on the tangent. Go ahead,
Okay.
John.
I just want to say that with that said, he's making the decision to close the door. He can't speak for Monique, and you know, she's told him that it's his turn to come to her when he's ready. And so with that being said, that we can't blame Monique for not being able to like walk through a closed door. Like she's
Right.
still knocking on the door and she's still apologizing and trying to get in, but he doesn't want that. And it's okay for him not to want that, or anybody to not want to have anybody in their life. That's them. But he, in this case, I do think he's speaking through the trauma of abandonment, because people that are, deal with abandonment issues, they don't want to reach out because they feel like they're gonna get, abandoned again. And so maybe that's where he's coming from, but ultimately he cannot
That
speak for Monique. He
Did
can
he
only
feel
speak for
abandoned when they
himself.
co-signed the car and gave him $45,000 though?
Right, right. And I'm not
hell no.
justifying him at all, because I'm not even thinking that he's justified in his, well, I'm not saying he's not justified, but I'm just saying, like, just trying to advocate for, just a devil's advocate for a second. But I truly believe that he cannot speak for her, and he cannot tell her or us that she's closing the door. She doesn't want a relationship with him, when she's clearly said that she does want it, and she's waiting for him to be ready to receive that. Personally, and this may be me speaking from my trauma, I would not encourage him to do what he's doing, because I used to think that way, that, oh, the parent is a parent and I'm the child and they got to come to me. And I lost a lot of time with one of my parents because of that. And that parent is no longer here today. Thankfully, I got over that earlier, before that parent passed. But at the end of the day, I would just hope that he would not make the same mistakes I did. So that's the only thing I could tell him.
I, to be honest with y'all, he let the mm, 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 mm. Praise the Lord. I have no qualm with Shalon saying, "Listen, my mama wasn't really there for me in the beginning." Yes, your mama said that. Got anything else?
Right.
Well, my mama. It's almost as if you're reading from a script and somebody is in your ear enabling your bad behavior. And for whatever reason, whoever that's in your ear enabling your bad behavior, and you're under the encouragement of, if you're trying to speak your truth, that's not speaking your truth if you have ableists in your ear enabling you. That is
No, it's
further.
William is speaking his truth. I don't. I gotta interject there, baby. That doesn't negate that is his truth. It's just that he's manipulating his truth. By weaponizing his truth, which I'm pretty sure he's done that often to her. But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that that his experience that he's speaking
Oh,
to does not exist. And it doesn't have to have. It could be one thing that was just like the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't think we should negate that either. Like, because his mama said, like, I don't think we should make light of the fact that this woman did actually say she abandoned her son. She did not want to be a parent. She was
yeah,
intentional and deliberate by what she did. That's some crazy ass shit. We let's call a
yeah,
spade a spade. Because
yeah. I
if it was
acknowledge
anybody
that.
else, yeah.
I acknowledge that. Here's my
So
thing.
there is
My
validity.
here's
I'm
my
saying
thing.
that there is validity on William for him feeling what he feels. I just don't think that it is good. He's wrong as fuck for weaponizing it.
Yeah. So
Monique, you
that's
said
that,
Monique crazy. That's
And
a big
and
word. He's
and
crazy
and
in what he's doing.
And he can, and it's okay for him to feel how he feels,
But
but
it's not okay
hold
for him.
on, but don't. Because Monique already self-admitted that not only was she booked and busy, she didn't give a damn to be a mother, and she didn't give a damn to be a wife. She didn't care. She didn't want to do those things. She didn't. That wasn't in her. That wasn't on her bucket list at that time. But so injury was created because of that severe injury, because she was far removed. But now you still get to be upset about that if you want to be upset about that. And if you're still working through that, you're still working through that. But you no longer get to color her with that narrative if she has in fact changed. The fact that Monique has apparently changed, now you don't get to use that experience as her sum total. It could be your sum total, but you don't get to act like because that happened that's who Monique is, she's not available, etc. When we can see now with physical evidence that your mother has been involved, and she has offered her heart, she's offered her help, her love, she has made time for you. And once again, I'm glad that I don't know whether it was intentional on her part, but I'm glad that the text thread showed at least a year's worth of exchange, because it showed, at least on Monique's part, that she has the ability to commit to the long run. That it wasn't we text or we called or we had a relationship for a month or a week, but she showed enough of a time frame to reflect the fact that she was in this thing for the long haul. Because the text went from December 20th to the end of 2021 or the beginning of 2022, etc. So she did you wrong. She admits that. She's apologized, etc. Now Shalon does have to decide who he wants to be and what he wants to do. And I know he wants what the 13-year-old him didn't have. Once again, Monique can still love him, but she may not be able to fulfill that per se fantasy. But there is a relationship that's on the table for him. There is a love that's there for him. There is an acceptance. There is a place at the dinner table for him. There is a space for him. But I think that Shalon, he wants it all. And somebody said it earlier, he always had to share his mom. She wasn't there. Then when she got on her good foot, she was, giving the best of her to Sid and their kids and all of this. There may be some resentment there. And I think there may be some unconscious desire for him to just I just want to be able to just indulge in my mama with no other distractions, because I feel I'm entitled to that. I feel like I never got to be the center of my mom's world. And he may be looking to be coddled, but he can't. There's no practicality to that. And coddling isn't healthy anyway, just in general. But she's not able to give him that. He has to be able to let that shit go. And he got to overcome his trauma, and him and his mama got to meet each other in the fucking middle. But yeah, I think he's still using the past to color Monique with. But I really feel like he's got a big issue with just those boundaries and those barriers, and his trauma still shaping his motherfucking experiences. But Monique has done what she can. Like, I don't believe in forcing myself on people either. Like, if you show me resistance, or I can clearly see from your actions that you ain't present, you ain't showing up, like, yeah, the ball is in your court, sir. Like, I gotta go on and live my life. So when you ready, I'm here. We can do this. But in the meantime, I'm living my life. I'm not running behind you, even if that's what your ego wants. I'm not chasing you down to make you feel desired. I'm not doing all that superficial, shallow ass shit. Like, I don't have time for that. And I'm not going to participate in feeding your ego. So we can either get to the meat and the potatoes of it all, get to the business, and work on what we need to work on genuinely, or I'm never going to stop loving you, and I can just leave the door open for you. And you can be like the prodigal son. I'm not running after you. Go out into the world. Go do whatever you feel you need to do. Go create whatever you feel you need to create. Go, live your life without me. See if you can do it without me. See if you can forget me. See if you can, see if you can accomplish all that. I'm going to give you the freedom to do everything you need to do. And just know, because I love you, if you ever want it, when you get tired, when you realize you love your mama too, and you want this relationship, the door is open. I'm not going after you, but I'm going to leave the door open. And I don't think that you can really ask for anything more than that, other than the door is open. I'm not doing anything else, but the door is open. You always got a home, and you always got love here. And when you want that, I'll be here.
So last night I mentioned about accountability, and I was I had 24 hours to think about that, and kind of came to a conclusion, not only in my own life but maybe relating to the situation. Holding people accountable for their actions, and I think that it gives people a false sense of control of holding people accountable for their actions. If I hold you accountable for your actions, then I'm trying to exert. It's like a power struggle. No one needs to be accountable for anything, in my opinion. I think if you, in your mind, come to the point which I'm coming into, is we can say it all the time, you can only be accountable for yourself. But I think expecting accountability from somebody else is not realistic. And I think he's expecting I don't know about him, but I question his motives more and more, and I hope Monique and Sydney don't respond anymore, because at this point I think it's obvious to what the situation is, and at least now it is to me. And it's been very helpful, and I'm glad it occurred, because it's made me think about how I'm going to apply what I've learned over the past 24 hours to my own life, and how I want to relate to my own mother. And the fact that saying you were wrong in A, B, and C, and she could say, yes, I was wrong, but I did the best I could. And for a long time, up until probably recently, that wasn't enough for me. Now what? Now what do I do? I still have, my control is not in holding her accountable. My control is, how am I going to respond to it? And this is a fantastic timing of the universe. I recently, briefly, I'll tell you the story. I read this letter from my mom. She wrote to me when we had this huge argument, and I wrote down some notes because I'm in therapy, and I couldn't wait to ask my therapist how to expose my mother to my therapist, which you should do, not to the public, and ask her, hey, she's not accepting any accountability in this letter. And then I came to my own conclusion before my therapy appointments on Friday is that it's not healthy to expect her to be accountable for how she has acted and what has hurt me. I need to
Can I
hold
ask you a
myself
quick question,
accountable.
Shalon?
What's that?
I want to ask you a quick question. I
Yeah.
want you to stay where you're at.
Yeah.
What does when you reference accountability, what does
Mhm.
that look like for you?
Exactly. That's exactly the question. And I was asking myself, what does that look like? Admitting it's almost like it's unrealistic to say, I want you to detail every way you have wronged me. That's what accountability is. And thinking about it, I'm like, that's silly. That's silly because
That's
she's
not
never
what
gonna.
accountability, but that's not what that's why I wanted to interject and ask that
Yeah, yeah.
question. That's not what accountability means.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what it is.
So acknowledging, which is what Monique did,
Yeah.
right? What accountability is when a person puts the effort to
Mhm.
actually respecting, changing the behavior, the offensive behavior,
Uh-huh.
and correcting it by
Yeah.
whatever standards that you agreed to set for your relationship with the individual.
Right.
That's what accountability looks like, doing
Right.
things differently upon what's
Right.
agreed upon, the
Right.
standard.
Yes, because last
But
night
I
I
think a
put.
lot of people confuse accountability, acknowledgement with accountability.
Right.
It's
Yes.
not the
Yes.
same thing.
You were correct because last night I remember typing, accountability is not acknowledgement. It isn't. It's action. So if it kind of goes back to meeting people where they are, if her accountability is to say she was wrong, whether it's my mother or Monique, and then since then she's still standing in front of me being present to the best of her ability, then I think she is taking responsibility, even though it's not the way I want her to respond. That makes sense?
No,
Yeah.
Go
it
ahead.
actually makes sense. Because what you're doing sometimes it's
Yeah.
something that's discussed, sometimes it's subconsciously
Mhm.
because the boundaries you don't, like for instance, you could set a boundary within yourself to say no one else is going to mistreat me. I'm not going to allow anyone else to mistreat
Yeah.
me. Doesn't mean that you're not going to get mistreated. However, you're not going to stay in a position where the mistreatment can continue,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
I think that we should hold a standard and set boundaries in all of our relationships. And I do think that we should force people to be accountable. And the way you force a person to be accountable has nothing to do with your with as far as like a reciprocal interaction, but your interaction, period, with that person and yourself. You could just cut a person off. That's a form of holding a person accountable by cutting them off and not being a resource anymore for them to misuse.
Hmm. I,
That's a
I
fact.
So
I I
no, I
I
Accountability.
agree
understand.
with Mary
I
saying that they're
understand,
not
Shauna.
mutually exclusive. What's that?
No, I understand what you're saying, and I
Yeah.
actually there's a portion of what you're saying that I 100% support and agree with.
Yeah.
But I because when we don't hold people accountable, we continue to get abused and misused. And
Yeah.
so holding a person accountable does not mean that you are actually trying to control that person. That's more about a self thing. You understand what I'm saying? I'm choosing me over you. So that's me holding you accountable by me just disassociating myself because I
Hmm.
I understand that this is who you are. Like the accountability is not about trying to really control the person, but just actually control yourself. Because we don't have to sit back and allow people to mistreat us.
Yeah.
Now, I thought
Mhm.
his accountability is admitting the part that you played in a situation, or admitting that you were the cause of something that was ended up being unfavorable or hindering someone or causing a problem or destruction or anything like that. You admitting that you played a part in that.
Agreed.
Isn't that, I thought that's what it is. Like, I'm taking the blame because I did that. I'm accountable
Or
for
is
this.
that really
Pause.
the is you think acknowledgement? It is a major
That's
part in
accountability. Yeah.
accountability, but it's not
Mhm.
exclusive to just that, because acknowledging something and not changing the behavior is like irrelevant. Like, it makes no sense. It's not productive.
Yeah.
So you can't have true authentic accountability without
Mm.
first acknowledging.
Hmm.
But even once you acknowledge, the true authentic accountability is actually doing the work to make the necessary changes.
So
You're
let's
You
right.
can't
change
you
up.
can't have that
So let's
without the
change up
other.
the
But that's what
situation.
you.
You're
Okay.
right.
So
But just
let's change up.
admitting it is
So let's change up the situation a
some people
little
don't do
bit.
that.
Like, if you have a partner that cheated on you, and you want to be in relation, and you want to keep the relationship, what do y'all need to do as the person who was cheated on, and what do y'all need to do as the person who did the cheating? Like, what does that look like in a collaboration, in this conversation around accountability and healing, putting yourself in the shoes of the cheater and putting yourself in the shoes of the person who's been cheated on? What does accountability and repairing a relationship look like when that fracture has happened?
Well,
Put
you know
both
what? I was just
parties
looking up the definition of accountability, and accountability is acknowledgement. It's not necessarily action. I think it's a part of it. It can be, but
You
it's
can
not.
take acknowledgement can be expressed through action.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
I
from the
Right.
think
standpoint
Yeah.
acknowledgement
of the cheater,
forces
or the one who
action.
got cheated on?
Right.
Are you saying this from the standpoint of the cheater or the one who got
We
cheated
all understand what accountability is, but yeah, we do need to stop acting like acknowledgement is not a big part. It's probably 30-70, like acknowledgement being
on?
30 and then action being 70, you know?
But I think it's.
I'm talking about
I don't know. I don't
question.
know. I guess, and that might be semantics. You can show accountability through your actions, or you can show accountability through your words. It,
Right.
it doesn't. You know.
Yeah, it's semantics.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think for the cheaters, I would say that accountability for cheaters is either you get a second chance or you don't. If you accountability would be telling them you cheated. Like if you truly just cheated by some fluke, I don't know how you would be an accident, but let's just say you drank too much or you accidentally cheated. I don't know how, but um and then you told your partner that you cheated immediately. Like that's accountability. And then if you're able to move on or you get a second chance, then you show through action by whatever your partner wants. I mean, it could be passcodes, it could be whatever. I don't know what's healthy in that regard, but um,
And you're
yeah,
trying to make the
if
relationship
you
Well,
get that
as a
second
former
chance,
cheater, ladies and gentlemen, as a former cheater, I was a pathological cheater. Listen, I'm going to tell the honest to God truth. The accountability looks like being honest and being real, and admitting that it has absolutely, I'm not going to say no, nothing to do with the other, your significant other. But 80% of it really doesn't have anything to do with your significant other. Because if you're with someone and you're not being fulfilled, you're unhappy, and you feel so strongly to go and seek, like, break a trust, break your commitment to seek outside companionship, whatever level that is, you're just doing it because you don't want to be committed. You're choosing to be selfish and choose yourself.
well, yeah,
And
that's
that is the
most
reality,
women's
because
reasons.
when you're not happy and you're not coming from a place where you're being selfish, you will walk away and not want to cause harm and injury to someone else, and you will have a communication with that person. So I personally had to be honest and tell myself the unadulterated truth, and be honest with the person that I cheated on. Yeah, I did it because I wanted to do it. I didn't give a damn about you. I didn't want to, well, I'm not happy to sign third, because if you're not happy in a situation, you leave the situation. And most people are selfish where they don't, even though they know they're not happy, they don't want to let go of that other person for whatever reason. Sometimes you stay because of the money, sometimes for the stability, sometimes because you know that this person is always going to be there.
Well, some people
And
cheat because the
and
relationship is over.
and and what does that look like for the person who is the one who violated? Like, what does healthy expectations and forward moving look like, and what is unhealthy? Because a lot of people who've been cheated on also try to do the same thing that Shalon is being accused by some of doing, which is like pretty much you have to repent for the rest of your life to me as a result of betraying my trust. Does anybody
That's
agree?
unhealthy.
Okay, because I was going to ask, does anybody here agree that that's healthy?
No, that's unhealthy. And I think that it's also, it could be, some cheaters don't want accountability. Like, they don't
But
want to
I
take accountability. Like, they just
once
don't.
you oh sorry
Sorry, go
once
ahead.
you take somebody back after they have told you and it's or it was revealed to you and you confronted them about it and they admitted that they cheated, and if you decide to go forward as a unit and work on the relationship and if things are going to get better and that's not going to happen again, you have to know that after this is just what I think. You can't keep bringing that up and bullying the person. If you're making a new start, you can't bring up the past. But if the past happens again, that's on you.
But you know what most people
That's
don't
my
do, whether it's
like. You've
regardless if it's
agreed.
romantic or if it's a family relationship. Most people, when we have situations where we've been offended, injured in whatever way, we don't do what's proper. We don't check out. And I'm not always talking about counseling, but we don't seek the healing process, material books. You know what I mean? We don't seek the advice and try to learn methods to help us heal properly and move on properly. And so you have people that just they don't all they know to do is it's almost like a helicopter parent. All they know to do is snoop, to be nagging, to over worry, burden that person down with their insecurity because you haven't done what you needed to do. You basically just kept the hamster wheel going without ever really interrupting it because that's what when you was talking about counseling earlier, conscious, that is uncomfortable when you have had something working for so long. And for some people, being in toxic relationships is normal
Uh-huh.
They
because that's
like
That's
all they
exactly what
know.
it's
Shalon's
their
doing,
love
and that's why
language.
it's not Monique's fault. Shalon's doing that.
I
He's,
want to show y'all something too in a minute. Oh, go ahead. But y'all continue
no,
on.
Maybe
go
it's
ahead.
Solange's love language. For between him and Monique, the way they had it going. And then when Sydney came on the scene and shut that down and perceived it as, oh, this little boy is, getting over and manipulating and using this as a tactic to make Monique feel guilty. Therefore, she gives him things and provides because she probably feels guilty about her not being there.
Yeah,
And by
she does.
that being shut down, he perceives that as rejection.
And he's
Hmm.
not taking into account that she has 3 other children. And then I wasn't trying to open a can of worms, but I don't see anything or hear anything from them. I mean, I know, I don't know
They
how
probably
old
just
her
live
twins
other
are, but
lives and they don't have time to have mommy issues. They grown, they probably parents themselves.
so it's like, but that's a real like indicator. If only one child is upset, like that could be a personal issue. It's not just the abandonment, but it's also, just a deeper thing that he doesn't want to address.
And this is what I want to show y'all.
Well,
To put a pin in
well,
it right there. Hold on. To put a pin in it right there. I want y'all to see this. Listen to this real quick. This is a reel from Instagram. And this kind of reminds me of like Shalon's and Monique's situation in the context of boundaries. But I'll explain that after y'all hear this doctor explain. When the clingy anxious gets with the avoidant.
Person will always chase and want to be with the distant avoided person. If the clingy person met another clingy person, they would be overwhelmed by the demands of the other person. If the avoided person met another avoidant person, neither of them would put in enough effort into the relationship for it to even begin. Neither of them will make each other feel wanted either. Now, when an avoided person gets with a clingy, anxious, attached partner, the avoidant person gets to have validation and love without taking any risks or having to be vulnerable. They get a false sense of confidence because the anxious person is giving them so much attention. But this eventually triggers fear of being controlled, losing freedom, fears of conflict, because there is a pain associated with this closeness and emotional connection. So eventually the avoidant person pushes the clingy partner away to feel safe. When an anxious person meets an avoidant partner, the lack of emotional availability and closeness feels familiar to their childhood. It literally feels like home, which gives a false sense of love and chemistry. The anxious person also doesn't have to focus on themselves and can get consumed and obsessed over their partner instead. Eventually, this attraction turns sour and they start to resent the avoidant person who once seemed so confident, mysterious, and calm. Now instead seems cold, selfish, and unloving. While these two types of people start to resent each other, they're really just subconsciously reaffirming the beliefs they've always had about themselves. One gets to say, see, people always abandon me. I am unlovable. The other gets to say, see, it's not safe to be vulnerable. Intimacy is control, clingy.
Okay, so that made me think about Shalon in terms of like what he probably is experiencing when he bumps up against Monique's and Sydney's boundaries. Is he
Right.
experiences them as avoidant people, and then because he has that abandonment issue, he is the anxious, clingy person in this situation. And because he's looking for that love and he's looking for that attachment and that meaningfulness, etc., that anything that doesn't feel quite reciprocal to him reflects his core beliefs about himself, which came from his abandonment issues, which is that I'm unlovable, I'm unworthy, I'm unlikable, I'm uncareable. And then, like the doctor said, that can obviously turn into resentment to the people who you assign that pain to, that you assign that issue to. And I think that this is the case for Shalon. I think that Monique is available. I think that Monique, though, is not allowing Shalon to believe that a relationship once again means that I'm going to be repenting to you for the rest of my life, and I'm going to be legalistically performing love to you. I want to genuinely love you. I want you to genuinely be able to love me. I want us to have an authentic relationship, but it's not going to be at the hands of me participating in your trauma. So Monique is a parent in this case who has actual boundaries. She is accepting that I still get to tell you no. I'm not going to feel guilty about telling you no. I'm not going to feel guilty about not being able to be at your beck and call, but I am going to prioritize you. You are going to be included into my life. But that's not going to happen, to your 100% customization, etc. But because of those boundaries, Shalom experiences it as rejection. And I think that those are the times where he gets pissed off. He feels defeated. He gets angry at his mom. He starts to experience his own trauma and issues all over again. And then Sydney and Monique become the bad guys. And I've watched this in my own family. I've watched like the archetypal black sheep in the family have these same outbursts. And when other healthy family members are standing in their boundaries and they're using their no, or they are not tolerating certain, they're not tolerating the behavior of the trauma, which is the selfishness or the entitlement or the bad attitude or all the shit that comes with the trauma behavior, then that person in trauma experiences those boundaries in a defensive manner. And then they just tell themselves the age-old story that they've been telling themselves, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of, like this doctor said, see, I knew these people don't fuck with me, not understanding that these people, they do love you, but what they're not accepting is your trauma. It's not that they're not accepting you. They're just not accepting your bad behavior. It's not that they are rejecting you. They are rejecting your sickness. They're rejecting your condition. They're rejecting the raggedy ass parts of you. And if you're in trauma, you don't see it that way. You just see it from the lens of trauma. You just see it from the lens of being kept away from the table or being outcasted. And you see all boundaries that way. You see everybody's boundaries that way. Everybody who has boundaries, it's going to look that way to you. It's going to reflect whatever your core issues are. And I think this is very psychological, and I think it's sad, but I think that that's what's going on here for sure, because once again, we now have seen the black and white. Monique has shown the text messages, but even going back to the cheating thing too, and being the victim of somebody who has been betrayed. Like, I really want somebody to like really paint the picture of like, what does restoring trust actually like? What does it look like? Is it reaching the point of forgiveness again, and you just getting to a point where you are just ready to just not be scared anymore, and you're ready to give up fear, and you're just going to trust your partner again because you believe that they're clear about why they cheated and what they're going to do before they ever take that action again. Or how you guys are going to work toward whatever the circumstances were that led to that behavior to begin with, or like what like, is that the fruit of, or is that the core of the healing? Is ultimately it is a forgiveness. Like, in order to really like take rest again, you got to be able to just let go of the offense. You ain't gonna never forget it, but you have to release it. You have to resolve your disdain around it. You got to put it into its perspective. You got to take the data that's in the offense. Both parties do their work as it relates to that data that's in the offense. And then you got to give the person an actual chance again. Shalon is also in that situation too. Like, you got to, like, yeah, it's scared to trust. So many people don't want to do it, but you got to let your mama, you have to let your mama do it differently, if that's what you really want from her.
Trust comes when you can find the lesson in it.
He love his mama because even though he's saying that he don't care to have a relationship, if he didn't care, he wouldn't respond. And
Right.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna step down.
He should.
Is that I hope the 13-year-old him is not raising his daughter, and if that's the case, I hope that he does seek help because he does need it. And all I can say is that it's the old, you only get one mama, and some people wait to the day of the funeral to decide that that's the day that you love her, and it is too late. That's why he has to make that move now, because we don't have a time, and we living in a world right now it could be any minute, any second. So he has to man up and do what he needs to do to make it work, because I'm like this, if you don't care, if you didn't care, you wouldn't respond. It's the fact that you're responding that makes me feel like you care. You love your mama. So reach out to your mama. That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna leave on that point. And thank you for letting me come up, CTV.
Thank you,
And
Lamika. Thank you
y'all
for
have
being
a good night.
And you
Ooh,
too,
you
love.
too. That's just a trip. Who knows? It might be just in his life path to go through life with conquering and overcoming and being okay with the parent not being there. Who knows?
It's pretty simple. I mean, simple.
As a person.
Either he's going to sever ties or it's not. He can't play the middle ground, and that's what the reality of his situation with his mother, and with most of us, that we need to come to. Either we're going to uh, release some of that, the impact of those traumatic events, and try to quote unquote reach a middle ground, or we cut them off and we don't have any interaction, because clearly interaction, uh, if interaction with the person you're upset with has you triggered, then you need to step away from it and not be as triggered and figure out what those triggers are so you can overcome, because that's, I will forever speak the praises of therapy, because you have a non-biased opinion, educated, professional opinion of a situation. And hopefully they challenge you on those opinions so you can think outside of your perception of a situation. And someone, I just want to go back real quick. Someone was talking about why is he the only one speaking out? Those twins are, I believe, teenagers. And also, not only that, their age, but also they have not experienced what Shalon has experienced. So why would they speak out? They grew up in a 2-parent household doing, I guess, relatively well. And maybe they might speak. Who knows? But that's why I think the timing is really odd to why he's speaking right now, because there were a multitude. He's 31 years old. 10 years ago, he could have said something when all that shit.
People are really like, I don't like, are people really like watching or listening? Christopher Laws literally just said, I don't blame the son at all. Monique has the time to point out the wrong that's been done to her by everybody, but don't seem to point out the wrongs, when we literally done flipped through years of articles.
Right.
Pointing out her wrongs to her son.
Right.
It's literally only not a secret because Monique has consistently been talking about it. Like nobody else in her family even put us on to this. She literally could have went on her whole career, not even actually like acting like everything was actually all good, because nobody has exposed the fact that she is not in relationship to her son, or they have a strained relationship. Like she's been the only one. Like pushing that truth and articulating that. I literally do not understand what the hell some of y'all are talking about. You only know that their relationship is estranged because Monique has been the one taking responsibility for that and sharing that story throughout her career all over the media.
You know what? I wonder where that adopted. Where's that adopted son? I mean, it's none of our business, clearly, but it would be interesting, where that adopted son is, because
I'm sure the adopted.
That's the thing.
If the son is huh?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, like, shit. The adopted son probably feels blessed under the circumstances. Because
Right. Neither the adopted son or the other adult son has said anything.
Because if he's coming out of the system, if he's coming out of a system where he was given up on, and then brought into a system that he brought into a superstar family at that, I mean, I'm sure he feels like he hit the damn lotto. Like he probably ain't had no complaints. So, like, considering that he could have still been, in the situations that he was in before he was adopted. So between lucking up and finding a family that wanted him, and then finding a family that has a name, that has a celebrity, that has wealth behind it, I mean, he probably is the last one who probably has a complaint, considering his lived experience.
He probably looking at Shalon, feeling like, Shalon, you're entitled. Like, how dare you? Like, he probably, you know what I'm saying? But to whoever in the other people in the chat, I don't know to piggyback off of Conscious a little bit. I don't really understand why y'all feel like Monique has not said one time, no, her nor Sydney have complained not one time that this young man has gone, live and discussed this, gone public. They actually said, let's have the conversation. So when y'all like, sometimes y'all disdain and dislike for these positive, right before our eyes, healing Black people. I think y'all really are not too smart. Y'all just be sounding dumb as hell, to be quite frank. Just pulling shit out they be pulling shit out they asses. It don't be making no sense. Like
they're
when they
already
be
mad at
trying.
Monique. They're already
It's
hate
like,
Monique.
it's like we know that this is it. Y'all, but y'all be just, it be the dumbest shit ever. Like, She clearly said, her and her husband yesterday clearly said in their live that they wanted to have the conversation. They not mad that he's going talking and saying whatever, but Monique is definitely standing on making sure that her name is not attached to false narratives anymore. She's creating her own narrative, and I think a lot of people have weaponized her narratives, which is why I think really triggered her with Oprah, because people had been in her past had been weaponizing her narrative and just putting false information out there. She's finally taking control, and she ain't hindering her son. She want him to talk like everything. I don't know how many times we got to say this to y'all dumbasses. I'm just tired of y'all being so dumb because y'all biased. Y'all bias is making y'all like not even think intricately, like just use regular logic. We get it. Y'all don't like her. That's fine. But nobody's trying to silence her son. Everybody's just basically trying to just tell him to get the help that, not just him, all of them, get the help y'all need. You know what I mean? Whether it's to move ahead with each other or to separate yourself. But just stop saying dumb shit, please, at this point. Every fucking platform that's going on, Instagram, damn it, TikTok, like the majority of the people just don't make sense to me.
Okay, now specifically, what do you say sounds dumb that they don't get specifically?
But like IE, he has a right to tell his story. Nobody has told this young man, not the people that matter. I don't give a damn about the general public, but the people in the situation that matters. Neither one of them have said, shut the fuck up. Don't, like, this young man really got mad and came up and said he wanted his mother don't mention his name. Don't speak on him. But she wasn't really speaking to him. She was speaking about herself. And so people take that, oh no, he have a right to say what he want. He just don't want her to say his name. Don't talk about him. She's not really talking about him. She's talking about herself, her failures, her shortcomings. He just happens to be attached to it.
And if that's all that he wanted to say, he said a lot more than just keep my name out your mouth. I mean, he called her a liar, essentially. He questioned the sincerity of her desire to form a relationship to him. He like brought her intention under subjection, and like Rumors and Tia saying, they didn't even come forward to say shut the hell up. Like I said, we can have the conversation. She also just wanted to make a point that let's tell the whole story, because everybody knows that I did you wrong, and they don't even know that I did you wrong because of you. They know that I did you wrong because of me. I'm the one that confessed that truth over and 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 over again to the public, to you privately, and to the general public. I have stood in my shit. So that's old news. I'm not really concerned about you putting me on blast for dropping the ball and being unavailable and being a shit turd of a mom, because I've admitted to being that person. I've also changed my ways. And what I actually would like you to do is also talk about me changing my ways. Talk about the attempts I've made to reconnect to you. Talk about the version of me I've tried to give to you. Talk about the way that I have kept up with you, that I have invested into your well-being financially, emotionally, mentally. Tell them all of that part, because you know that you're telling a lie. You know that you're telling a lie by acting like I've just gotten rich, gotten famous, and just left you in the fucking dust. You know that you're telling a lie when you're acting like you have just rung my phone down and I have just not bothered to have anything to do with you. I've just ran off as a mammy with my husband and been a slave to Kuta Kinte. You know that you're lying. Tell the whole story. I don't mind you telling the story. Tell the whole story. Tell it all. Tell also about your fucked up ass attitude. Tell them how you cussing out every motherfucking body who's done anything for you. Tell them how you done dropped the ball and how difficult you are. Talk to them about all your issues, because your mama Shirley is talking to these people about all her issues. I told these folk I was slow. I told these folk I was on a short bus. I told these folk I was a shitty mom. I told these folk I was essayed by my brother. I told these folk all these things. So if you're gonna tell it, baby, tell it. I don't got no problem with you telling it. I don't even got no problem with you telling them the parts that I did wrong to you. Tell it all, because that's just not all the story. So yeah, talk. But just remember, boo, when you don't keep it real, I'm gonna be here to finish the deal. So you better tell it all, because when you don't, you put my ass in a position to have to come and fill in the rest of the blanks, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
if
and
you
I
can
tell it
think you was
all,
channeling right there. I think you was channeling.
right?
You was
And just
tapping
so
in.
and just in case anybody forgot, he said verbatim, my mother and I both know that that is a very false narrative, and I would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie. Faith without work is dead, and neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with the other. That's
Mm-hmm.
what he said verbatim.
Yeah. I just want to say right quick to the chat, as a someone that CTV has brought up here on the panel, I do not share that narrative of thinking that anyone in the chat is dumb or illiterate or ignorant. My perception is that nobody's better than anyone. They just have yet to receive the information. And if someone doesn't know something and is unaware of something, then and you are, is best to not put the person down, but to enlighten them and to inform them of what you don't know. And then you both can be on the same intellectual field. But I don't really think that you guys are dumb. It's just that you have a difference of opinion.
Well,
You right to
Romans and
speak.
T think you're dumb. If you
Right.
intentionally want to be ignorant, you are dumb.
Right. I agree
But
with
that
it.
ain't
And
my
guess
You're
what?
choosing to be ignorant.
Opinions not based in fact and emotion, emotion instead are dumb. They are dumb because your opinion is your opinion. Yeah, we all have a right to one. But when your opinion is based on emotion without facts, it's fucking dumb.
it
And
doesn't.
I agree with Romans and T.
No, we don't have facts. We're just stating our opinion and what we perceive, what we think it is, just by on the outside looking in. We don't even know these
No, but
people.
no, what we're saying is that there are people, and I respect that, and I'm not trying to necessarily, but I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I'm not necessarily trying to attack anyone, but I am gonna call the spade a spade. If you are intentionally, if people are providing for receipts, it reminds me of when all that shit was going on with Larry Reed and them people when they were trying to create this false narrative and making all these false allegations. Conscious was uploading. Conscious basically was part of his legal defense. He was leading the damn legal defense. Okay. And people still refuse when there was physical evidence. Not only the physical evidence, but the logic, black and white. We're not talking about facts. We're not talking about truth. We're talking about facts that were in black and white. People still chose to be ignorant and run with the false narratives. So that makes them dumb. When you intentionally, because you're coming from a place of biases. You're not trying to be open-minded. You're not being humble. You know what I mean? It's all about the ego and you know what I mean, your ego, who you like and dislike. And that's what a lot of people are doing. They're not coming from a genuine place where they just genuinely feel like Monique is wrong. No, they're coming from a place of bias because they don't like her. And they don't like her husband. And that makes them dumb as hell.
And that's the reality of it because I had to sit with myself. I'm like,
The
am I
whole
basing my opinion on Monique and her behaviors, on the actual behavior, or because I don't like her? And you know what? It's because I feel a certain way about how she has come off. And that's not valid. That's not valid at all.
Because you're rejecting the information. People are providing proof.
Exactly.
You're intentionally rejecting the information. Now, not knowing is being ignorant. But when
yeah.
when the proof is being presented to you and you're being
Right.
delivered, that is some dumb shit. I'm sorry,
It
it is.
is.
And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Rumors T, but I think what triggered rumors when Christopher said that is, I know you're being intellectually dishonest because you can justify his response by referring to her bringing him up in the interview, but you're leaving out the fact that once again she's slamming herself and admitting that their relationship is estranged and that she abandoned her son. So to ask or to make a statement like she can call out everybody else but can't call out the things she's done is literally like contrary to the facts. Like if you're listening to her, then she's called out herself. That you only know that she didn't raise her son or they're strange, or she, you know, wasn't around because she is putting that out. But there is like a very big disconnect between the public and Monique. It's like, I don't know. It's like selective hearing. It's just, I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. It's really weird.
Because everybody's been brainwashed. It's like programmed. You know, we know what TVs do. We know before they're long before there were TVs, there were radios for some people, right? Some generations. And we know that if you hear something enough, you see something enough, it starts to be become your truth, your perception of reality, or whatever the case may be. Like when the whole breakdown of Monique's character came into play with her career and everything, is during the Precious one. But we got to remember the character she played in as Precious, right? So they really utilized that damn that character. And they literally, Oprah and them literally played on the general public based upon that character. They planted little damn seed, just like with Claudia Jordan. I had a bias against this woman. And I didn't even know her full story just because of what was going on with her back in the day, and her lawsuits and how they were like literally betraying her. We have to admit that we allow the media, we've allowed them to literally brainwash us and put certain concepts in our head, and we don't give people a fair chance. We're automatically just consume, make them guilty. Just to sound like with Jada Pinkett Smith. Just the sound of certain people, you say certain people names, people get ruffled. Like we could literally see a video of this woman being literally physically beaten up. Like for instance, when her house, not to change the subject, but when her house got robbed, everybody was really like, nobody had empathy for that woman. Everybody was making her, because she had to fight the assailants and get them out of her house or whatever. Everybody was making her the bad guy, and she was the one that her home was being was violated. But that's how the general public mindset is, and I just won't be getting it. That's frustrating.
They are biased. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm glad you spoke on that, because I've watched here on YouTube panels where they are slamming Monique so tough and so hard. It makes me curious as to what is really going on, making me think it's some type of elite black. It's strange.
We've been programmed that every time we hear her name, and I say this in general, like it's like the Matrix. Like we're in a Matrix when it comes to certain people in our community, big figures, celebrities. We hear their name and we're instantly triggered. Now the irony is, when we hear, like for instance, them people that we wasn't going to talk about no more, the new, the young generation, Bobby and Whitney, they call them, that just had the newborn baby in the supermarket. Them people, yeah. So people don't get triggered by them the way that they get triggered by Monique. And the irony of that is that they can sit through and really engage in that type of toxicity and show support and grace for that person, but they can't even offer that for Monique. That's actually helping our community. Her, regardless if the only reason why she got involved is because it started happening to her or not, I don't care. What she's doing is helpful to our community. But every time her name comes up, it's automatic. Like people just automatically go to. It's like a what you call it? They hear the name and they go in a trance. We hate her. We don't like her. She ain't for us. Oh, she's a mammy. I'm trying to figure out what makes her mammy. No, I am like I'm not saying Monique is perfect, because okay, when it comes to that whole like how people choose to go out their house with a bonnet on and all of that, okay, sis, I get you. Look, girl, whatever. But overall, to me, she's one of the most relatable people in Hollywood. She looks more like me, even though I'm light skinned and she's darker than me. But I see more, I can relate more of myself in her than I can anybody else. And I know some of the hardships that I had to endure in my life. And I know what it means to buck up against a system, whether it's, my local community, I know what it is to feel oppressed. I know what it is to, I swear for God, if he could, I don't give a damn if it's a man or a woman, a cat or a dog, if he could send me somebody like Sydney, in a sense of standing up and providing me with the support that I need, playing the roles that I need him or her to play, or it, I'm all for it. But I identify with her, and I just don't see how we don't identify with her.
I'm confused. Hold on. I'm confused. Did anybody here know that Monique's first husband, his name was Shalon Watkins?
So she named her son from her second marriage after her first husband, who was said to be abusive towards her. That's also weird.
Monique had a lot of strength because I did read some. I read some of her story. I know about. I believe she had a transgender auntie or
Wait, so
something
she
like that.
named
That
her
was
she named her first child after her second husband?
No, she married her. No, she named her
why
oldest
she
son
was married to the
Her
second
first, yeah,
the
her first,
second
her first
husband.
child.
She hold on. I'm just gonna read it.
Okay.
She named her oldest son after her first husband's name, which is weird. But
And that's not her,
because I was trying to find
the
information
biological
on
father.
because I was trying to find information about like the adopted son. So this is from htowndaily.com. It says, where is Mark Jackson Jr.? All you need to know about Monique's adopted son. Mark Jackson Jr. is one amongst four children of an American stand-up comedian and actress Monique Angela Hicks, famously known by the name Monique. While his other siblings often become the talk of the town for several reasons, Mark Jr.'s life is comparatively out of media scrutiny. So today in this article, we have done our best to explore Mark's life as much as possible. Mark Jackson Jr. is Monique's adopted son. When did he born? Wow, what a grammatical error. When did he born, baby? That's some ebonics. Mark, when did he born? Okay. Mark Jr. is the adopted son of actress Monique and her second husband, Mark Jackson. Born in the year 1992. Okay, wait. Her second husband, Mark Jackson? Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all. Okay. Y'all gonna see why I'm confused. Okay.
Okay.
Mark Jr. is the adopted son of actress Monique and her second husband, Mark Jackson. Born in the year 1992, he celebrates his birthday on March 21st. As of 2024, he is 31 years old. This is Mark Jackson Jr. here.
Okay.
The adopted son here. He's a nice, handsome boy. I mean, a man. He was raised by his adoptive parents until they separated in the year 2001. After that, Jackson Jr. was raised by his father, Mark Jackson Sr. He had a decent upbringing alongside his dad and older brother. Mark Jr.'s adopted mother went through two failed marriages. Speaking of Monique, his mom, Monique, has been happily married to her third husband, Sidney Hicks, since the year 2006. It's been more than 2 decades of their marriage, and still they share a beautiful bonding as a husband and wife. Angela's now stable life with better understanding and clarity didn't come her way easily. It came out of her two failed marriage experiences. Here's the part. The Parker's famed actress was first married to Shalon Watkins, who was said to be abusive towards her. Later, Mark Jr.'s mom, Monique, went on to tie the knot with his father, Mark Jackson, in 1997 out of their nuptial, but their nuptial lasted only 4 years. The reason behind their separation is believed to have been Angela's passion for her career, okay, which she admitted she didn't care to be a wife. Okay, so Shalon Watkins.
So she was married to Shalon's father first, really?
Yeah, she was first married to Shalon
Dad
Watkins.
First. Then married the guy
who they didn't have any kids together, right?
Listen, no, conscious. According to Wikipedia, Calvin Watkins is Shalon. That's his name, the first husband. That is Shalon's father.
Yes, biological. She was married to him first.
That's the biological father, and the second husband adopted him when him and Monique got married.
Lord.
Okay, wait, I'm still confused. Okay, hold on. So, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Wait. So, are you saying that this article does make sense?
No, because what I'm saying is Calvin is Monique's first husband is.
Who's Calvin?
That is the first husband.
It said it's Shalon Watkins, though.
Yeah, this saying Shalon.
No, that's Calvin Watkins is his. Calvin Watkins is his name. He is on. I don't know if he changed his name at some point, the first name, or maybe that is his career name. You know how people have stage names and things,
Somebody,
but that is the huh?
yeah, because somebody wrong. Because I know the Wikipedia can also be wrong too, because you can actually go in and change
Right.
information in Wikipedia. So I don't know who wrong. Is it Wikipedia or is it this
Well,
article?
I legitimately recall. I don't remember all the details. That's why I was saying about the transgender aunt, just the like little bit of things that I remember. But I do know that she had a child with the first husband. I do know that it's fact
Right, this shit
that when she got with the second husband, he adopted.
Yeah.
According, because this she said that he adopted her Shalon, and he wanted the child. They were having a turbulence, going through turbulence in their marriage, and
And they just
so she
child.
didn't want children. Remember, she didn't want to be a mom, but she thought that was a way to help save the marriage. So they adopted the second child.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that part of it I remember because she talked about her auntie, her mama, all of them. I wish I could. Let me Google this and let me find out where the
Let me,
is that on the 12?
because I'm trying to. I need to organize this for my brain's sake. Okay, so Mark Jackson Jr., the adopted son, is Monique's adopted son. Monique and the adopted son, Mark Jackson, came by way of his father, Mark Jackson Sr. So her Monique's second husband, hold on. Monique's second husband is Mark Jackson Sr., who already had a child, I'm assuming, Mark Jackson Jr. Monique adopted him as her own. That was second marriage, apparently, right? The first husband, now, you said that the name is Calvin Watkins, not Shalon Watkins.
I believe that may be a professional, like he may not use the Shalon part. But that is the name that he was a sports writer or something of that magnitude. So that is something I googled him. That is a name that he's used. But Shalon is his son. That's her. That's her child. Is the
Shalon
first husband's son.
So Shalon may actually, Shalon may be a junior.
He is by law.
Okay, so that makes so Shalon came out of the first marriage. First marriage, then came Shalon. But hold on, but how did he get the last name Jackson?
That's what I'm saying. Mark Jackson is Shalon's father.
Yeah, because
not biologically.
Oh.
No. Shalon name biologically he's a junior, Shalon Watkins Jr. But remember, the second husband, Mark, adopted him.
Right.
So he could have very well changed the last name.
So he took on his stepfather's last name, Jackson.
Because remember, he was like a toddler. He was like a toddler when when Monique and her second husband got together and then eventually got married.
So that would have had to be like what had happened. Shalon was a Watkins originally. Like his birth last name is Jackson. He took on his father's, Monique's husband, Calvin or Shalon Watkins' last name. Then when she got to her second marriage, Mr. Mark Jackson already had a son that she adopted. She also came into the relationship with a child of her own, which would have been Shalon. Once they got married, then Shalon became Shalon Watkins, Shalon Jackson, rather than Shalon Watkins. And then she went married to Sydney and had twins. Then they became four.
Conscious, check. I just DM'd you an article. Check the article out because it gives a timeline. It's
He adopted him after his father left. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, it was a name change, and because she got married, name changes
Okay, and I'm putting up my phone now to see. Okay, let me see here.
3 children.
This is the real reason Monique divorced Mark Jackson. Oh, this is what you sent me? Or this or one of my other Conscious crew members?
Hey, Joe, that's what I sent you.
Oh, okay. The things. Hold on. Let me unshare this so I can go into my DMs. Okay, yeah, now I get it. I'm glad that we get it. It makes sense to me. I'm just like, girl, hold on, wait, shit is out of order. Shit, just it's too many names going. I don't understand what the fuck going on here. Okay, let me reshare my screen.
I thought he was the one that
That
always
makes
came
sense.
into
And thank you
the
for that, T Goddess. All right. Thethings.com. This is the real reason Monique divorced Mark Jackson, which was her second husband. This has got to be one of the most interesting celebrity divorces in Hollywood. Comedy and voice acting has paved the way to stardom for many celebrities. Some A-listers actually met their spouses through improvisational theater. However, this is not Monique's case. Comedians often use social media as a means to promote and create content, and most of them have hilarious Instagram accounts. Nevertheless, Monique uses social media to share her love life. All right, this is her and Daddy. Monique went through 2 failed marriages before she decided it was time to become truthful with herself. So her third walk down the aisle was with a man who accepts her completely. Here's the truth about Monique's messy relationship history and her unconventional marriage. The comedian wasn't equipped to be in a traditional relationship, and when she finally learned to be open and honest about her needs, her love life did a complete 180. Since she was a teenager, the man who had been her friend turned out to be the man of her dreams. That would be Daddy. As a sophomore at a Baltimore, Maryland high school, Monique met a fellow student named Sydney Hicks. According to the New York Times, they remained friends throughout high school, but Monique's personal life would eventually take her in a different direction. First marriage with Shalon. Okay, so he's even being called Shalon Watkins here. Shalon Watkins. Monique met and married a man named Shalon Watkins, which was Shalon Jackson Jr.'s dad. In 1990, she gave birth to their son, Shalon Watkins Jr. The family of 3 moved to Atlanta so Monique could pursue her career as a comedian. Still, the Baltimore Sun stated that after 2 years in Atlanta, her marriage began to disintegrate. Monique packed up her belongings and she and her son moved back to Baltimore. Second marriage, Mark Jackson. Things with her first husband eventually came to an end. It would have been the perfect opportunity for her to pursue something with her good friend Sydney Hicks, but the timing wasn't quite right. She met a man named Mark Jackson, and after a few years of dating, they got married in 1997, and Monique's career started to heat up at this point. In 1999, she landed the role of Nikki Parker on the UPN television series The Parkers. She was also named the first female host of Showtime at the Apollo after being together for close to a decade and married for 4 years. Monique told Jet Magazine she wanted out of her damn marriage. I think that was the illiterate one she was talking about on the Queens of Comedy, maybe. The actress said, "I was slowly dying inside and I got tired of the lie." This is the real reason Monique divorced Mark Jackson. Monique and Mark adopted a child together and named him Mark Jr. Okay, so Mark Jr. was not Mark Sr.'s biological child. He was literally somebody they adopted out of the foster care system, I guess, together. That was a joint decision on their part. Adopted a child together and named him Mark Jr. Although the couple hasn't been open about the specific reason they got divorced. I would also be interested to know why they adopted. Like, I would be interested to know, like, why nobody asked her, like, okay, what made you adopt? Like, why did y'all adopt? Since obviously you're fertile as hell. What actually inspired them to adopt? The actress revealed that she put fame before motherhood early on in her career. Once again, to all the people who Monique ain't talking about her shit. She ain't talking about her shit. Monique was so focused on her career that it was difficult for her to take care of her personal life. She even revealed that she had Shalon. She wasn't even interested in being a mother. But Monique don't talk about her shit. Monique don't ever talk about her shit. She calling everybody else's name. As a result, the actress and Mark decided to take different ways. In an interview with TV One, the comedian said that her first 2 marriages failed because she was too busy chasing fame. But she don't take no responsibility. She don't never accept shit.
and didn't understand what it meant to be a wife. Even her relationship with her eldest son, Shalon, had been strained because of the former lifestyle she was out chasing. Quote, I was too busy to be a solid figure in his life when he was younger. She still hopes her son forgives her and gives her another chance. The time was still off for her to kickstart a relationship with her buddy Sydney Hicks. She fell deeply in love with an accountant named Marvin Dawson. A year after her divorce from Mark was finalized, Monique was 35 at the time, announced she and 23-year-old Marvin were engaged. Even though she had 2 unsuccessful marriages, she wasn't hesitant about tying a knot for the 3rd time. However, right before their scheduled 2003 wedding date, she found out about his shady past. Oh, Monique discusses her open marriage to see. Okay, that's all right. Marvin allegedly had a long rap sheet which included time behind bars on theft and weapons charges. The actress had no other choice but to call off the wedding. I know that's right, girl. Friends turned into love. Throughout all of her failed relationships, Sydney was always someone who she could count on to support her. Naturally, their friendship grew and evolved throughout the years. In 2005, Monique got pregnant with twins, Jonathan and David Hicks. Under her doctor's orders, she scaled back on her gigs and canceled some events, which costed her to be blackballed, including an appearance at the Essence Music Festival in New Orleans of that year. After falling deeply in love with Sydney, the actress was officially ready to walk down the aisle again. At this time, there was no turning back. In 2006, she and Sydney became husband and wife, but clarified to the media that they were in an open relationship. Throughout the years, Monique has been forced to clarify the parameters of her marriage on several occasions. It got to the point where she and her husband decided to launch a podcast entitled Monique and Sydney's Open Relationship to discuss the ins and outs of her marriage. It seems like Monique has finally found someone that accepts her, and yet people still hate Sin, who has always been a supportive person, for better or for worse, broke, up, down, divorced, through it all. He been there. But thank you for the article. Okay, so now we got a great unpacking. Got it. So the adopted son stayed behind with the second husband and his older sibling. Now, so I'm going to assume that Mark also eventually went on to have another child that became the brother of Mark Jackson Sr. Okay.
Yeah. So to you people that intentionally want to remain ignorant, don't want to accept this woman's transparency. It seems like you guys are, and I get it, because you can't weaponize her truth. She's controlling her own narrative, and she's not allowing y'all to hold her hostage, just like her son. I actually think that because of her situation with the general public, that has helped her be assertive and stand firm and setting boundaries with her son. I think she definitely sees a pattern that he holds, that are triggers for her. I do not blame her for setting the boundaries, but also letting the pendulum swing both ways. I do feel like that there should be, like I said 1,000 times, some professional help, because there were opportunities that she could have and Sydney could have. And hell, even for that matter, Shalom. There have been missed opportunities on all 3 parties' parts. All 3 of them have dropped the ball and missed the opportunities to make the slam dunk, to fix and resolve. And I just want people to understand that. Stop attacking people for speaking their truth. Speaking her truth has nothing to do with her speaking in a condescending way or disparaging way about her son. She has not done that. And let's use common sense here. Her son, outside of him calling her a liar, right? Her son has admitted they are saying the same damn thing for the cause of the breakdown. So we need to really question what is his agenda and his motive. Why has he chosen to go? Because we can no longer accept. I mean, it's up to you to stay ignorant, but when all the information is provided, we really can't accept that false narrative of they don't want him to tell his truth and speak his truth.
That's
That
where
ain't
I'm
the
at
case.
with it.
So
Mm-hmm.
you have to ask, what is his purpose and his point? If he is saying he doesn't want a relationship with her,
But that's a
and he
lie.
is saying the
It was
door is closed,
factual.
but even with that, he is saying basically the door is closed. He doesn't care
Why did
about
he
them. He
close it
doesn't.
though? On her.
But that's
On
what he's
everything.
saying. But this is what he's saying. He's according to his first video, he's not interested in a relationship with her. She is
But
a
his actions
liar.
contradict that.
But what is your purpose? I think that should be the
Right,
point. What
right.
is your purpose
What is his
of going
intention?
live and saying that she's lying when you and her both had agreed that she is the person that caused the fraction and the injury?
Well, we both
What
know
is the
from
point?
experience that we can't trust his narrative because he done contradicted himself many a times in front of our faces. His perception is off.
I don't want to say his perception is off because his
He's
perception.
saying that he don't want a relationship with his mother when his actions are clearly displaying the opposite of someone who, you know what I'm saying? So
But
the way
no,
he
I
sees
do. No,
things, I
I
can
do.
trust.
But you do know that we have a thing called a subconscious, and we're
That's
not
what.
always. So when our subconscious comes into play, we're not always notice because clearly it's your subconscious.
Do you
Your
think that he
subconscious
cares?
can be forcing you to say something. I think that he speaks from a place of anger and pain, and so that is his truth in the moment. But I
No,
know
no, no,
that
no.
deep
Do
down
you
in
think
the.
it's true that he doesn't want a relationship with his mother at all?
But that's what I'm saying. I think that that is his truth in the
No.
moment. Be what he
Do you?
I'm answering you. I do not believe that that is the end point blank. The door is closed reality for him. I
For
don't
him,
believe that. I
that's what
believe
he
that deep
believes.
down in his core, his self conscious is aware, very well aware that this young man wants to have a relationship with his mother.
Right.
But I do believe that because when we speak in anger and from a place of hurt,
At that
that
moment,
even
that's
though
when we
long term and deep down, that may
mm-hmm.
not be our truth, but on the surface, because that's nothing but a defense mechanism. On the
I'm talking
surface, that's
about
the truth.
under the surface. That ain't what it
But yeah,
is.
but we can say that what we're observing from the surface and the core of him, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to say that it's irrelevant. But it's not anything of a major importance to a degree because what he feels and what he wants deep down and what he's allowing to come up to the surface,
Mm-hmm.
what's on the surface is that's the first layer. That's what we have to deal with. And so for me, what I'm saying is, if you don't want to have a relationship with her,
Mm-hmm.
then there's no need to address anything that she says. You shouldn't even feel like Conscious said and other people. You shouldn't feel no kind of way about her speaking her truth. She's
And he
not
shouldn't come
bashing
on
you.
a public platform if he haven't gotten down below the surface and know who he is and has dealt with that in totality. He can't even figure out. I'm just saying. That's
But
all
we
I'm.
know that. But listen, no, I agree
That's why
with
you
you.
said
I'm not in disagreement with you, but I'm acknowledging that we're dealing with a person that's broken and damaged, which
right,
to some large degree does create mental instability. So it also spurs off into delusion, right?
right,
Being
right,
delusional and things
right.
of that nature. And
Come
so
on,
because we're dealing with a person that is showing those type of symptoms,
come
right? We
on.
have to acknowledge that and say, well, he does not want, according to him, he does not want, but his actions are saying otherwise.
Yeah,
We are clear because we're seeing it from a healthy state of mind. He doesn't.
right.
He's not healthy minded.
He's
He's
not.
so wrapped up in his bitterness
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
and
He
his
is.
envy
That's right.
and his entitlement
Right,
that he's not rational minded.
right.
And so that's why I'm saying I want the people that are trauma bonded with him to really look at this from a logical stance, because maybe this is something that is hindering them from moving forward in their life in a positive way. You know what I mean? Doing whatever the healing looks like for them. This is
Right.
what is hindering them,
Him.
because a
Yeah.
lot of them are trauma bonding, and a lot of them that are trauma bonding are relating because this is how they choose to handle their broken, fractured relationships. And they don't want to do the work and take accountability. They want to push the work
They
off on
have
somebody else.
compassion for somebody without inserting yourself in trauma
Y'all
bonding
need to
and just
stop.
beat off facts.
Christopher, I don't know how long that you've been here, or Christopher, how aware you are of like kind of all of the information and data around the situation, but you kind of seem to be like a little ill-informed, misinformed. For one, stop weaponizing the you're blaming the victim thing. Because nobody has blamed the victim here. What you are conflating is people blaming the victim on not healing versus blaming the victim for why they're broken. Nobody has blamed Shalon for being broken because that's already been acknowledged and been spoken for on behalf of his mother.
Right.
What people are challenging is remaining broken. And y'all people who be talking about people have a right to be fully etc. Y'all need to be careful, because what y'all actually be indirectly encouraging is people to stay mad as hell for the rest of their life and to bust hell wide open and to die in this hurt and to die in this fucking brokenness. And unfortunately, if they listen to a lot of y'all, a lot of these people are going to continue to live a messy ass life as a result of never actually transcending their pain. So everybody here has agreed 1,000 times over that he is just as entitled to speak his story and to testify and to talk about his lived experiences just as Monique is. But Christopher also is walking in contradictions and talking out of both sides of his neck, and he's not being as sincere as he claims he is, and it's nobody's fault of his own. So his sincerity is being questioned. You can't say I'm not doing this for clout and media attention, but you're hashtagging down DL Hughley and you're hashtagging down celebrity kids, and you are jovial and acknowledging the 12,000 new followers you've gotten, and you said you wasn't even going to respond a second time around, or that this was it the first time around, only to once again take another stab at it, etc. And nobody is fine with him also like taking a stab at it. People are just going to call people out when they talk out of both sides of their neck. People are just going to call people out when they're contradicting themselves. Like, people are going to ask you to be cohesive. To me, what you say is what you mean. Because when you're playing people's face by being a walking contradiction, you snatch the credibility out of your own situation, and people have the right to look at you sideways because you're saying one thing and you're pussy popping in another direction. So he got all that going on, etc. He's saying he don't care, but yet you obviously are obsessively confronting and speaking to your mother, who has once again never say anything disparaging about her son. She's only disparaged herself in the name of talking about her situation with him, that she has dropped the ball, she has, a done foul, and she would like an opportunity to redo it with her son, etc. She dropped receipts to prove that she has been open, she has been willing, she has been available, she has showed up. And all Shalon has at this point is his mouth.
Right.
Monique had the facts.
Right.
All Shalon brought to the public was a narrative. And that's why she had to drop the objective, because you know how weak and gullible y'all is to begin with. That y'all always run with somebody's narratives. That's how her reputation got ruined to begin with, because of y'all inability to require the facts and to require a objective investigation. So now she up on game and knows now to always make sure that she have facts on her side. So there's no victim blaming. He can tell his story, but should he die unhappy? Should he die bitter and jaded? Absolutely not. Nobody deserves to live that way. People are within their right to encourage him to move forward, to be productive, to get his healing so that he can show up and be his healthy self. He has a daughter now. He's a dad now. He's in a relationship. He, has a whole life and a career to go on in, and showing up as his best self will be the best way for him to get the maximum outcome of the rest of his lived experience, whether he's going to have his mother in his life or not.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And see,
I
that
just
can't be
told them
victim
people to
blaming.
stop
All
saying.
of us TV said. You got to look at all of that, and I'm
Yeah.
really kind of concerned why you didn't, and thinking that we blaming him. No, you wasn't
His
thinking about
mama
all
said
that.
his mama, the offender, whom he said was the offender, who provided the offense, however you want to say it. His mama said he is a victim. Nobody's discussing. And I just wanted y'all to just stop saying, let him speak his piece. Who the hell said he couldn't speak his piece? That's the reason why we're talking and discussing it now, because he's speaking his damn piece. The piece that he said that led him to the conclusion not to care. He doesn't want to have a relationship with her. He was no longer going to discuss this publicly, but he turned around and did it. So for me, what I'm saying is his actions and his verbiage are not matching.
They're
That's
not
how I
in line.
know deep in the core in him, he does want to have a relationship with her. But what all we've been saying for the last damn near 8 hours is that Shalom has to take accountability as well, and he actually has to do the work. But Shalom himself has stated he does not want a relationship with her. So why is everyone feeling the need to want to make Monique accountable for this young man's his choice, his decision to not have a relationship with her? Monique nor Sydney got on that damn live yesterday. Neither one of them said, now, nan damn time, he better not say nothing. He better leave it alone. Da 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 da. They said, let's talk about it.
And let's talk about it publicly at that.
Right.
Let's
They
get
said this is
together
going to be good for the community. So why are y'all
let's have
continuing
the
to?
open discussion. Let's stop all this back
Yeah.
dialogue.
So,
Let's
so I'm
end.
trying to figure out
Let's
why are y'all
end
projecting
secrecy.
y'all shit onto them?
Let's end secrecy once and for all. Let's start having all the conversations publicly.
Well,
Let's do
what's
it
crazy is
all
how many
in
times I gotta say this. Y'all have been
It's
saying
it's
this for
it's
the
it's
past
the
8
fact. No,
hours.
I want to. And I'm not just making it to you, Christopher, but this could go to all the people that feel that
Hmm.
have that shares your opinion. What the is it triggering to y'all because they are shaking the fucking table, digging up the fucking bones, and throwing them bitches against the wall to read the motherfucking future, help set the tone. They digging deep down to ancestrous fucking wombs and fucking trauma. Is that hurting y'all? Is that triggering y'all or something? Because I don't understand how y'all can't see and hear what these people are saying. How are
Right?
y'all creating a false now? How are y'all like the videos are out there of what this woman has been saying for eons. The articles are out there. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Slow on bus.
Because this is really affecting our community. It's like somebody ain't comprehend. No, y'all laughing,
Like,
but
I
we
don't
see
get
this
it.
shit too much.
No,
And
it
this
is
shit is it's so sickening. No, y'all don't understand. Like for real, because it does trigger me. Because I can find humor in it, but it's really sad and appalling. It's showing like it's
You
showing
got to.
so many different levels of degrees of how we're just falling. Like this shit ain't getting no better.
That's
It seems like
true.
we're losing common, and I don't want to say common sense, logical sense. We're so like attached to our trauma that is dumbing us the fuck down in ways that honestly people are not really paying attention to. They thinking it's nothing, but it's major to me. If a person cannot see, like that is a mental illness to me. You cannot fucking see that. You'll be looking at this, and I understand projected perceptions are not necessarily the norm. Everyone has their own perception, but when the evidence is right there and it's black and white, and this woman is being clear on what she's saying and what her intentions are, how are y'all going to continue to see something else? Like, it's weird. It's hell that y'all do this. And that lets me know that you guys are not in touch with reality. And that's the reason why we all fucked up the way we are as far as a community, because y'all so disconnected and distracted by bullshit. Y'all have created narratives that don't even fucking exist. Just have no truth and factual to it. And it's just continued to snowball out of, like, to me, this is alarming. I'm sorry, y'all. It's really alarming.
No,
It's alarming.
we
It's
get it.
alarming as fuck.
We get it. It's funny, but not funny because yeah, it shows a disconnect for real. Like, how much proof does one need to have?
You know what's interesting?
The
It's
reality
that
that a victim can't be
You know what,
a
though?
victim
I'm
can't be
so glad
wrong.
that all this shit is happening with
me
Monique
too.
because
Me
it
too.
has truly
truly instilled in me that when you are a truth teller as a Black person, do not expect the support of these slaves on the plantation. In the words of Harriet Tubman, I could have saved so many more had these people understood they were slaves.
Bravo.
I could have saved so many more had they understood, in fact, that they were actually slaves. When you got a bunch of people in bondage, and on top of that, you are an unconventional person. Like, the only people that get away with telling the truth in the Black community are the people who fit the model citizen trope, the people who fit the respectability politic standards. But you don't get to be gay and Black and be a truth teller. You don't apparently get to be female and fat and dark skinned and be a truth teller. Apparently, you don't get to be handicapped and Black and tell the truth. Apparently, you don't get to be like, it's so many, like, when you unconventional and Black and you telling the truth, you do not expect your community to back you up. You will be made enemy of the state. In the words of the Dark Knight, you either live long enough to see, you either gonna die a hero or live long enough to see yourself made into the villain.
Yeah. You know
Well
what, Christopher?
said.
Can I
And
tell
so
you this
now
as
I
well?
know. Now I know when I need to come full throttle, baby. And see, this is why I'm receipt based right now. Anytime I gotta clip shit, I already know. Like, I'm unconventional. I'm a queer Black man. So my intention, my existence is already questioned coming into the situation. So I don't have the luxury of just being able to just sit in a situation like Cat Williams and just talk the truth. I'm gonna have to back everything that I say up with history, with facts, line by line, have my shit organized like I'm working for the damn FBI, exhibit A across damn Z, because my existence already brings who I am under question. So I already got to come into that like that. But this Monique shit has really, 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 really prepared me for what's in store. And now that I know what to expect, I'm able to better prepare myself going forward, standing on truth and standing on business, standing on when it comes to the Black community, because the Black community ain't with the shits when you, once again, do not fit the model citizen trope. They ain't with the shits. You on your own, baby. You own your own, and you got to know that shit going in so that these raggedy niggas don't sabotage your efforts once you win the building, and have all your eggs and all your ducks in a motherfucking row. Be prepared to Condoleezza Rice to roam. When you are an unconventional Black person, baby, you got to actually slay, honey. You don't got Beyonce privilege when you are unconventional Black. You don't got none of that equity on you when you are unconventional Black. So you always got to come harder than everybody else. You always got to come more factually than everybody else. You always got to come more articulate than everybody else. You always got to, and that's why Monique know to have her shit now. She know to have her shit now. She know not to even talk about nothing. She can't fucking back up because she don't got the luxury of just being believed. She don't got the luxury of just being received. She don't got the luxury of just having sincerity and support put on whatever her plight is. She knows she got to make a believer out of you skeptical ass niggas. She know that's her burden as a fat Black woman.
I bet you she keep a binder with her with all the receipts.
And do. And do.
You know what
there's a binder.
I find interesting is that bringing your grievances to social media is a double-edged sword. I think it's fantastic. And now I used to rebuke it. I'm like, why are they, talking, people sharing all their, ins and outs of their relationships and life and all that kind of stuff on the internet. But now I see its worth, and I see that it sparks conversation, and it also gives you your responsibility, gives you an opportunity to decipher what kind of information you're going to listen to. I can go to these other content creators that I subscribe to and hear one-sidedness and agree, but in the end, it's the balance of the whole situation. And this is the only platform I shudder. I don't even want to listen to other because I now that I've heard the truth, now I see the light. I don't want to hear.
Hey, Shauna.
The and I'm gonna give myself a little bit of props. My turnaround was 24 motherfucking hours. At first I was like,
coat after a while, honey.
What's that?
They're gonna be calling us a damn coat after a while, child.
Yeah. Well, I'm just like, well, duh.
Y'all, he the goddamn Jim Jones of YouTube.
Shoot. You know?
drinking the Kool-Aid.
But you know what? I'm also open, and that's what it is, open to other opinions and possibilities. And I think that's where, and not speaking, you know, my goal in my journey through enlightenment is not to be so reactionary and base my opinion. Of course, we have our perceptions. Of course, that's how we're made. But to look beyond that. And I think as an empath, that's your innate ability, is to look beyond your own experience and see the experience of others, and to realize that others' opinions get on my nerves. Saying people speak their opinions from emotion, and I've done that, and that experience in life has taught me not to speak from emotion. Emotion has a place and a time, and it's not everywhere. That's what it's taught me.
But well, I'm going to speak for my emotions, but I've learned to be emotionally intelligent 99.9% of the time.
Yeah.
And I think it is important that even though we have an opinion, to still remain open-minded. One thing I do love about this platform and most of the people, our engagement and interactions, we do realize that the pendulum swing both ways, Christopher. We do acknowledge that it's not always, as we've said a million times, it is not, relationships require participation of two people. The breakdown of a relationship requires the participation of two people. It is not isolated to just the victim and the accuser or the offender. It is not isolated. Everybody plays a role. Sometimes victims, like with Stockholm syndrome, most of us have had Stockholm syndrome. Some people's last longer than others. And when I say Stockholm syndrome, i.e., being hopeful, that person can change, given the benefit of the doubt. Stockholm, part of being, having Stockholm syndromes, that causes, what do you call that when people enable? You're enabling people, and so because you enable them, then you know what I mean. You are being abused. Yes, you are a victim, and that's what we've been trying to say about Shalom. He is a victim. Nobody not one time up here said that this man's perception of his fracture, the cause of his fracture, how it started and when it started. No one has ever said he's lying. What we're saying is he's weaponizing his trauma. And that makes it that when he gets on social media and he opens his mouth and speaks, for me, that makes his fight and his plight, his trauma, disingenuous, because he's not being true and authentic to what his real issue is. His real issue is he's been entitled, because he's been able to weaponize his trauma to guilt base his mother to get whatever it is he wants out of her. And because she's now set the tone, she's taken accountability by acknowledging and doing the work, i.e. the work that she how we can say that she's done the work, because she's actually raising her teenage sons. She cut back and lost kids to actually do and give to them what she didn't give to Shalon. So therefore, we know that she's actually taking true, authentic accountability. But he has not shown us not one thing to show that he's taking accountability for his role in the breakdown. Because remember, everybody is assuming from the beginning, everyone assumed that this young man, Monique, was not providing him with emotional support. He was feeling left out. He didn't feel like he belonged because of him not speaking direct in the first live, him just leaving it open to people's imaginations. Like why I was saying he was speaking very, general.
And he knew
But
that
then,
he knew that because he already knew the community was already tilted against his mom.
against her, yes.
And that's why he knew he could do the bare minimum and just be general. And he didn't have to really unpack it and unload the extendo clip because the audience is already on Monique asshole. They already on her ass.
Did y'all notice how activated he was on the second live? Or
Christopher, wait a minute. Christopher, I'm sorry for cutting you off, Shauna.
Oh, no.
Christopher, because you continue to try to make this sex thing. If it was a woman, I would say the same thing. If her actions were like, it has nothing to do with the fact that this is a man. We said he's a victim. We're saying that he's a victim, but we're also acknowledging a fact. Victims can contribute very well, contribute to a breakdown. Victims are not all innocent.
And
some victims,
Christopher is
he's
being and he's also being disingenuous because the whole reason why the mantra protect Black women has had to exist is because women don't have the luxury of being believed. They are challenged. They are subjected to scrutiny. They are subjected to being side-eyed. That's why we have to quote unquote protect Black women. So you're talking about a society that Black women don't even live in. So if the roles were reversed, we could actually argue it would even be worse if Shalon was a Black woman.
We've seen it over and over again. Women that are abused and they stay with their abuser for whatever. Some because they have no choice. They feel like they have no choice. They depend on this person. It's their livelihood. Everything's attached to this person. But they know every morning when they wake up, every night before they go to sleep, this nigga gonna put his hands on you. He's gonna verbally abuse you, physically abuse you, spiritually, psychologically, and they still choose to stay. Does that make it right? No, because regardless if she chooses to stay or go, it should not happen. But that's her participation in being abused.
Here's another situation of rumors and tea. So just like we extracted from the general public response that obviously the reason why a lot of people side with Shalon is because a lot of people a lot of Black and brown people are Shalon. They are him. So that's why he gets the upper hand here. But for two, what I'm realizing is that Christopher represents the sector that not only identifies as Shalon, but also wants to be entitled to their lifelong rage against those who have hurt them. The people who want to be in relationship to their trauma. The people who want to use their trauma as an excuse, as a justification. Because that trauma to them is their get out of jail free card. It's their excuse to this is just who I am. No, ma'am, we don't accept that. This is just that I just am what you can take it or leave it. I leave it. No, ma'am, it's unacceptable. But there are people who identify with Shalon because these are people who also want to be able to hold on to grief because once again, there's equity on being a victim. Nobody is responsible for being a victim, but you are responsible for remaining a victim.
Amen.
That's it.
And then
That's
become
it,
so
right?
bitter and
They don't
angry.
fight them.
And that's why they stay bitter and angry all their lives because they don't want to do the work. They're gonna stay.
And I'd like to know how long. I'd like to ask Christopher Laws, how long is Monique supposed to pay for her judgment?
You ain't supposed to pay at all.
Yeah, how long?
No, she's asking him.
Forever?
Man,
yeah,
listen.
Exactly.
Never feels
Christopher and Shalon on that Cardi B. Shalon is on his Cardi B-ish. Beef with me now, you're going to beef with me forever. Okay? That has worked for him. It is unfortunate. And I offer him grace because when you when something is embedded in you like that, that dysfunctionality, because it didn't just start, it didn't just start with his relationship with him and his mom. Like it may have started, let me correct myself. It may have started with his relationship with him and his mom, but I'm pretty sure he's seen the pathology of the interaction or lack of interaction with the family. So this is not just an isolated situation to Monique and her son. I'm pretty sure he's experienced the other family, the extended family, at some point in his life, whether it was, you know, growing, becoming an adult or whatever, and these things are embedded in him. So to think that he doesn't bear any responsibility, because listen, at the end of the day, it's his life. No matter, we've said this as well, no matter if Monique didn't make the change, excuse me, didn't do the work and make the change, he still has to. It is his life. And he initially came off as if he was not affected, right? There was no effect, that he's not bothered or anything. But
Right.
then the next video, we see this passion, the energy change is shifted because the universe would not allow that false narrative. That's what I'm saying. I want him to go do live again, another video, because I want the universe to force him to accept his truth and embrace the vulnerability of being honest and saying, I am angry that I've been hurt by my mother. I feel like I'm continuously being hurt by my mother because she doesn't do this, she doesn't do that, but I am just hurt. I am injured, and I haven't been willing to do the work to heal myself. So every time I see her and she says something that triggers me, I decide to go on a rant, whether it's publicly or privately. I've decided that I'm going to hurt her like she's hurt me. It's a get back. I don't know what's healthy about that. If it's going to be repetitive, it's one thing to say what you need to say so that you can get it off your chest and move forward. But like Conscious just said, when you want to be a perpetuating victim, when you want to continue to remain a victim, how is that healthy for you?
But he hasn't gotten there yet.
I'm
I
gonna be
mean,
honest with
he's in
you.
the middle
I
of
do
trying to
believe
get
that
there.
people have. I believe people have. I believe there are people in his life that have called him to the carpet. I believe they have definitely, outside of Monique and
And it
Sydney.
wasn't
I
enough
believe
to
people
wake
have,
him up to that, to get him
and
to a place of where you're
he.
talking about now. He's
I
not
think he
there.
chooses not. I think he just chooses not to because he's been able to successfully weaponize it to get what he wants. Because his ego, aka, triggers up his privilege.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been able to, you know, relax in the privilege because he's like if all I got to do is throw in your face that you have hurt me to get what I want to get out of you, I'm gonna do it every single time. I ain't gotta do shit, but just I ain't gotta go to work if I don't want to. I can get you to co-sign and buy me a brand new car if I want to. Hell, if I don't want, I know I got a baby on the way. If I don't want to buy shit, I know I could throw in your face that you wasn't there for me like I was. And he's okay with not wanting to
Because
be
he's
there.
getting a
And
benefit from it.
yeah, he knows what I
So
personally think he's clear.
so
He knows what
what
he's
needs to
doing.
happen is that benefit needs to stop, and then that will force him, maybe, hopefully, to do
No,
it.
that's what we're saying. That's what triggered his ass up to finally go public, in my opinion, to help him go public. I believe there were also people in his ear, but I
Mm.
have to agree that when they set that boundary of no,
That's him not getting the benefit anymore.
that's when a tantrum
Yeah.
began.
And the social media could be the break glass in case of emergency choice to probably strong arm him. Probably
It enabled him and it gave him validation because if nothing else, what we love to do on social media is trauma motherfucking bond. Because we always, as Shauna was saying, we speak from a place of emotion and we project our feelings, our experiences onto others people. That i.e. them saying and assuming and putting these false allegations that this woman is being taken advantage of and manipulated by her husband when she's clearly made it clear. She's told us, broke it down why she called his man daddy, broke this shit all the way down to us. And people refuse. Now they want us to say we accept his truth, but we're not supposed to accept her truth.
she
When they
said she
basically
don't
saying
want
the
him
same thing.
talking about him no more.
She ain't talking about him. She's
Yeah,
talking about
mentioning his name.
herself.
Mm-hmm.
She cannot listen. There are some celebrities that can put like a Beyonce. Now we're gonna keep it real. Monique is, she's an Oscar winner.
But the
You know,
surgery
her name has
really
been
kind of did
sullied.
anymore.
But I don't think unless she just chooses not to do the interview, I don't know how much control Monique has about what they can ask her and not ask her, right? Because what we have seen through our
That's
history,
unrealistic, really, because
no,
that's
we have
part
seen
of
through
her
our history,
story,
she's made those
part of
requests
her
and
life.
they have been ignored, intentionally ignored, right?
You
So
can
I think that
request.
she decided to take control and
Hmm.
she knows that they're going to go there, they're going to bring up issues,
You can
things
have a
that they
little
may
written
think
out
is a
statement saying,
trigger.
"I will do the interview, but these are the questions that I do not want to get
But
asked."
again, we know, but listen, no, because again, remember, she had did that in the past, i.e.
And
Oprah.
Oprah, yeah.
So it's like, okay, since I know that I cannot trust you guys to be integral and respect my boundaries, I'm going to be the one. If you ask the question,
Hmm.
I'm going to tell the truth, control
She
my
learned
own
that through
narrative.
Oprah. Oprah burnt her with that one.
Okay, y'all. So
But
I want to hold on, y'all. I want to introduce something. One of the Conscious crew members sent me an interview that comedian Flame Monroe did on Fox Soul 2 years ago, where she pretty much spilled all what. So the title of the video is Flame Monroe opens up about rocky relationship with Monique, and this is from the Tammy Mack Late Show. And I was reading through the comments to see if I could get a context of what the interview was given. It's a 3-minute interview. But people are really being like, girl, Monique need to enter the chat and speak to this. So I'm gonna play this here. It's gonna be audio only. It's covered by fair use doctrine. And I haven't heard this before, so we'll be hearing this for the first time together. Once again, it's covered by fair use courtesy of Fox. So okay, let's play. Oh, Reckless, I'm about to drop the link in the chat for you. All right, there's the link. Reckless. All right, y'all listen to this. I'm playing this through my phone. I should have pulled it up.
I did the radio in Chicago for 10 years for free. V103. Haters in the radio behind the scenes wouldn't hire me. They said that we don't know if America's ready for you. This was long before podcasts. And right. So they could see me through the radio. Right. But they wouldn't hire me. But I was on every week as a guest and anything for free. John Mons, who was huge in Chicago, John Mons, Bonnie DeShong, and George Wilborn. John Mons left to go to D.C. He got a job at a radio station in D.C. He said, Flame Monroe, I want you on my team. At the time, there was another comedian who was very famous at the time, big name, big girl. Figure it out yourself. This is a puzzle. Big name, big girl. Talked about fat jokes the entire time.
Monique.
Anyway, so I had worked with her in passing. We had met, never hung out or nothing, but very cordial to each other in the green room. When John got the job and John got to sign me up, this was 1999, $100,000. I was an unknown comic. $100,000 was great for me. I had no kids. I was thinking I would have had a different life, especially in 99. Without question, they wanted to hire me on his word. On his word. The female comedian said, I can't work with somebody with that lifestyle because she had so much power and such a black woman. John Mons called me 2 days later. I'm packing my house up to move to D.C. John Mons said, Flame, what did you do to Monique? I say, what do you mean? What did you do to Monique? I say, what are you talking about? Man, she threw you under the bus. She dogged you. She can't work with your lifestyle and woo, woo, woo. That kicked me in my ass. For real. Because I was devastated. Like, you don't even know me. Right. You haven't never sat down and had a conversation with me. At that time, I had a girlfriend. I didn't have any children. We had a boyfriend. It was like that. We did. But this is what you do. So you don't know what you did to me. So that crushed me back at that time because this was my time to go here when I was so much younger and would be probably because I love radio. I always loved radio. And we talked about that. Yes, we did. And I've never confronted her about that. She gonna see this now. And here's the funniest part. You tore me down for my lifestyle and then turned around and married my lifestyle. Wow. Thank y'all for coming to the Tammy Mack Late Show. It's time to go. You can't say that though. It's too late. I already did. What you gonna do? You've been knowing me all these years. Hey, gay bashing don't work with me. I'm from the No, I wasn't saying gay bashing. I'm saying, you can't say what you don't know. What you talking about? Her getting me fired? No, her marrying your type. Stevie Wonder can see that.
Ooh,
Child.
ooh, my goodness.
The question is, who is daddy calling daddy?
Tammy
He's been in
Hall.
the building.
Tammy Mack walked off the damn stage. All right, so Flaming
He's
Rose
doing the
says that
vengeance.
Monique tried to, she injured her in her career, etc. Now, this is interesting because obviously, like, this is a different situation than the one she in with her son. However, I don't recall Monique making an open apology to Flame, and I think at this point, she should stand on business, and she need to make amends and apologize to Flame. I do understand in 1999 things were different. This was the era where we did not really take anti-blackness and colorism seriously, so all of the blackity black jokes were okay. It was a different type of society. Homophobia was acceptable because religious doctrine ruled and normalized certain behavior, certain attitudes towards certain things. But since Flame put this on blast, and 114,000 people saw this interview 4 years ago, and Monique has now been a victim of being blackballed and having her bag stopped by her own people. It's an opportunity. Maybe somebody can get that over to Monique, and she can just do what she does and speak to that, etc. But I was sent that while we were all talking. Does anybody here have an opinion about what Flame said?
I definitely feel like if this is true, that Monique definitely needs to come to the carpet and definitely have I don't think she just needs to apologize. I think she needs to have a conversation, because we also know that during her Netflix special, she admitted that she too had engaged in same-sex activities.
Mm-hmm.
So why would she say that
She
about
came out,
Flame?
essentially as bisexual.
So
Right.
how long has she
So
been a
I
bisexual?
definitely feel, huh?
How long has she been a bisexual?
I don't remember how long she said, but she said in that
Because
Netflix special.
I'm
And the thing
confused
about
that
it is that could be a root of it.
I'm
Um,
confused at her saying that she was bisexual, right? But on this clip that CTV just played, she said that she doesn't want to work anybody with that lifestyle.
Well, Monique had explained in her special that it was also a journey for her to come to terms.
Okay, so that must have been before the
She was a
bisexuality.
closeted bisexual, so these were things that she had to evolve out of. So
I wonder what made her evolve out of it.
and
Not only evolve
I
out of
can
it, but get
honestly
involved in
say,
it.
I do
You were
believe,
strongly against it so much
without
that you
just
didn't
jumping,
make somebody not get a job.
without jumping, head first into saying I believe wholeheartedly what Flame is saying. Um,
Flame
but
apart.
there is a part of me that does, I can see that. And I'm not shocked, because we do know a lot of people, like I'm saying earlier about that special she did. I don't know if it was a book, a show, whatever it was, but when she discussed the fact that her aunt was transgendered or LGBT, the uncle was something of that magnitude. And this person was close. She was close to this person.
Mm-hmm.
And we know people that are like that in privacy, but in the public, they ain't no advocate. They ain't no they're not a supporter. They will go with the majority because they cannot stand alone. You understand what I'm saying? And we know that being where she was at in her career, climbing that ladder, I can see her doing something like that, just like, you know what I mean, because it may be triggering for her. I don't think it's
But
a good thing, and I think she needs to address it, have a conversation about it.
you said that her uncle, or who was transgender,
Someone in her family, if they weren't transgender, they
they were
were
the drag,
gay,
like
and maybe they were a cross
cross
dresser. I
dressers.
just remember because
Yeah.
she spoke, it was more or less her speaking about herself, but just giving, painting a picture and letting us know what she was enduring, and
Hmm.
how basically she had to
Yeah, I
suppress
think
what
she
she
spoke
was
about
feeling.
I think she spoke about an uncle who also like had experienced a lot of homophobia, like his mom or
Yeah, and she had to participate in that.
well, I think I recall her saying like she loved
Participating.
him, but she was also like speaking about how like his mom, which I think was her grandma, was like unaccepting, and he would go through like a lot as a result. But she was using him as also like a come to terms moment about like standing in your truth and being a bad bitch and like just being unapologetically and throwing your middle finger up, and how you got to like pretty much like know who the fuck you is, and you gotta like love yourself, and that. It was something like in the spirit of all of that. Like I do remember it vaguely.
CTV,
Hey,
do you believe
Reckless.
the video, the clip we saw?
Huh?
Do you believe that Monique caused this person to not get a job?
Yeah, I believe it.
I do too.
Flaming Row ain't got no reason to lie. Almost.
Exactly. So, what my next question is, if Monique, I'm not trying to drag her now. I'm just saying, if to the core of who she is, which is how she's presented herself, that she's for the people, she's do what's right, and what Tyler Perry did was wrong. Talking about Monique is hard to work with. Isn't that what she did to the person on the
Yeah.
clip?
The only grace
Right.
I give to Monique is that that would have been the response of the majority of people at that time in society. Because
Mm-hmm.
once
But
again,
that's
the
yeah.
gay thing, the LGBT thing really didn't pop off until the last like 10, 15 years, really. But, in the early 2000s, 90s, 80s, etc., like, especially black queer, like the black community is still pervasively fucking homophobic. So that's still something that we still slowly coming out of the cave of, but the black community is still largely homophobic. That's why they support and stand by people like Lil Boosie, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And why there's always controversy around trans people, occupying the spaces that are assigned with their gender. There's always pushback to queerness. That's why a Lil Nas X gets pushed back on being his gay open self. It's always a gay agenda thing, like that's
Right.
in the black sectors and hotel sector. So it's
It
like we
always is.
still largely homophobic. So you can imagine then,
Back
even in
then, it
this
was really just the
society
case.
where queer people
Yeah.
have a lot of visibility, have positions of
Mm-hmm.
power, and still, are dealing with rampant homophobia. I mean, Florida,
Yeah.
our they submitted, I think there was over almost 400 anti-queer legislation submitted to Congress last year. So, it's still a big thing. Florida is banning queerness, drag queen. I mean, it's just still a thing. So you can imagine what the world was in 1999.
Oh yeah, it was a trip. But
Yeah.
even that being said, excuse me, to me, even if you are a person of homophobia, it's kind of like, when does righteousness override that? Just the character of person who you are should override you even doing that. You understand what I'm saying? It's
But
kind of like,
but
if I
but
don't
but
like
that
you
was
because you're a certain way, and I want to
that was
sabotage your
that was
job,
more.
you being a
But I can
righteous
guarantee
person,
that was more about Monique than it was
exactly.
about Flame. That was more about Monique and her inner demons of not being able to live her truth than it was about Flame. But I still,
The
because
next thing
listen,
they did wasn't right. Period.
it wasn't, it
Why
absolutely
isn't it
wasn't
right?
right.
Hey,
Huh?
do
Which
y'all
is
remember
kind of
in
like, which
and
is kind of weird because in
And because I think what the Queens of Comedy came out in what 98, 99 or 97 or whenever the Queens of Comedy came out, like she even kind of like saluted gay people in her in her set on Queens of Comedy when she was talking about anal sex and shit. And then she was like, girl, I can't do it. But she was like, shout out to all of you agony motherfuckers in Memphis, Tennessee. And she was like saying the F word, but she was, saying it in an endearing way where she was like shouting out the like queer community or whatever of Memphis. But I guess her actual politics were homophobic at that time nonetheless. And
I just want her to talk about it so we can find out. That's why I want her to really come to the carpet and discuss it so that we can hear what her reasons were for. Because logically, more than likely, because we know Flame is a part of the LGBTQAI plus community, we just know that we would associate and say that was the cause, and it could have been something totally different. But I do believe that Monique was a person that did not, until the offense was done to her, she was not vocal, and she may have been one of those type of people like the Vivica Fox. That ain't got nothing to do with me, and doing shit behind the scenes to go along to get along, trying to come up, because again, she was chasing fame. It was all about the career. You understand what I'm saying? So I can see that to be true, and because she then started experiencing what it felt like the reminders of her being obese at the time, her being a woman, and also her being dark skinned, a dark hue. I can absolutely believe that until it happened to her and the reality kicked in, then that's the reason why. And we know that's the reason why she started sounding the alarm and become more, I believe now she's more conscious and more intentional in making sure that she's doing things that are going to help and not cause injury. But just because she's doing these things now does not negate her to go back and clean up her shit and give to others what she's requesting and requiring from other people that have injured her.
You know what's
That's a part about
interesting?
healing
Can I
too.
insert this real quick? You know what's interesting is this all came up because in her Club Shay Shay interview, do y'all recall her talking about her how her and Lee Daniels got back to their relationship of being friends and so on, and she said a transgender got her back to talking to Lee Daniels, and she was talking about T.S. Madison. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
How awfully awkward and weird that was. So I don't know if she's as evolved, which whatever. I'm not judging, no judgment here. As she,
jury's
what's
out
that?
of that.
What's that?
She could be
Somebody
transphobic.
to mess with it takes a particular person to mess with somebody's money, their stability. That's all my point is. That's a level
No,
of,
I agree with you. You're
that's how
saying
they
that
see, that's how they think,
regardless
how
of
they live,
whatever,
that's how
but
they
that's the what
survive.
but that all she was doing was following the blueprint that Hollywood has created.
Damn,
I think she was right? Hell no. But maybe that's the reason why and I want to make it about karma, but maybe that's what the universe will open her eyes and give her realization, because maybe that was not who she was at the core. For me, I think a lot of people when they get in certain positions, in when it comes to especially Hollywood, people
right?
are not their authentic selves, and a lot of people
But
will literally,
it ain't
huh?
just not. I mean, but some of who you are, a piece of it is there. It's not totally not there.
Right.
It's
It
No,
always
missing
but
is
you
some
got
out.
people but
peeks
she
through.
said, but remember, she said she was chasing fame. When you run behind, because fame is not.
But in that situation,
Listen, there's a burden that
that
comes with that.
she's weak.
Okay,
So why are you
and
trying
when
to
you
make somebody
chasing
else
fame, that's an
then?
ego thing.
Right.
Your ego keeps you from listening to your conscious, that deeper inner, you know what I'm saying, guidance. Your ego does not allow, it makes you deaf to that. And clearly, I mean, we're talking about a woman that decided she didn't want to be a mother, that made a conscious decision to neglect her son, not just her.
Oh,
I think it was the adopted one too. She made
that's what you talking about.
this
Right.
woman telling us that she was fucked up, and we know she was fucked up.
All right, y'all. Hold on. I gotta give. Hold on. Allow Reckless to get up in here as well. Reckless.
Come on,
Hey.
Hey, boo.
Hi.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
I don't know what to say. I'm just coming in. So
okay, bitch, back on mute.
Yeah, that's why I ain't say nothing.
So
Hold
on, y'all. So what's interesting about this is, so in this, because I'm looking at a write-up on the Jasmine brand about the Flamin' Roll Monique controversy, and I guess Flame also said something. Okay, so I'm gonna read the Jasmine brand Waterco. Well, the headline says Monique, Flamin' Roll lashes out at comedian, questions her husband's sexuality, who is daddy calling daddy. Toward the end of the article, it says that quote, Flame claimed that it was because Monique came for BET President's Deborah Lee in a stand-up comedy routine, that's why her show was canceled on BET. Quote, she got on stage talking about her alter ego tearing Deborah Lee down. Let me tell you how boss Deborah is. Monique and her crew showed up the next morning. Imagine having all your shit, wigs, makeup, and the dollies out on the lot. You can't even come in here. Miss Deborah Lee plays no games. She tore Deborah Lee apart on stage. She also added that everybody blames the downfall on that husband. Now he has played a major part, but she's a mess. So what's interesting about what Flame also said about Monique getting her BET show canceled because she came for Deborah Lee, you know, president, vice president of BET, etc., is that, remember back in Charm School, Goldie was a comedian. And when Goldie got eliminated, as a favor to Goldie, because Monique liked Goldie, and didn't feel like Goldie needed Charm School because she was one of the more better behaved women a part of the cast. And, you know, there was other women who really needed the ass kicking. She had extended an opportunity for Goldie to go out on the road with her. So fast forward, the reunion comes for Charm School, and Lala, who was hosting the Charm School reunion at the time, had asked Goldie, you know, well, how have things been? You know, did you ever take Monique up on the opportunity to go on the road? And Goldie had expressed that she had did some type of a little amateur gig or whatever, amateur comedy gig, and I guess she had used Monique as content, and you know, she had took some very playful, harmless digs at Monique or whatever, you know, nothing incomparable to the digs that Monique has taken against her ops. You know, Goldie was just being a comedian, you know, she was using it as content. She had worked with Monique or whatever. It was very light shade and stuff. Well, apparently Monique had caught her and basically confronted her about what she said on stage, because apparently there was somebody there at the comedy show who was in relationship to Monique, and they had brought it back to Monique that Goldie had, like, you know, had roasted her. And so Monique called her, and basically Goldie never ended up going on tour. Now, when Monique, I think, came out on the Charm School reunion, her and Goldie had talked about it, and Monique had caught herself justifying not bringing Goldie on. This is my surround sound. Hold on. It always does that. She had came out on stage, and her and Goldie had talked about it, and she justified not bringing Goldie on stage because she was like, when you are in relationship to people, you need to be careful not making content of them. There are so many other things to talk about and so many other people to talk about. You know, you shouldn't really Jones the people that you like actually know or whatever. And that was like supposed to be Dodie's takeaway and supposed to be her punishment for coming from Monique. So it's interesting how Monique didn't even follow up with her own advice, because how you gonna come for the whole fucking vice president of BET girl, and then expect to walk back on set like everything is all good and gravy, and you yourself didn't even appreciate, you know, another fellow comedian using you as content, but you made content out of the whole vice president, and then your shit was packed up and FedEx overnight, you know, as a result of it. So what do y'all think about that? Is there hypocrisy in that, or what do y'all think about that?
She keeps on getting karmic lessons of the very thing that she's done to people, and she gets upset, and then she turns around and has it done to her.
But that's you.
Don't y'all notice that pattern?
But that's what happens most times. Most victims become the predator that way. When you don't do the work, they just repeat. The very thing that has offended and broken them, caused them injury, they turn around, because hurt people. They turn around and they use that same logic to avenge, like in a way to avenge themselves. Like we were saying about continuing to be a victim. I do think that well, no, we know that's not what you're supposed to do, but we're saying that this is what people do. We're not saying that Monique was right in these situations. I honestly know that she has not. I know she has not been the ideal. I don't want to say perfect, but just the ideal, everyday, sweet, charming, bubbly. You know, not. I believe she's had allowed her ego. Again, she was chasing fame,
and she talked
she was.
about, and you are correct on that, because that was also a big part of her Netflix comedy content, was talking about her journey through her ego and how arrogant she was and how full of herself she was, and how this showed up in her marriages, it showed up in her professional, it showed up in every facet of her life, and she had to get a big smack in the ass. So yeah, you're right. She has acknowledged being problematic and her egotism running rampant. You know, she thinking she the big boss bitch. You know, I'm having my moment. I got all this money. I'm that girl. You know, part the Red Seas. You know, I'm her. I'm she. You know, so she used a lot of that to talk about, you know, how, you know, her husband telling her pussy was stank was humbling. Her you know, just all the consequences that just came, you know, how she just had to be humbled, and she just got more humbled, and life just kept opening up opportunities for her to really kind of come down size. and so
I just can't believe you just slid that right in
so I guess so there may be some things that Monique need to specifically still clean up in her past, but she also has in general acknowledged that she was a big bad wolf at some point, and that she was arrogant and narcissistic as hell, and did not have the best attitude, and was very entitled, and, you know, was an egomaniac
and did what she wanted
Yeah,
to do.
because I was gonna ask, like, was
and
that
there might be
before
some things
therapy or
that
after therapy?
You think Monique
Well, you
changed?
answered it.
Does anybody think on the panel that Monique changed since then?
I absolutely think that she
Yes.
has changed. I don't think
Yes.
she's 100%. I was going to say that I believe that is some of that may be a possible thing, that her son is why he's calling her a liar, because there may be a whole lot more that we don't know, that she has not publicly spoken and given accountability to. But overall, I think that she's more than willing to speak the truth about herself, because I mean,
We
the
know
things
that.
that she said about the things that she's openly
Prides
admitted
herself.
to, huh?
I said she prides herself on that, speaking the
Yeah, the
truth.
thing, because that is something to be proud of,
Yes, it
to
is.
speak
Yes, it
your
is.
truth, knowing that, especially in a situation where we're talking about Monique, that if the woman walk around, if she passed gas, the world gonna come to an end, and we all walk around here passing gas. You understand what I'm saying? Like they don't the fact that she humanizes herself and they refuse to humanize her is the big flex, because she's still standing on her truth, and her truth is adding up. Most of it adds up in some way. It adds up to what some of the things that people that say she's offended them, it adds up. I.e., the reason, like with the whole Oprah, Tyler, and all of them people, the Oxtail, all them people, Monique, there was some things that was cold, like it was, they both were saying the same thing. She chose not to tour and go promote this stuff. That was true. What they did not do was say what the reason was. So I think what Monique does is provide the clarity. When they put out the information, her truth, they put it out in a way that it becomes a false narrative, and she just clears it up. And I just think that they can't take that about her. But I believe that is part of what her son is trying to insinuate when he calls her a liar. Is like, you're trying to make it seem like you're healed from everything. Like, but he's not articulating himself. You're trying to say like you're such a healed person, but he may feel like, well, ma'am, you're not healing every area in your life, which she doesn't have to be at this very present, because it's a process. As we were saying, for him, it's a process. She doesn't have to have all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed. As long as she gets it done before she turns the paper in, that is okay. That means she's still doing the work. Reckless, if you don't say something and put your 2 cents in, I'm gonna be upset with you.
Right?
I'm over here
Yeah, Reckless.
listening because
What do you think about some of the stuff that is coming up? The flame
I'm gonna
stuff,
be honest. I've been watching.
her being fired from
I'm
BET.
gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I've been watching and been in the bushes for the last couple of days, weeks, etc. And for me personally, it's like a consistent theme of, it's like deja vu of, I feel like a lot of times people continuously bring up Monique's past as a way to discredit what she's saying, and to kind of tell her to shut the fuck up, bitch. We don't care. Um, that's at least from what I've seen, even from the panel yesterday. That was like a consistent theme that kept happening. I feel like every time we have the around Monique, when it came to her and Netflix, when it came to her and Tyler Perry, Oprah, etc., and even the conversation you guys had yesterday concerning her and the son, and the response that the son gave, and the live with her and daddy, etc. It's a consistent theme. It's the, I'm gonna use your past to discredit you, and all in all, you need to shut the fuck up. That's basically what I've seen. I try not to say too much, because I've came like halfway through the conversation. But yeah, that's all I got to say so far.
Do you believe Flame about Monique stopping this like $100,000 gig?
Probably, yeah. I'm not shocked. Is that the times? Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
Do you think that she owes Flame an apology?
Yes, because also in the Club Shay Shay interview, she also said that she's not above reproach either. She said that if you can let me know what I did and what happened, this is what you did to me, yada yada yada. I'm sorry. So yeah, she does. And I feel
wonder why
like
Monique.
a lot of times too.
No, I was going to ask. I wonder why Monique hasn't responded to Flame, because this is a 4-year-old interview.
I think it wasn't at the time she was dealing with that Tyler Perry shit. She probably was too busy women on their asses.
Well, I think T.S. Madison should get them ladies together and have them revisited. And then I think they need to come public because it was brought public. I think that they need to come to the public and have a conversation about it. Um, because we do know that it doesn't just happen to black women, but we do know that the LGBT QAI plus community is heavily influenced by blackballing. We can't just make it exclusive to the black woman or the melanated woman. Like we just we have to, if we're all about healing, then we got to do the work in all areas of our lives. Yeah, we know victims can also become the predators, can become the abusers. We know this. It's a pathology.
Yeah. Especially after a trans woman plays such an integral role in her and Lee Daniels' relationship being repaired.
Yeah.
Because T.S. Madison is the reason why that took place. So yeah, it'd be nice for them to have the conversation, and I think it's necessary for the culture to see a black biological woman and a trans woman being able to talk about how far culture has come. I think it's a great opportunity to talk about homophobia and transphobia, and to have that like full circle dialogue. I think it's that it could be a good dialogue that could be really good when it comes to like bridging the gap, etc. And Monique can share, how she overcame. I don't know whether she overcame it because of her own acceptance of herself, etc. But it'd be great stuff. And then this stuff with Deborah Lee is just, I'm gagging over her ass being locked out of the parking lot after coming back to work. A Deborah Lee ass was not playing with Monique ass. That is phony.
Hey, but you know what's interesting? I've never heard Monique address that. I don't know if she has. I'm gonna Google that, but I never heard her address that. And I'm wondering, because although I know what she did, offensive why it happened, I'm wondering why she didn't go public and rant and rave about, that happening as a consequence. Because I mean, even though it wasn't the smartest thing to do, is there anything in her contract that says that one of her superiors cannot be used as content?
No, I think it's just a general understanding that you don't talk shit about your boss.
But no, I'm just saying. I get that part, but I'm saying if it's not nothing contractual, I mean, obviously it's not the smartest thing to do. But if it wasn't something that was actually contracted, why did she not make a fuss about it?
I think it was common courtesy. I mean, it's just something that it's almost like common sense. Like, I mean, it's kind of common sense. I mean, it's like you should. Nobody would think they even have to put that in the contract, like not to talk shit about your boss. It's kind of like a general rule that you just probably don't want to. I mean, because your boss is in a position to yield your ass into unemployment at the drop of a dime. They don't even have to have a reason to even have to do that. So to give them a reason, it's just not intelligent. Like your boss already can terminate you because they just feel like it today. So you probably don't want to poke the hornet's nest like that. But I can also understand I think if Monique wouldn't if the Goldie situation with Monique had not happened, I think Monique could have gotten away with just being like, I'm a comedian. I make content out of my life. I make fun of myself. I make fun of public figures. I make fun of the world. That's what I do. This is my job. I don't mean anything, maliciously. It's a performance. This is what we do. We roast and we gag. Anybody can get that work. It's about lightening the mood, etc. But I think she won't be able to get away with that because she already chastised another comedian for coming for her as content. So for her to turn around to come for Deborah as content, it's just a contradiction. And she just has to eat it. And she probably didn't hoot and holler about it because, I mean, there was no redeeming quality to hooting and hollering about it because everybody would have been like, Monique, now, you know damn well. What was you expecting, girl? Like, you should have been expected to be fired if your ass roasted. And the way that Flame, because I haven't seen the special, but the way Flame is quoted, it's like she tore Deborah apart on stage. So I don't know what exactly was said or communicated, but apparently really
I'm
wrote
about to
it down
Google it.
crown, child.
I'm Googling it.
Huh?
I'm Googling it. I'm Googling it right now because I'm gonna watch it when we get off. Monique Rose, Deborah Lee. Because I'm interested in actually hearing what she had to say and to what extent, like, I want to know what she said.
Yeah, research that. What was so that got her wigs and everything on the side of the curb when she showed up for work?
Okay, so I'm putting up another article. So let's read here because this apparently did hit the blogs at the time that everything went down. So rhymes with snitch. This is a 2019 article. It says the real reason Monique lost her show on BET back in 2009. Comedian Monique famously refused to go to France to promote herself on the Cannes Film Festival without being paid for the breakout performance in the Lee Daniels film Precious. At the time, Monique claimed she refused because she had a talk show to tape on BET, but the show was canceled not long after. Now we know why. While guest hosting on T.S. Madison's, Flame also spoke about this with T.S. Madison apparently. The Queen's Supreme Court, Flame claimed that BET CEO at the time, Deborah Lee, unceremoniously pulled the plug on Monique's show after Monique roasted Deborah during one of her stand-up comedy shows. Monroe claims Monique came to work the next day and all her belongings, including hair, makeup, and wardrobe, were sitting in the parking lot on dollies. All right, so I would be interested to hear the stand-up. I might have to, because Flame is always in our chat. That's how Flame is in the chat. I'm gonna ask her, like, where is this comedy show? Like, is this like was something that was untelevised, or was this something that was captured, by TV cameras or something, or was this like one of those just off TV gigs that Monique did? Because Monroe said, girl, she tore Deborah Lee ass to smithereens. Now for me, I wouldn't fire or cancel somebody's show for like roasting me on stage per se. I mean, they would have to like really, it'd have to really be like some really foul shit that they're saying for me to like yield my power that way. So yeah, I'm curious. It was the black ball, man. She just wanted to be with her kids and her husband. Comedians don't roast now. Come on. Sounds like a black ball. Look, it's a lot of gatekeeping, apparently, child. Monique was gatekeeping Flame ass out of the space, and Deborah Lee gate kept Monique ass out of the space, honey. It's I guess it's levels to the shit, honey. There's a top dog for the top dog for the top dog. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question? Because I saw a video. I want to send it to you, but I don't want you to go live with it. Where she's addressing it.
Who?
Monique addressing it. She said, Monique, she addressing being canceled. I just sent it to you. She was doing some type of radio show or something. But she was addressing it, and basically she's saying that she didn't know. She got no explanation for why the show was canceled.
I mean, which
Because she didn't
Monique may
understand.
be
Which
lying.
I'm pretty sure she
She might
wouldn't.
have
Yeah,
been.
I'm pretty sure.
She might have been too embarrassed to admit the
Yeah,
circumstance.
I'm pretty sure that's what she knew. But
Sounds like she didn't understand the pecking order.
Actually, I'm gonna play this. This is a comedy hype. I'm gonna play this. But you said she didn't want me to play it. Like, oh, why you didn't want me to
no,
play
no,
it?
no, no,
You
no.
want me
No,
to play
you
it?
can.
Oh,
You
okay.
can.
This is courtesy of Comedy Hype. This is Monique on BET canceling the Monique show. We never got an explanation, according to Monique. Okay, let's listen to this.
So we never got an explanation as to why the Monique show went away. So again,
it kind of like, you know,
Let me fast forward.
Great question, Jonathan. And we've never gotten an answer. We're like the little girl on Family Matters. We went upstairs and we simply never came back because the third season was picked up. It was picked up.
People loved it.
Then we got a call. People loved it. And just so that you know the facts, it was the #1 show in that time slot. And it was the highest numbers in the history of BET's network during that time slot.
Mm-hmm.
So we never got an explanation as to why the Monique show went away. So again, when you start connecting all the dots, see, the Monique show went away right around the time when I said, guys, I can't work for free.
But it also was a dynamic that we had that seemed to stem from, there was a cancer awareness show in which they had come, the bigwigs, Deborah Lee and the bigwigs had come. Well, Monique had said in a meeting that I believe in this network and I'm down for it. And for those people that are dropping the ball, either step on the ship or step the fuck off. That was strong words. But when you have the president of your network, it's kind of like having Jordan and you got Phil Jackson, and Jordan is telling the team, we got to step up and do what we need to do. Phil Jackson in the Bulls organization is not mad at a man for telling his team, we got to step up so we can be #1. And nor was Deborah Lee that night as they hugged and embraced and they said, I love each other. I was asked to go to D.C. the next day because we were going to try to get President Barack Obama on the show. When I went to D.C., I was asked to come visit with Deborah Lee as she conveyed to me that Monique had apparently insulted some people that were in the room. When we asked who it was, she wouldn't tell us. When I asked the
because you're talking about her damn self.
COO at the time, he said, man, I come from a sports background. I got pumped up off of that personally. When we later found out who it was a female who was in the advertising who quit a month later. We then said, well, if you want Monique to apologize to somebody, she's got to know who she's apologizing to. And it seemed as if we went from having a wonderful relationship with Deborah Lee to having a relationship where all of a sudden she appreciated the words that Monique communicated the night before, but because someone else had an issue with it, but she won't tell her who her accuser is, what do you do? There's a woman by the name of Laretha Jones. Okay. She was the president of the West Coast, and she was in charge essentially of our show. She's the one that I made the deal with on behalf of Monique. She communicated to us, and to me personally, in tears, I hate the way they treated you and the way that you left. All I would say is, and I hate that to say it, but again, we're dealing with our lives. Ask Laretha Jones what type of person Monique was and how we were to deal with. And you can't run in and tell us that we broke records and we did incredibly well, and you're going to reduce the budget of the show because people know where you at. Where they do that at?
Now, somebody in the comment section is saying that Monique know damn well while she got fired, she went off on the people who signed her paycheck, and she did not know that would impact her employment. Monique is always
the victim. So I'm going to say it sounded like it probably was a compounded issue. Monique was, according to what Sin just expressed, and she just expressed, was standing on business when it came to BET too. And I think that the comedy special was just the like straw that broke the camel's back. This probably was a way for BET to get rid of Monique, because maybe they didn't want to put more money into the show, or they didn't want to put more money into her pockets, and they wanted to take a bigger cut home. And because Monique is standing on her worth and her dime, her dragging Deborah Lee might have been like a convenient excuse for them to get rid of Monique. But that also just shoots BET in the ass, because ultimately you got a successful show that's getting top tier ratings in its time spot. So Deborah Lee would have to be one petty, frail ass, low self-esteem person to let Monique's roasting her on stage be taken that detrimentally, child. But Deborah Lee does give me like very tight and crispy, so I wouldn't be surprised if she like takes herself that seriously. That she does give me very crispy, honey. So
She did.
yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if she took Monique roasting her ass down to the ground, like straight to the soul, straight to the dome, a 2-piece and a biscuit. But that's interesting.
I would
Any
love to
thoughts?
know what the roast was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to know now. I want to know, like, where does I'm going to ask Flame. When Flame is in the chat again, y'all better remind me and let me know that Flame is in the chat, because I'm going to ask Flame where did the skit happen, and is it anywhere on the net?
I just was looking this whole time. I've been looking. I think that was something private. Because I don't see nothing but articles and
Daily
interviews that
Motion might
discuss
have it.
it.
Daily Motion be having a lot of stuff
But
in
it
the.
will go, yeah, but it will come up in the search engine, and it's not.
Oh.
So, if it was, I'm pretty sure if it ever was once upon a time, and I know they say once you take something off, it don't come back up, but I'm pretty sure they probably got the people, or she could have really very well had, bitched and screamed and made threats, and people just didn't upload it.
But if she got
Because she
fired,
does give food.
Some people are saying in the comment section, like, why didn't she boycott BET? I'm thinking that the reason why Monique didn't push back against it is because Monique might have known that roasting contributed, and she didn't know how to defend coming for her boss at her big old age. She didn't know how to defend it, because she probably felt like, girl, nobody gonna stand behind me playing the victim. When I came for the neck of my boss, girl, and dragged the shit out of her. It's just like, what's gonna find me to be an idiot? So I think that might have been why she never really pushed the issue. Because she might have felt, okay, I might have put my foot in my mouth this time.
Now, was her not going on the extra promotion for the movie Precious before or after she received the Oscar for the movie?
That was before, right?
That was before. No, it was definitely before. No.
Sure.
Yeah, she got the Oscar after the movie, but what they were upset about was because you know how like the movie was still out in theaters, even though like because I think the time of the year that it came out just in time to be nominated for the Oscars, and they were still like promoting it cross seas, huh? Because that's what they wanted. They wanted her to travel cross seas.
Oh, they're saying it was afterwards.
Really?
Came after she got
Because the movie. Because the movie came out, like I said, I do remember it came out like towards later that year, and they wanted her to. It was still a movie that was in theaters, but it was like now you're going international with it, and they wanted her to go, and she was refusing to travel cross seas or anywhere else.
And here's the thing: all Travel 3000 said Deborah Lee asked Monique to go to the Bahamas and host an executive retreat. Sydney declined because it was not a paid gig. I don't understand why these people keep asking this woman to do free shit. Y'all cannot literally be expecting people to get on planes and go and like do like take time out of their lives and not put a check to shit. Like these are employees, not y'all friends. Like,
And not only that,
and
that would
like,
mean to
I'm
me.
not even mad at Sydney for being like, girl, where's the coin? Where's the coin? Where's the coin? Like, I don't know who y'all think this is. Like, Monique is like, she got bills, bitch. Like, you know, time that she's going, like, what's the redeeming quality of her going and hosting some shit in the Bahamas for free for work? When that could be time she could be on stage actually making fucking money. She could be booking a paid gig. Like, yes, run me my money. Like, it's weird.
That's what was Sydney's stance on the extra promotion for the movie Precious, on why she denied because they weren't paying her to do so. And she had to come out with her own pocket, I think she said, with the flight or something like that.
Mm.
But my thing is, was this after she got the Oscar that she said, no, I'm not going to further promote
People
the
saying
movie?
yes after. People saying yes afterwards.
Why would you do that?
Why do what?
Why would you refuse to do the extra promotion for the very movie that you received an Oscar for?
Because she wasn't getting paid. Listen, she took a pay cut. She only got paid, what was it, like 50,000 to do that?
Yeah.
50,000. Like let's be for real, that was that ain't even an underpay. Okay, that's for an extra. Okay? And these people went on to make millions. They were not paying her. Remember, again, she made sacrifices for her fame, chasing the fame that literally caused injury to her family.
But the thing
The
is
trauma that she's
about,
enduring now. And
I
she
see
made a
what you're saying,
decision.
but it's a business thing because in the entertainment industry, I don't know if
She
everybody
already
knows
no. She already explained. I did the work I was
about the colorism.
contractually obligated to do. I was not contractually obligated to do overseas work. And when these people asked me to do it, I asked them to pay me to do it, and they told me no, and
But
therefore
she
I
knows
told
what
them
the
no.
problem is with black folks and overseas. How it? Okay, never mind.
No,
No, because that's not fair because other races don't go through that.
hold on. This is the thing.
It's an unspoken thing about.
No, see, but that's the shit that some people are trying to get rid of. It's this unspoken slave wage, this unspoken slave labor. That's the part that black people sick of. That unspoken, ain't no unspoken shit. Everything need to be on business at this. Everything need to be on wax at this point. Ain't no unspoken, ain't no code of honor, ain't no nothing. Pay me or don't pay me. It's literally just that simple. If you want me that bad to go promote your work, pay me to go do that, because I've already fulfilled the things that I was contractually obligated to do. So anything that you want me to do between Oxtail Renfrey, Tyler Perry, and Lee Daniels, y'all got it. So just like you handing off $1 million check to TD Jakes, Tyler, since y'all press, run me a coin. Y'all got the coin. It ain't even like I'm talking to broke. It ain't even like she talking to broke folks. She talking to rich ass ninjas. So if y'all that press, pay me. I got a family to feed. I just had children. I got like bills to fucking pay. And I just worked my ass off and did a favor for my friend and took a low pay and took a low pay off the strength of him. Have you ever been in a position where you already did somebody a favor and they want you to do even more than the favor and the sacrifice you're already making for them? No, it's called overdoing it. You're overdoing it. You're overstepping your boundaries. You're requiring too much of me, and you should want to pay me accordingly if you want me to go do extra non-contractual, non-obligated shit for you. At what point do you do me the damn favor?
Yeah, true. Now, Monique was on The View and stated this very thing, the same thing that you said. And I'm with Monique, that is true. But Whoopi responded and said that if you would have called me, I would have schooled you on what is expected of you and what you're expected to do when you're doing a movie.
Well, if Whoopi would have caught Monique before she made those whatchamacallit remarks, then maybe she would have been able to school her on how not to get temporarily suspended from your own damn show.
Hey, touche.
But see, like that was Whoopi was playing that Steve Harvey play the game shit. What I'm saying is like that's the shit that Monique is bucking up against. And I'm not mad at her because we all know what it's like to work in corporate spaces and to have to stay late, to have to do shit we're not getting paid to do just because it makes the company look good. And we all like know what that feels like. That really shouldn't be a thing. It really shouldn't be a thing, and we should not accept that. I'm not. At the end of the day, bitch, you better make sure that contract you put in front of me got everything your black ass want me to do, because what the hell you don't got on here is going to be renegotiated. Period.
Right.
I don't want to hear about no unspoken shit. I don't want to hear about no friendship contract. I don't want to hear about no pinky swearing. I don't want to hear about none of that. None of that shit, honey. You don't write that shit up in this contract, then it's fair game.
I'm thinking now, by her doing that, and she's complaining about how she got blacklisted and all of that, is her stance on this is not right and it needs to change, or is it like I'm shocked and I'm surprised and this is wrong? Why'd you do me like that? Or is it both?
It's all of it. She was shocked that her friend threw her under the fucking bus after she had the nerve to do him a favor, and then what y'all doing is wrong as fuck.
Okay, but
like Oprah's hairdresser said. Oprah said to him when he agreed with Monique after she spoke with Oprah, and according to him, he said Oprah said I ain't paying her a damn thing. And Tyler Perry had done told her he ain't paying her for that work, and Lee Daniels ain't had it to give to her.
Lee Daniels ain't paid.
But here's the gag: all these people agreed that she shouldn't have worked for free. They agreed with that, so that's why she was even more. So that's why she was even more shocked that they blackballed her, because y'all agreed that I was standing on business. She didn't play the game, in the words of Steve Harvey. You should have played the game, Monique. You didn't play. You gotta play the money game, Monique. The money game. Monique looked at him, that damn mustache.
Little house nigga.
Yeah, essentially. And she's
like, some real nigga shit. They don't like
and that. Monique had told her, no, I play the integrity game, baby. I play the character game. I'm not interested in playing the money game.
Right on.
I'm playing the truth and the right game.
And I think just we as a black community should have her back on that, whether what her son said or whatever, she wasn't a good parent. I mean, just come on. That's neither here nor there. That's her business. That's her part. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. My thing is, forget all that. She trying to make it right with the pay as it comes to black entertainers getting equal pay. You know what I mean? Making it right. I think we should just take a stance with her and have her back on that, period.
Yeah, but as long as you got a community that's under fire and under siege, and that the system keeps hungry, you always gonna get sellouts, and you gonna get people who gonna take their way out of the barrel. They ain't standing on principle. They ain't standing with the community. They standing on their opportunity to walk into the light, Caroline. And it's and because of the condition that the community in, that's why we can't stand united. You got people like Taraji and Gabrielle and Monique who gonna speak it, but then you kind of saw Taraji backpedal, and then you see Vivica and Fantasia talking about, to each his own. I ain't got them problems. Or you see people saying, well, I ain't mind driving massa. So it's just like
can't come united when you got too
when you got too many crabs just they've been salivating at that top of the barrel coming open. As soon as any bit of light come through, baby, they on their way to fuck out. And if they don't give a damn what happens to everybody else, don't give a damn what the situation is, it becomes every man for themselves.
Okay, but this shoe, you trying to grow a beautiful garden, you can't when you got too many weeds up in there.
It's a mess. It's a mess, shot. It's a mess, But it's like that's the only way. But that's the only way that things are gonna change, Like,
And I do agree with some of the people who are saying, look, okay, so Monique already done seen the ugly side of shit. Now it's her time for her to create spaces she can control, where she can now be the top boss and she can treat her people right. So, you know, it's time for her to come out with her own production company, her own studio. She need to start working toward being a Tyler Perry herself. And then she can do the right thing by people. She can give Black talent somewhere to go, somewhere to be, where they know business is going to be done fairly, etc. So if these individual people are going to be taking the opportunity out, it's like, okay, cool. You can still do that and come back for your people by taking like your earnings and your clout and your means and creating spaces where you can hire other Black people and do right by them.
That's what Tyler did. And it seemed like to me that he still did the mess. That he put himself in a position to where he don't have to do to his own people or to himself or you know, be a Pied Piper to whatever they want you to do.
I love me some Tyler, but Tyler's definitely a Pied Piper. So don't be fooled. He doing good, but he definitely got his little shit with him too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But he has done the work to put himself in a position where he doesn't have to move like that. So I thought.
Well, this is the issue. When you don't do your work, your work becomes amplified once you get the means to be crazy as hell. So if you unhinged and you got shit inside of you, by the time you reach success and you got resource, usually you're going to use those things are going to take the shape of your trauma, wherever that trauma is. So if Tyler was a repressed bisexual or a homosexual and he never came out of the closet, for one, to give himself the opportunity to really enjoy men sexually, and then on top of that, if he also was not attractive enough to pull some of the men that he was willing to engage with, once he became famous and had access to all these beautiful men who are constantly auditioning, you know, to be in
was rocking with his cock
plays, you know, and then he got the money and he know these niggas hungry for opportunity. They're looking for their breakthrough moment. So he got all this equity on him. He can now make dreams come true. And so now all of his alleged, you know, sexual repression coupled with the fact that he don't got pretty privilege at all, but he got money privilege. And so between that money and between that sexual repression and between these gullible, attractive men who are also possibly willing to do anything for a Klondike bar, you know, it becomes a recipe for disaster.
Ooh, I tell you, he got the means of having good taste in men. I tell you that, because in them plays, he sure know how to get.
He's flooding them out.
If you go trick, baby, you better trick with the best of them. If you got it, that you might as well go for the top of it. You might as well go for the best of the litter. If you don't go for it, yeah, he definitely had access, you know, because a lot of these men in Hollywood, like, you know, it has to translate on camera as well. So attractiveness takes you a long way in the industry. You know, if you know, looking good and being in shape and being photogenic, you know, all of those are qualities that producers and directors are looking for a lot of times. So, you know, he would have had, you know, access to a large pool. So yeah, the Christian Keys of the world, you know, can bear witness to.
My thing, I wonder, is he gonna be back on All the Queen's Men after he done subliminally suggested that his you know,
well, you know, All the Queen's Men is his. All the Queen Men is his. So after Tyler's contract is up with, because he only subleased all of the Queen's Men to Tyler, so he does get all of the Queen's Men back. So I'm sure he'll be back on his own shit. I don't know if he'll be on it.
Being on the show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all of the Queen's Men actually belongs to Christian Keys.
It does. Really? How so? Oh, I didn't know this.
He created it.
He wrote it?
He wrote it, he created, he owns all of the licensing and copyright for all of the Queen's Men. He was pitching all of the Queen's Men around to a bunch of production companies and studios, etc.
And they rejected. He went to Tyler and he picked it up and made it possible.
Tyler was his last
resort.
And of course, you know, if there had been a bad blood, then this was Tyler's opportunity to kind of play nice with Christian and to kind of treat him good, to make sure that all those secrets stayed where they should, which was in the closet. So he greenlit it and he subleased it from old boy. But
I hope he signed the right contract, because All the Queen's Men is good. That's a good show.
Oh, he's under a good contract. He making good money. He gets a cute coin and it's his. So, you know, he'll either be allowing Tyler Perry to extend his lease with it, or he'll take it elsewhere after Tyler Perry done with it.
Okay. Because I hope he gets featured on the show, because now they saying that they haven't been having him, you know, maybe that's written in the script, but we haven't seen him.
Yeah. Well, apparently he ain't been on a few seasons apparently, or like
a few seasons. No, he was on last season.
He was on last season, okay.
Yeah.
But it might have been a few episodes then. He ain't been on a few episodes. But that's probably because all of that is what gives more credence to the fact that there might be some real tension between him and Tyler, because long as Christian is in the background, he don't really have to rendezvous with Tyler Perry. He get to he has to deal with the other writer on the show. But if he actually was on the show, that might bring him in too much of a physical situation with Tyler, who is actually, you know, a director and producer. So yeah, he might just be willing to play the background long as Tyler got it.
Oh shit. See, I just wish when people got your differences, you can learn to you know, coexist and don't disappoint the fans. Put your differences aside and, you know, shoot.
You can't. Nah. Because if what, even though
I'm just being sarcastic because I want to see him on the show.
But I don't know. I don't know if I still believe Christian Keys.
Really?
Because
you don't believe,
I mean, I mean, as far as in regards to that, him saying that he experienced it, I don't know. I question it. I ain't always,
because he is on the level of fineness that would have a man making advances.
No, I'm saying because he swore he was going to, you know, I'm going with the threats, the threatening of everything, and then not just go through, like speak your truth. Yeah, it's the same thing. It was giving like if what you're speaking to is true, you're weaponizing, you know what I'm saying, your trauma. And I don't think that should be done, because when you go public, I feel like when anybody, and I understand sometimes people be in their emotions and they just react, but I think that if you're going to go public, go damn it public. Tell what needs to be told. You understand what I'm saying? Speak your truth. Don't try to weaponize it. I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that. No, that's suspect as hell to me.
What part made you believe he was weaponizing it?
Because he was threatening, he was making all these in the windows. He was, you know, I'm gonna do this, and if it don't happen, and I'm calling. Listen, if you're gonna go public and you're going to make accusations, make your accusations speak matter of fact. Don't dangle bait. Like, I got this, I recorded this, and well, then just present the evidence. And he said he was inspired by Cassie. Cassie didn't do like Cassie. That's what I think was so brilliant about what Cassie did. Cassie stood on business. She stayed behind the scenes. She did what she probably dropped his. She probably did everything she could to warn Diddy behind the scenes and try to get whatever she needed accomplished, right? And he didn't take her serious. When she decided to go public, she let her attorney do it.
That's out
okay. Her team, her PR team, whoever, and it was put out. The information was put out there. Everything was put out in less than 3 days. I mean, every day was something. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
The quickest settlement in history, they say.
It was
It was
for that.
settled in less than 48 hours.
That's unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
Did Cassie play chess or checkmate?
She was playing checkers. She was playing
And I
checkers.
understand that she had an
Yes,
agenda.
yes,
She wanted to be compensated for her trauma. I don't care what
monopoly.
the compensation was that she
Right.
was requesting, right? But the fact is that she stood on business to make to so it could be known that no, this really happened. And I'm gonna hold you to back. You saying call your bluff? Okay, I'm calling your bluff. So she did what I appreciate. What she did, what a true victim that knows what they want, what it is they need to find their closure.
But you know
That's
what
all she
part
was
that was
waiting
really
on.
beautiful about it?
He also took the video down finally. He finally took the IG
Okay, good.
live from his Instagram page down that he did. Chris, I'm so mad that I'm mad at him.
Why?
I'm so mad that I'm mad at him.
I don't know.
I'm so mad that I'm mad at him.
Yeah.
I just can't believe. I just can't believe it happened. I just can't believe the way he did that. And I just can't believe he has the audacity to just like go on as if he did not just throw a big ass like monkey
It's
wrench
messing up
in
my
the engine.
fantasy, to be honest. It just put a
What
damper.
he did,
He did all that, caused all that commotion, and literally just like
Lord.
ever since went on to act like nothing ever happened. No
Why, Chris?
follow up, no justice,
Christian
no
Keys,
nothing.
Why?
Christian Keys,
Why
that
you do
damn
that?
Jesse Smollett, that damn what's that damn that bitch from Alabama?
Oh Lord,
Charlie
They
don't do that.
Russell.
they are in the chick with Usher. Them type of people make it hard for
Brick
victims. Like that's
lady,
the reason why, huh?
the brick
That's really the
lady.
reason why I can't just believe everything just as soon as I cannot
Well,
rely on my
Cassidy
own traumatic experience.
redeemed the victims with that move.
Yeah, but then, that's like one isolated person. But like I said, it's really hard. And I
But that
feel like
move was so major
yeah, I
because
don't
it was
know
so
if it was
crazy.
me, I would sue him. I'm sorry, I would. And he could very well have
Crazy.
been victimized.
Mm.
But the way he's going about how he went about that was emotionally abusive to the general public. It really was.
Why didn't Christian Keys do like what he had the move that Cassidy did? Because what she did was she did not sue Diddy himself. She sued his company as an employee. That right there
Regardless of whatever way
is
she did it, she
brilliance.
sought legal counsel. What she did was sought legal counsel who did their fucking job. And for him to come to the general public and not move forward.
Mm.
Because listen, people were affected. I do believe, don't get it twisted. I do believe that there's a strong possibility. I haven't seen any evidence, but I believe there's a strong possibility that Tyler Perry has definitely what's that man Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, a few of his employees, the actors. Okay, I believe that wholeheartedly.
Mm.
But and what he did was he weaponized that so bad that you know what I'm saying that will make, even though you have people that will still come out and want to jump on the bandwagon, but that kind of like takes away the how do you say that word, the validity
Mm-hmm.
of believing the victim first or the accuser first. Let me say it that way. The accuser first.
That tells me
He
that he
just
got some
helped
bridges he
create.
don't want to
And
burn.
as a survivor,
Mm.
shit like that is offensive to me. It's already hard enough. That's why when Crystal was talking about victim shame, I would never victim shame someone, but I will call people to the carpet and tell them because that behavior, and there are people that have legitimately been victimized and still turn around and they will for their own. That's an ego thing for their own proper gain. They will weaponize that. It ain't, and it's a way to do that. That's why I say the way Cassie handled it. Yeah, she had an agenda. She wanted money. I believe she already had started her healing process when she left that man. She moved on. She had a baby. She got married. Then had the baby. Whichever order it went. But I think there was a part of her that every time she saw him and she thought she wanted her fucking reparations. You did this, and I'm going to force you, since you don't want to do this privately and give me my validation. I'm going to force you publicly.
Damn. Who she checked
And
me?
that's what you do.
by her doing that, suing him as a company, as an employee, that has an insurance. Ooh, man. Every insurance, like how they backed out. He has lost a lot of business by that one move that
And they
Cassie
still suing.
brilliant.
They still suing. It's still
And
a
they
lawsuit are coming out against him. He recently got a lawsuit from a celebrity female that he's trying to get the judge to approve of like being publicly outed because this celebrity female who recently filed a lawsuit against him is wanting to remain anonymous. But he's like, nah, judge, like her identity need to be put on blast, etc. But she's claiming that she was raped by him and his associates when she was like a teenager or whatever. And apparently there are pictures of her in the studio and I think her sitting on his lap and shit.
now
So
who was that? They said they had a person who said this person is in the business, but they had
yeah,
a
people are speculating that it's Tierra Marie.
What?
Yeah. So
now, do you believe the rapper Mia when it comes to Jay-Z?
Maya?
Foxy
Maya. M-I-A, or yeah, that's how you say her name. Maya.
Who?
The English rapper came out about Jay-Z.
Yeah, it's been speculated about Jay-Z because I think Foxy Brown was 15 or 16 when him and her linked. She was a teenage girl, and then apparently they're saying that he also was dating Beyonce when Beyonce was in her teens as well, because Beyonce apparently done lied like in a few different interviews about how old she was when her and Jay started doing what they do. She done changed the dates around a few times conveniently, or the age around a few times conveniently. So, but yeah, apparently there's supposed to be a laundry list of people that Jay-Z. I mean, we gotta, yeah. I mean, honestly, when it comes to men who participate in hypersexuality, who participate in patriarchy, these would be like the quintessential men who like to be in men's club and hip hop and like the street culture. That culture is very sexist, is very hypersexual, is very predatorial, is very criminal. And there usually are no holds bar in those type of spaces. So no, I'm not surprised that Jay-Z or any of these rap niggas would be caught up in in the buffoonery. I mean, you got like a Rick Ross who talks about, I mean, his music is littered with putting roofies in women's drinks and taking advantage of them while they're in an altered state of consciousness. I mean, you got like that, like great culture is like very heavy in hip hop. So
and ritualistic sexual activity.
Because ultimately, most of them are street niggas.
It's kind of seeming like the entertainment industry, I know it might sound weird, but it sounds like it's like a front. And what's really going on is these rituals and these control, and it's just like everything that they're doing.
But I don't even think half of them. Can I be honest? I don't think half of them even understand that they really participating in rituals and stuff. I think is that all they see is sex, like money, sex, drugs, and rock and roll type of thing. You know what I'm saying? And they feel like, and there are people that were green to it and came into the industry and became a partaker in that because again, it's all about people chasing fame, and with that fame thing is very dangerous. It is very dangerous because it comes with no boundaries. Nothing is off limits. So the things that we that make the hairs on the back of our neck stand up, like the drugs is what help numb them to participate in these things. Like it's no surprise that alcohol and drugs is every situation that we hear of is involved in that because it makes these people numb so that they can participate and do the things without it's what you call that, a substance to help detach from the reality of what they're doing. And I do believe that at some point, not all of them, speaking for Jay-Z, it ain't no damn pass, but I do believe that he may now be horrified, even though he should, well, we know he's not going to speak up. He has so much to lose. He's never going to admit to any of these things. But I definitely feel like he has had a reality check about it.
Hmm.
I really do. But I want these women to push forward. Anyone that has truly, women and men, anyone that has ever truly been assaulted, and I know it's not easy said and done, because who was the woman that it was someone, a no name person, and a celebrity did something, and they was trying, with the Tiffany Haddish, with the mother, tried her
Oh,
best, was doing everything she could. It sent her into a mental, like a downward spiral, like because people wasn't taking her celebrity. They didn't want to help take up her cause and fight because of Tiffany's celebrity.
hmm, hmm, hmm.
But you have to stay persistent. Like the universe will always, when you know that when the universe is on your side, you're gonna get vindicated. You're gonna come out victorious.
Whole thing in a nutshell, I just believe in this. Nobody's fault. It's just that you should never ever put yourself in a position to where you want something so bad that you are willing to ignore um logic or your safety, or be made to do something that you don't want to do because you think you're going to gain something. It's not worth it.
And I truly believe that a lot of that kind of stuff really starts at home with
Yeah.
teaching young people not to value success to that
Right.
degree, not to value a dollar to that degree, to teach them proper relationship to accomplishment, to teach them proper relationship to money. But because we live in a very transactional society where the American dream is all about being rich and successful and being able to earn nice things and purchase nice things and support yourself with a great lifestyle, that a lot of that conversation really gets lost in translation. And then these young people being naive and being hungry, they end up in situations with predatory ass people who know that they naive, who know that they ain't been taught a proper relationship when it comes to money, and they end up taking advantage of these young people and traumatizing them. I mean, it's
No, they want it real bad.
speculated, it's speculated that this happened to Usher. His mama passed him on in the hands of Diddy, to groom him as a musician, and then he ended up grooming him in the worst kind of a way, same, so it's just, they also saying that happened with Justin Bieber and Diddy and so on. And so even with Sparkle in the R. Kelly case, like she Sparkle's niece, who apparently is the young underage girl from the infamous
That tape. Have you ever
the
saw
infamous tape, like she talked about how like her sister and them, like, she never would have really allowed her niece around R. Kelly, but her niece's parents were so pressed, and they trusted R. Kelly. They were so fixated on success and what could come about as a result of, her proximity to R. Kelly, that they, allowed her around him unsupervised.
Talking about Sparkle's niece?
And that's how she was able to get suction into the vortex,
But you know what?
of abuse.
Did you ever see that tape, CTV?
I was a kid when that tape had came out. I wasn't even
I saw
wasn't
it.
even, and
I
then
never saw it, and I wasn't interested in
by the
seeing
time I became an age, like I didn't even really feel comfortable, even though it was in the context of identifying R. Kelly in a crime, but because of the nature of the crime, I was like, but I did see like like since the internet, like there's been like blurred out images of her, but that show him.
Oh, you just
so I've seen like those type of images, and it's clearly R. Kelly.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying as far as like it was him. I'm talking about like I've seen the actual video.
Yeah.
And that girl was not I'm not trying to, minimize, what the deal is, but that I didn't know. I can put it like this: she wasn't talked into nothing. That good.
But see, that's why the bearer of the responsibility falls on him. I've
He shouldn't
shared
have did it
several
because she was
times.
underage. But R.
No,
Kelly is
no,
not
yes,
the
I'm
person
gonna
to do
say
shit to me.
this.
No,
I'm gonna say this.
no.
I've shared some of my story, different life parts of my story, several times. I too was an underage teenager. That I chase older men. I've always been attracted to
It
older
was a
men.
thing back in the day.
Um,
When I was
and
18, I chased
it
26
has
year
been,
olds.
I know, back in the day, since the beginning of time, people like what they like. However, I'm so grateful because I know that I put myself in a lot of dangerous situations. But just thank God that the people that I was engaging with had enough common sense, also emotional intelligence, and also some type of integrity. I'll say that some level of integrity, that no one tried to force anything on me. But I was a willing participant. If anybody would have pressed the issue and made a move on me, I was gonna go for it. Does that negate the fact that just because I'm willing, that you should, when you know that the law says, because this is what I teach my sons and they minors. I teach this to them right now. The law says that this is a violation. This is an offense that can lead you behind bars.
Yeah, I was
Do
gonna
you?
say that it doesn't matter like what it 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 don't matter if the young girl so called was like participating or if she was willing or not. Like the law has already determined that she
Oh
can't
yeah,
consent.
you
So
can't do
either
that.
way, R. Kelly, the focus is on Kelly. We know that. See the reason why we have to be protective of young people is because young people sometimes don't know any better. Like they will go into situations
Whatever your
and
heart.
they can be
Right.
led to, do all. I mean, look, it's you got gangs who incorporate like teenagers into crime, who have them killing people, selling drugs to people. I mean, when you're young and you're impressionable, or hell, if you are a teenager, you've already experienced puberty. You also have a hormonal posture as well. So, but it's against the law for
It's a law.
someone
It's
of
wrong.
age to be with someone who is considered to be a minor, who
Right.
cannot consent to sex,
Right.
or with an adult. She can consent to sex with somebody her own age, but she
Yeah.
can't consent to sex with a grown ass man.
And I know that. And you're right. You're very correct, and I agree with you. But this is all I'm saying. We have to acknowledge the fact on the flip side that I'm not saying all, that some teenage girls go after these
Yeah, for sure.
young men period, and they're not victims, they're not forced, they're not, they prefer, they
I
lie
mean,
about their age, and some
They're
men
a victim
know that
based
they're
upon the
underage.
law.
Some men
But
don't
according to
go
the
after
law, they
girls.
are the victim. It doesn't matter because there's a law that talks
I know
about
there's I
child abuse.
know that there's a
yeah,
law. There are
the law,
people,
it doesn't hold like the young
and I'm
people
not saying it's
accountable.
okay
It's
for
going
that
to
even
hold
that
the
happens.
adults accountable, and the adults are ultimately the ones who should be held accountable, because a young person has a curiosity about the world. Like that's all natural to being a young person, is kind of being led by your impulses, being led by your feelings, being led, by the shit that's in your head, etc. But young people are supposed to live in a society where adult people don't take advantage of that naivety and that gullibility and that lack of self-control. They're not supposed to live in a system, in a community, in a household where they are taken advantage of because they lack self-control. So the law has to be created to hold adults accountable, who should be ideally protecting young people and guiding them accordingly, and not weaponizing the fact that they young, they dumb, they are willing, they're impressionable, they're etc. These are not things that a healthy person would be weaponizing for self gain.
or to the detriment of the young person. So the law has to hold the adults accountable. Young people are doing what young people do. Like, young people are young people. Like, I mean, and you preaching to the choir. I was 17 with a 32-year-old boyfriend. And I can tell you this too. It wasn't me going after him, but it's just like, sometimes when it comes to attraction, it's just about attraction. And sometimes, like, as a young person, you're not making a distinction between being attracted to somebody who is also 17 your age and somebody who's 27, because all you are experiencing is an attraction. Like, that's what you are informed by. So, like, for me, I personally didn't see a difference between being attracted to my 32-year-old boyfriend and being attracted to other teenage boys I was dating my own age at the time. You know, it was just attraction. Like, he was hot. Like, he was attractive, just like I would find any man attractive. And he just happened to be a 32-year-old man, you know. So, and he pursued me, and I dated him like I would any other situation, and that was that. But yeah, a lot of times, like, for young people, they aren't really going after anybody.
Maybe it's different in
just
California.
that they don't really understand the consequences. They don't understand the repercussions. They're only being informed at a very surface level about their attraction. All they know is that I'm attracted. Like, oh, the B-boy or the drug dealer in the community, he's sexy, he drive a nice whip, he got a nice body, he cute girl. Like, you know, like, it's all very surface and stupid. Like, you know, but once again, young people are being young people. It's the adults who supposed to know better. Then,
well, you know, if I could speak to it from the legal aspect, I do wish that there could be a law implemented in situations where the people that the minors, the teenagers that are participating, that the court requires them to get intensive therapy, you know, some acting life skills and things of that nature. I say that to say, you know, I had a friend in high school. She was engaged, and what made the situation, you know, more scandalous was that she was in a relationship with a teacher.
Now, see, that's
And
wrong, because that's
she carried on with this man from her junior year up until, you know, her senior year. Her family found out. I don't know how they didn't know, but her family found out, and so her parents would press charges. She when they had her investigated, the police came and they, you know, they interviewed her. She went to bat for that man. She was in love with that man. Like, he didn't do this. I willingly, you like, he didn't make me da 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 da. And because her parents would not back down, they proceeded with pressing charges. She ran away from home. Her family has been broken ever since. And I think that
she okay, or did she?
Huh?
How did the story end? I hope nothing happened to her as she ran.
No, he went to jail. You know, he went to prison to be exact. But she ran away from home. Me and her still communicate. She's detached from her family. She doesn't she's too ashamed to go and make amends, because she's now understood, because she's a parent. She has a daughter herself that's a teenager. She's making decisions when it comes to men that she's seeing her behavior, and she now understands, and she says all the time, I wish they would have made me go to counseling, because although she doesn't deal with her mom and her dad, she deals with other relatives that, you know, made her feel like, you know, that made her feel validated in her reasons for not dealing with them. Right. And so I tell her all the time, I wish the court would have made you see a psychologist or something, like, because you clearly needed that. Not to say that, because she was in denial that what was going on, that this man had any bearing of responsibility for breaking the law. And I tell her to this day, when we do talk, no one is saying that that man did not love you. What I'm saying and will forever say is, he didn't put his best interest nor your best interest first. he literally just succumbed to his physical needs. He sacrificed everything. I say he was not thinking that was selfish of him. Because if he had any thought, and I always reference one of my experiences, I had a guy that was 11 years older than me. I was 17 years old. Me and
Okay.
this guy dated. He met my mom and everything, my stepdad and all of that. He made it very clear he would not touch me inappropriately anyway,
Mm-hmm.
in any type of manner until I became an adult. Our chemistry was tight. I've always been a little bit, well, not a little bit, but I've always been mature. Somewhat feel like I have an old soul. He and I clicked. He wasn't immature. He and I clicked. We had so many things in
How did
common.
you
But,
two meet? If you were so
huh?
young, and how did you two meet? Even cross each other's
Because I
paths.
always hung around older people. My
Oh,
cousins,
okay.
my cousin was dating his god brother, stuff like that.
Oh,
But I can say that even I was always the pursuer, right?
mm-hmm.
I can say that most of the men, but that man specifically stood out to me because he was the one that he didn't try, like he didn't even try to kiss me. It was so weird. I felt like we were children that, like, little kids, because we didn't do anything, but it was more like a friendship, but we were literally in a relationship. He was a good guy and he would not touch me until I was of age.
Mm-hmm. And until that
And
happened, y'all just pushed each
I've
other.
never seen someone say I didn't even trust it and believe it. I was out there doing my ones and twos, like, oh, he don't want, okay, I can find somebody else, but because I couldn't believe that, like, it made me feel like even though we was cool, we was friends, we hung out. You saying I'm your girl, I'm saying you my dude, and all of that type of stuff. Like there was no intimacy, like physical intimacy on any level. That was kind of unheard of. And that made me understand that this was someone that valued himself. He didn't want to risk whatever he had going on for himself. He wasn't willing to risk that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Sassy, it's a
saying?
reason
For
why.
something that was momentarily. And see, I didn't know and understand because I was inexperienced. I didn't understand, like, okay, sex ain't all, it ain't worth you losing everything. You understand what I'm saying? I
Oh,
always thought, I'm gonna give it to him and he gonna be mine, like for real, for real. This is a wrap. And that wasn't even what it was about.
mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on.
Having sex
Hold
comes
on.
with a lot of
Hold on.
responsibility.
Hold on. I got a question. So you said you were 17. He was 11 years older than you. You introduced him to your parents. So did your parents understand that y'all were in a relationship?
Well, first of all, he wasn't the first older guy that I brought to my, like, I don't know. I had that in me conscious where I was so bold and direct and
I
sure
get
in
all
who I
that. I'm
was.
just asking about him in particular. Like,
No, I'm
did your
saying,
parents
like when I brought him, they was okay with it. Like that was him and my stepdad, they had the conversation off the bat. Like my stepdad was a little bit more like, who are you? And I don't think they saw the age. I brought it to their attention in that introduction, his age or whatever the case may be. And the only thing that was made clear, he said it out of his mouth. My mother told him he better make sure that he stick to it. He better not touch me. And she let him know if he touched me, he was a dead man.
Okay,
I didn't say
so now the questions get more interesting. So why do you believe that your parents trusted him to keep his word?
I don't know if they trusted him. I think they more or less trusted me. I think my mother thought the fear of like me doing, like she feared me, like, you know what I'm saying, put that fear factor in me, that she trusted I wasn't going to do anything.
Even though the reality was you was ready to go there and wanted to go there with him, but he was, in this case, luckily he was willing to commit to a chastity situation and not go there with you until you became of legal age. But if you would have had your way, things would have went a different way.
It would have. Honest to God, it would have. I was so ready. And
Your
the thing that
parents
was,
should
because people,
trusted
like
the
our
wrong
friends
one.
didn't, like the friends that the people we socialized with, they definitely didn't believe it. I used to tell him all the time he was getting it from somewhere. Like, clearly you ain't trying to get it from me, right? And so that used to tick me off. But then too I had these thoughts about pregnancy and stuff, and I was so scared, and I was the only one in the pack that didn't have no children and none of those kids. So I was kind of like, I wanted it, and I was see the immaturity of me. I wasn't thinking about protection or nothing. I wanted it,
Mm-hmm.
but there was also like a fear in me too, and I was kind of glad that he wasn't trying to push that, you know what I'm saying, or even give in to me wanting to push that.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of like low key gave me an out. And so even though I never told him like I was happy about it, I put on and I displayed more of my disappointment, but I was low key like really happy, honestly. I just wanted him to kiss me and feel on me a little bit, but he wouldn't do none of that. And I think too, my parents, like, to their credit, I think because like I said, he wasn't the first older man. I really think that they knew and had accepted that I was a rebel, and if whether they said they agreed or not, I was going to do what I wanted to do anyway. Like most teenagers, be sneaky about it. So I think that was like their way of allowing me the opportunity to prove that they could trust me and letting me have that type of independence too to make the best decisions, like good decisions for myself.
Mm.
Hmm.
What see all for you for travel say you were basically Celie being pushed off on Mister by her stepdaddy, so there is one less mouth to feed in the house. Oh Lord.
Oh no, no. Let's be
Oh
clear.
my God! Wait a minute,
Let
y'all.
me
Wait, yeah, wait a minute. Hold on, wait. Shalon Ash just did another damn video on TikTok. 2 hours.
What I tell you, see, I told you. Yeah, yeah.
Wait a damn minute. I
let me
am
hold up.
tolerant that this boy done found his niche, girl.
Uh-huh.
He done got a little swift of the fame of it all. 6 minutes.
Mhm.
I knew that was gonna happen
Okay, so wait a minute.
when he
I'm
posted
gonna
that
come
video
back.
of him on Parker.
Hold on. I'm gonna stay here and we gonna finish this conversation here, and I'm just gonna restart another live and
Oh
address
my God.
what's happening in that one, because we obviously going on
Mm.
10 hours and nobody going to make it this far in, except for a few, to even get to commentary on what he just spoke about. So I'm just gonna restart
I
a
knew
live.
it was
But
gonna
hold on.
happen.
But hold on. But stay in here. Wait a minute. So my question to you, Arumazenti, is so reversing the feed. So what is your attitude like? Would you trust your teenagers to be romantically involved with a adult if that adult and teenager had promised to not engage in sex? And then my question to you is, do you consider a adult who's even interested in a young person romantically to be a pedophile, even if they are willing to wait until that underage or that teenager becomes of legal age?
Does it have pedophile vibes?
Okay, so to answer the first part, I'm a progressive parent every day. And you know that like every day, like I think because I always change from what I think I would originally do. I would talk to my children, my sons. I would also talk to the woman, or whoever the person is. But I would make my stance clear, um, to not rush into anything. And I would let them know if, just meeting a person, if I like that person, it didn't matter what the age is or not. But if it was, at the getting to know the person, just sitting down, talking, communicating, I would then let my child know whether I approved of the person or not, regardless of the age. But just speaking on it to the age specifically, yeah, I would tell my child, like, no, chill out. You know what I'm saying? Just y'all chill out. Take your time. Y'all could be friends. I can't tell you not to engage or whatever, because I do know from my own experience, telling your child what to do and not to do is nothing but putting a battery in their backpack.
To rebel, huh?
And absolutely. And I think that it is okay to let your children that you don't approve of something, but also allow your children to have room to have experiences as
Right.
well.
Right.
because
Telling them not
what
to
I
do
don't want to
something.
do, I would prefer for
Parents
my children
did something
to be
stupid.
honest with me, for them to communicate and let me know what's going on, so that I can have proper conversations with them and hopefully help them, guide them to what's the best solution for them. But realistically, um, that don't always be the case. So what I'm not going to do is fight against them, but I will make it known my opinion and my stance on it. But I ain't going to fight against it, try to force nothing, because that don't help. That just makes a bad situation worse. So I'm not, yeah, no.
I'll be like, hell no, that cougar ain't gonna put nothing on my son.
But what does that do? What does that solve if your son still wants to do it? What does that do? Because what I don't want to do is create fractions, where my children can't, whether at whatever age, that they cannot come to me and talk to me because they're gonna feel like I'm gonna project all my personal feelings and views. Remember, even children are individuals. They are human, having the same experiences that we're having. Of course, we want to protect them and allow them to make better, keep them on the course to make the best decisions for themselves. But unfortunately, yes, we have a say so as far as legally when they're minors, but even having a say so and trying to, police and all of that, they still find a way, especially teenagers. They still find a way to do exactly what you tell them not to do. We know this. So for me, realistically, as a parent that wants to have the best experience I can possibly have with my children, giving them the tools that they need, I'm going to always remain open, even when I don't like it, even when it makes me uncomfortable. I'm going to always remain open and consider my children how to best, what I'm saying, guide them in a situation. But I'm not going to do that. I can't do that.
But it's no instructional manual for parenting. You just got to do the best you can in the best way you know how.
Listen,
right,
everything ain't for everything. Everything ain't for everybody, and I'm just gonna do what works for me and mine, 100%.
Right.
And to address the other part, the before that, I've been working since I was 14 years old. I didn't have to rely on a man. That's one thing I learned from my mama too. I didn't have to rely on a man, although I do demand that if I'm good to you, you're gonna be good to me. You're gonna actually be better to me than I'm gonna be to you. If you want to pretend that you a king and all that, take care of me, and I'm still gonna have my own. So my parents didn't. They like it was never like I wasn't pushing them. My mama didn't like it. Of course she didn't like that I was dating. I mean, my mama. Child, I got stories for days. This ain't that. But
you said basically just put it in a nutshell. This ain't that.
you know what I'm saying? And that was part of the broken fracture between me and my mom, because she didn't know how to articulate telling me, her concerns and the reason why she was saying no to me and but once she saw like it's nothing I can do, like my friend, I wouldn't run away. I would just leave. Like I didn't run away, I didn't hide, I didn't sneak, I'll just leave out and I'll be gone for weeks at a time. And yeah, because this was in the height of my rebellious phase. I was legitimately 15 years old, and I just wanted to do like I wasn't. Yeah, like listen, I wasn't I made it clear to my mom, and I didn't even have a conversation with my stepdad. I had it with my mom. I was not sexually active. I was afraid to be sexually active. What I didn't understand was that I was putting myself in situations where I could have been taken advantage of. Right. But I was just hanging out. Like, you have crushes, you want to hang out. My parents was like, no, you ain't old enough. This, and I'm like, I'm 15. I'm in high school. What are you talking about? I'm seeing my friends go out on dates. Like, it's group dates and stuff though. But they weren't allowing that. So guess what? I started sneaking doing it anyway. I would play hooky just
like
to
you
go.
going off for weeks of you having an argument. It just was like random. Like if you want to go kicking, you just
Like
did
if
it.
my mother said I couldn't go and do something with you ain't going because it's boys around and all that. I'm going to go. Like, what do you mean? I'm going to go. Like, because again, I was working at 14 years old. I had been taking care of myself. So I felt like, and I was giving my mom money, what we were discussing was rent money, even though it wasn't shit. You know what I'm saying? I felt like an adult.
See that? Yeah. Yeah.
And so I was responsible. And I felt like my mom should have trusted me enough to know that you've taught me the difference between right and wrong. We've had conversations about how boundaries where people don't violate your personal space, what's appropriate, inappropriate, and all of that. Trust that you have given me the tools to
Mm-hmm.
make the best decisions. Now,
Right.
yes, I wanted to. A lot of times I wanted to do things, and I knew I was just geared, like I knew it was going to happen, but for whatever reason, it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? My ancestors, the universe, and God, and the Holy Daughter, all of them was protecting me. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't see that, but see, if my mom would have communicated to me like that, I would have got it,
Did
and
you
I
ever
would have
get
understood,
spanked
and I would not have been rebellious.
or you just was your parents was the punishment? Like
Huh?
time out? Was your parents the time out parents or the
My
spanking?
stepdad was a timeout. He was
Discipline you
like
down
the
south spank down.
disciplinarian. My mama was beat your ass, cinch your cord, broomsticks, whatever, punch you in your face type stuff. Over the top abuse.
And your dad was like the punishment type.
My dad wasn't really my dad was a talker, but my stepdad was the punisher type. Yeah, like you
Okay.
gonna punish me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh Lord, good cop, bad cop thing.
But the irony, because we were talking about Monique and her son, this is
Yeah,
how
yeah,
I
yeah.
was saying about generational curses. I didn't find out later. I didn't know my mom, and my mom clearly didn't know me. I didn't find out till I was a whole adult and had my first child that my mom was doing this the same thing in interactions me and my mom had. She had with my grandmother at the
Mm.
same ages. And I was like, wow. And I told my mom when I found out the information, because she was upset because she didn't tell me. And I said, well, maybe the person that told me, maybe they felt like it was time. They waited. Maybe they felt like you avoiding having a conversation and they were just trying to help. And I'm like, if you would have talked to me and told me these things, for me, I know some kids that don't work for, but for me, if my mom would have shared her experiences with me to allow me to get to know her, so I know the place she was coming from,
So
I
then you know
definitely
that
would
she
not
know what
have
she
done a
said.
lot of things I did.
Mm-hmm. Because that's good. It's not me if my mom would have told me some of her experiences, but now that I'm grown and we talk like we have conversations like we're girlfriends, and she tell me about her experiences with my dad and all this type of stuff. It's kind of like if I would have known that side when I was younger, then I would have kind of had more faith of that you know what you're talking about and you just not trying to control me and you don't know. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Just like what you were saying. That's why it's good to let them know, hey, look, I know what I'm talking about because such and such and such. This is what happened to me.
Right.
It hit different when you back it up with an experience, kind of like receipts.
Hmm.
Because I would have been like, oh, okay, so you do. Okay, you know.
Yeah. Conscious, you about to start the live over?
Conscious probably done wiggled off and jumped
I'm
live
listening. At
TikTok.
this point, I'm honestly kind of, and I hate to say this, I'm honestly kind of feel like I'm being gaslit by Shalon because I was kind of listening a little bit while y'all was talking, and
What was your
I it's it's there's
Carla?
something that's making my fucking beard itch about shit at this point. Like
Not
something
the
is
bed, honey.
really just it's there's a play. This is a play. This is a play. This is a play. So yes, we're gonna start this shit. It's only a 6-minute TikTok video, but yeah, we about to start this over.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll reserve my thoughts. So
Yeah.
y'all
The little
need to
rebuking
be
service.
keeping it. Be looking for another live to resurrect in about 2 minutes. I'm about to come right back
All
in it,
Yeah.
and I will be dropping
Yeah.
the link again. And
right. All
yeah, we'll be returning back.
right. Later.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Rumors
you,
and Tea. Thank you,
everybody. Hope
Nala.
everybody else
Thank
is
you,
learning.
Mo.
Thank
Culture.
you.
Thank you, Boo. This was a great. We ended on a 10-hour mark. Wow. I may have to bring Anya back, girl, to get into some things, baby. Because whoa, that was deep, honey, and very futuristic. And I definitely understand what Rumors and Tea is contending up against, which is teenage human nature. Okay, and these young people, the reality is, a lot of times you can't control them, and just finding that balance between informing them and creating the best space you can for conversation, transparency,
sometimes takes a priority over trying to literally keep them from physically doing something, which can literally be impossible. The balancing act of being a parent is very tedious, and figuring out all of these dilemmas when it comes to young people who are curious and coming of age and all of that is very, very interesting, child. That's why I ain't had none of my damn self, baby. Okay, I'm getting warmed up and doing a training exercise with my nieces and nephews, honey, trying to see just how much of this guardian thing I can do and take, because it's a baby, it's a art form to being the teacher, honey. It's an art form. So I think I'm gonna bring Rumors and Tea back for a whole separate show to get into some of the things that we were getting into toward the end of this commentary. So I'm gonna end this live stream. Girl, we're working, y'all. Show some love to the Cash App. Show some love to the PayPal, Cash App, Consciouztv, spelled just like this on Cash App, honey, because we're working. I gave y'all 10 hours, okay, yesterday. Gave y'all 5. Coming right back for round 3, baby. Y'all better give it up, baby. Okay, the content came round this bitch. All right, panels, deep discussions, the whole 9. Show a nigga some love on the PayPals and the Cash Apps. All information is in the description box. I'll be right back to see you guys. Bye.